Overwhelming stench pervaded the freezing air of the office. Anna pulled her cardigan up to cover her nose as best she could, but it made no real difference. The stink still lingered. Darla had burned her popcorn. Again. Not even the smell of Juan's wife's homemade quesadillas that were warming in the microwave could cover the charred, acrid odor of burned chemical butter and cheap, substandard corn kernels. Anna tapped out her report, thinking of all the ways she could murder Darla with the available office equipment. Pencil to the throat, stapler to the eyes, steamrolled by an office chair bearing Donnie's 350-pound load. Bingo! You're doing it again, aren't you? Jared whispered to her from his cubicle next door. I can tell by the way you're typing. It has a murderous edge to it. Am not, Anna hissed back. Okay, she totally was. She knew it was probably against all rules of moral decency to plot the death of a coworker with such vehemence and with such strange and unusual methods. But she was at her wit's end with the blasted burnt popcorn. A few minutes passed and she heard nothing from Jared's cubicle. She assumed that he had given up teasing her. She flipped through a few pages of the logs and started on the previous week's back orders. R2, he said, when she had finally let her guard down. She threw a paperclip over the top of the partition. She grinned when a stick of gum flew back. It was her favorite kind. Jared bought it and kept it in his desk drawer for her, even though he hated that flavor. He doled it out on occasion. You need some funky beats to chill you out, he said, popping his handsome head around the side for a moment. His green eyes gleamed. Jared, no, she whisper-yelled. She was too late. He was already gone. Every once in a while, Jared managed to clandestinely hijack the office's speaker system and play the most random, crazy music imaginable. She had no idea how he did it, and she had no idea how he didn't get caught. Mr. Hubbard even threatened to fire whoever it was that kept doing it. She didn't want Jared to get fired. She gripped her mouse tightly and waited for the music to start. Maybe he wouldn't do it this time. She made sure to look industrious just in case someone walked by. Technically, she was an accessory to it, right? She heard a beat and the tinny sound of hybrid funky jazz disco music as it blared out overhead. She cringed. She lowered her head to her arm and closed her eyes. It sounded like music from a 70s Japanese martial arts movie, the badly dubbed kind. Just once could he choose something normal? Jared was her best friend, which was kind of sad, because they only talked at work. She was pretty much a hermit and never left her apartment when she didn't have to. She preferred to stay home and read, or binge-watch her shows instead of going out with the girls. Well, she didn't have any girls to go out with, but if she did, she would still prefer to stay home. Probably. This was her life, her lonely apartment, and her small, plain cubicle that shared a wall with the only person here that she genuinely liked. She preferred it that way. Kind of. She looked at the sandy-colored makeup that marked her sleeve. Great. She pulled out a compact. She wasn't ugly, but she didn't think she was beautiful either. In fact, she was kind of average overall. That was probably why she didn't get much attention. Her compelling personality, and great sense of humor weren't exactly apparent right off, except maybe to Jared. She was probably a little weird, too. At least she wasn't alone in that. Jared got pretty far out there sometimes. Not tall, but not short. Not thin, but not overweight either. She had invested in a treadmill and an elliptical and kept in shape. Last summer she had noticed her shorts weren't quite as flattering anymore, and she panicked. At least she got a good deal on the equipment. When she had first started doing cardio, she wanted to quit the first 5 minutes. Only the image of her lumpy butt in the mirror, which had started to spring up out of nowhere, kept her going. 25 would quickly become 35, and she wanted to take care of herself as best she could. Her secret fear was dying of cancer like her mother. So she exercised. Now she was kind of addicted to the feeling she got after a good session. Plus she could read or watch TV while doing it, and that made the time fly. It was neat to think that she could run several miles without even really getting winded. She flipped her hair back over her shoulder again, wishing she had worn it up today instead of down. She eyed the rubber bands in their little plastic holder, but decided against it. The last time she had used a rubber band in her hair, it had been a disaster of epic proportions, and she had to get a bowl cut. Okay, she had been 5 at the time, and her slightly drunken father was the cutter, but still. The image of that goofy-ass haircut haunted her, especially since her mother had taken pictures of it. She couldn't bring herself to give the rubber bands another shot. She also couldn't bring herself to get rid of the embarrassing pictures from the photo album, because her mother had put them there. She tapped her fingers on the desk as she waited for Mr. Hubbard's outburst. She jumped as the branch manager shouted over the music to the full office. "All right, everyone, we're going in for the weekly sales meeting now. Anna, I want you and Jared to continue with those sales reports. Anna, when you're finished, I want you to type up tomorrow's agenda and get a memo sent out to the right people, okay?" It wasn't a question. "Yes, Mr. Hubbard." "And someone turn that blasted music off." Well, that was surprisingly succinct. He must be running behind schedule today. Anna looked around at the rapidly clearing office. The sales and customer service reps were following Mr. Hubbard into the back conference room. She heard the squeaking of Jared's desk chair and looked over at the end of their partition. His right arm came into view first. His muscular forearm rested on the armrest, and his hand gripped the end. The right side of his body and face came next. His eyes were serious in the large, newly vacated office. His look promised excitement. He didn't move a muscle aside from the rapid pushing of his feet against the mat, which propelled him at a steady rate out of his cubicle. She bit her lips to keep from laughing out loud and potentially disrupting the start of the meeting. As he continued to scoot his chair out from behind the wall, she caught a glimpse of the key ring in his left hand. "Yes." "It begins," he said as he jingled the keys. He jumped up with a sudden burst of energy and looked around the office over the top of the cubicles. He motioned for her to wait. Jared had filched the keys from the office manager's desk one day and made copies of them on his lunch break. Anna knew when the keys came out that something spectacular was about to happen. Jared took his eyes from hers, and she clamped her lips together to stop herself from grinning. He was about to retaliate for Darla's olfactory popcorn assault. She just knew it. He glanced around once more, making sure that everyone was settled in for the hour-long sales meeting. Sometimes there were stragglers taking bathroom breaks or fetching coffee. For now, they were alone. Jared bent down to get something out of his desk and then stood up, using his 6'2" height to see over the tops of the cubicles that littered the center of the large room. The secretary, Jill, was watching YouTube with her earbuds in. It was her custom during the meetings and lunch and any time she wasn't specifically given a task. She heard the rattle of Jared's cinnamon-flavored Altoids. He ate them obsessively, and she would always associate that smell with him. She forced down the attraction she felt for him. She didn't want a relationship with him. It would ruin everything. Things would get weird, and he wouldn't be her best friend anymore. Then she would be all alone. When he gave the all-clear, Anna followed Jared to Darla's workspace. She wondered what his plan was as he squatted down and unlocked the bottom drawer of her desk. Anna snorted and held back laughter as he bypassed Darla's purse and grabbed her secret stash of popcorn packets. She even had the butter-flavored oil and cheese powder in there. How the woman could fail to properly make a bag of popcorn after all these years boggled her mind. She either did it because she liked it burned, or she liked to impose the atrocious scent on everyone at the office. She was that kind of person. "Bingo," he mouthed to her silently and raised his eyebrows. She gave him 2 thumbs up and a nod. Jared motioned her to follow. He pressed a finger to his lips as they crossed to the back hallway and passed by the conference room door. The door was thin, and they heard the monotone droning of Mr. Hubbard giving his completely uninspired motivational speech. He recycled the same one every few months. Sometimes Jared repeated it from his cubicle when they were having a particularly dull day. His impersonation skills were impressive. She listened at the door again. Nope, they hadn't even gotten into the sales reports yet. Anna thanked God yet again that she didn't have to take part in the weekly meetings. She and Jared were support personnel. While they didn't make the bigger bucks from commissions, they also didn't have the pressures of the sales team. They were happier for it. Jared stopped in front of the ladies' restroom. and he waited a moment before opening the door and motioning her in. She brushed past him, not failing to catch a whiff of his delicious scent. She reprimanded herself severely for that. He followed her in and shut the door behind them, locking the deadbolt with a quiet snick. The air was redolent with the commingling smells of bleach, air freshener, and mildew. "Hey, it's nice in here," he whispered, looking around. "I see you guys got new paint. We put in a requisition form for a gallon of Sherwin-Williams Shoji White. You know, give the place a little pizzazz." "Never heard back," he said, frowning at the ladies' room's newly painted walls. He touched an oil-rubbed bronze fixture. "Think we could have one of these faucets?" he asked, and she couldn't tell if he was serious or not. "Can we hurry this up? I don't want to go to jail for theft," she whispered, motioning for him to hurry. "Calm down, Anna. The most you would get is a misdemeanor and a fine, and after we explain the situation, I'm sure they'd take our side." She snorted. "Leave it to you to try to talk cops out of theft charges. You really should join the sales team." "Okay, are you ready?" he asked. She raised her eyebrows in question as he grinned at her and pulled the keys from his pocket. She held the loose packages of popcorn as he found the right key. "You're putting her popcorn in a tampon dispenser? No one ever uses it," she said, laughing. "I know. Last time this thing was filled? 1992, he said, with mock seriousness. Anna laughed and covered her mouth quickly, feeling more like a 15-year-old kid pulling pranks at school than a 25-year-old. "Are you serious?" "Oh, I'm totally serious," he said, and she believed him. After they dumped the packets into the dispenser, and indeed found several severely dated tampon packages, they relocked it and left quietly. Anna thought they were finished and turned back toward the cubicles, but Jared grabbed her elbow and steered her toward the small break room at the very end of the hallway. "What are we doing now?" she asked him quietly. "We're disabling the enemy unit," he divulged. He moved ahead of her and gave elaborate hand signals that she assumed were meant to be military in origin. She was fairly certain that no military unit ever used the exaggerated-looking stuff he was coming up with. "Where did you learn all that?" she whispered as they crept softly down the hall. "TV." "That figures." They made it to the break room without further conversation and without getting caught. Anna raised her eyebrows as Jared took the glass microwave plate and roller from the microwave. He jumped up on the counter easily and put them on the very top of the cabinets. She should know better than to be surprised at anything he does anymore. "Nobody ever cleans up in here," he said with a disgusted look. "And we have mice." Anna wrinkled her nose at the thought of the kitchen surfaces being contaminated with mouse droppings. She was definitely going to be more careful about eating her lunch here now. He jumped down and washed his hands with an excessive amount of soap. After he dried them, he came toward her with a smile, holding his hands out to his sides in question, like a Shakespearean orator. "Verily, I hath once again banished evil from the land of Gregory Fields Incorporated. Art thou well pleased, wench?" She shook her head at him. "You are such a dork. It's a good thing I'm your best friend. Otherwise, I don't even know what you would do," she joked. "You know you love it, Collins," Jared said, laying his arm over her shoulder and guiding her back toward the office. "Guilty," she agreed, putting her arm around his waist as they walked. She wasn't excited one bit to be this close to him. Her heart did not race in her chest. She also did not notice that his waist was very well muscled. When they got back to their partitions, she ruffled his slightly unkempt, slightly long brown hair affectionately. "Get back to work, Carson. And thank you for exorcising the popcorn demon from the hallowed halls of GFI. Your name shall be remembered in the annals of mankind forever." She placed her hands together and bowed slightly. After he rolled back to his desk, in the same way he had rolled away from it, she heard his voice drift toward her once more. "Don't thank me, Collins. I did it for the good of all humanity." She grinned and barely even noticed the unpleasant burning buttery popcorn smell that still drifted around the room. She heard a brief aerosol hiss, and suddenly the smell of chemically engineered tropical flowers floated down around her head, somewhat covering the offensive odor. "Thanks, Jared." Chapter 2. A Blip on the Radar. Anna turned down the resistance to a more moderate level and started her cool-down. She was getting her nightly 30 minutes on the elliptical in her small spare bedroom. The news was broadcasting from the small flat screen on the wall, but she wasn't paying much attention. It was all bad news anyway. More debt, more terrorist attacks, more diseases spreading, and more job losses. She worried about her job sometimes, but people would always need office supplies, right? The company she worked at was a small distributor of office supplies for a major corporation. She didn't anticipate the corporation going under. No pads and paper clips were here to stick around. The company was even making gains on the market thanks to some new innovations in the stapler industry, which was reassuring. She grimaced as the burning in her legs reached an almost unendurable level. This was a cool down, really, but she didn't like to slow down or stop early. It felt like failure. Instead, she turned up the TV and tried to concentrate on that. Didn't work, but she didn't have the energy to change it. She got the tail end of a report about a lab explosion in a remote part of Russia. It wasn't much. It didn't have any ramifications for them here, and from the way they were reporting it, it wasn't even that odd of a thing. She remembered other times when incidents like that happened. They seemed so calm about it. She wondered if the Russians were effective at responding to them. She finally turned off the machine and stepped down. She chugged a small bottle of water and wiped her face on her t-shirt. The clock on the TV showed that it was 6:30. She wobbled toward the small kitchen and pulled a bag of broccoli from the freezer and popped it into the microwave. That reminded her of their top-secret mission today, and she smiled. He made her look forward to work every day. She wondered what Jared was doing right now. She didn't think he had a girlfriend or a wife because he never mentioned one in their years working together and didn't wear a ring. He was 31, good-looking, and single. So what was his deal? They had worked together for 2 years now. She finished college and got hired at Gregory Fields right off the bat. He was her trainer that first month, then her friend after that. He had been with the company for 5 years after transferring from a larger city. He didn't talk about anything else from his past. She was glad she had decided to settle here. Kennedy was a small town in the northern part of the South. It was so far north that it was almost in the Midwest. It had the homey, friendly feel of a rural southern town, but the amenities and opportunities of a small city. It was perfect for her. The tree-lined streets and the quaint business districts were a welcome change from the bustle of the large city she went to school in. If she got bored, the metropolitan area was a short drive away. She hadn't made it there yet. When the broccoli finished steaming, she dumped it on a plate with a small baked chicken breast and a little pile of yellow rice. She made up a week's worth of meals every Sunday, and even though she always complained about it at the time, during the week she was always thankful she had done it. They didn't have much food growing up, and her mom always had to plan each meal carefully. That was back before meal planning became a huge conscious thing like it is now, with endless cookbooks, containers, and Pinterest. Her mom never relied on state assistance. She was too proud. Anna wished she had sometimes. Maybe she wouldn't have been so stressed. Maybe she wouldn't have gotten sick. The rest of her family was all dead or in jail. Technically, only her father was in jail. Her mom, who had raised her alone, died of breast cancer when she was only 19. She left behind just enough money to help pay for Anna's college. Anna's dad was a deadbeat who had murdered someone for drugs about 20 years ago. He went to prison when she was just a little kid, and they never heard from him again. No big loss there. She chewed a piece of broccoli. Needs salt. Her grandparents had all passed away. She truly had nobody on this earth except her co-workers, and even they were a bit iffy. Most of the sales team, as opposed to the general sales department that she and Jared belonged to, were a bit stuck up. The ones who weren't were just too busy to socialize, and she didn't really have much in common with them anyway. There were a few good people at the office that she liked. Jared, of course. Jill, the receptionist, was quirky and fun to be around, but she was a temporary worker and flighty, and Anna knew she would be moving on to a different job soon. Juan, one of the newer members of the sales team, was a good guy. His wife cooked awesome meals, and he sometimes brought extras to work for everyone. They had 2 boys at home. Anna and Juan sometimes talked at lunch. His stories about his wife and sons made her ache for a family of her own. All this thinking was starting to get her depressed, and she decided that she had enough for today. It was Monday, and she didn't usually drink any wine during the week, but tonight she made an exception. She took a small glass of Cabernet to her bedroom and quickly showered and got ready for bed. She flipped on the TV to an old sitcom that she enjoyed. She sipped her wine, relaxed, and tried to get her mind off her loneliness. At 5 in the morning, the TV was still on, though the volume was lowered. A news alert woke her groggily, and she fumbled for the remote. She clicked off the set and went back to sleep. She missed the special report journalists broadcasting in Siberia. "Someone stole my popcorn!" Darla called out to the entire office. The heavy accusation settled, dampening the usual flurry of activity. Darla making loud accusations wasn't entirely out of the ordinary. Anna looked up from her work and scooted her chair out to the main walkthrough. Jared and all the others were doing the same. They were like prairie dogs popping out of their little dens. Darla was standing at the front of the room, near reception, and all eyes were on her livid face. Anna settled her features into a mask of polite concern. It was hard because she knew Jared was staring at her right now, an exaggerated look of horror on his handsome face. She knew him too well. She glanced back tentatively and suppressed a laugh. "Oh, no," he mimed. "Yep, she was right. I keep expecting Mr. Hubbard to call me in about it," she whispered. "It's like the sword of Damocles hanging over my head." "No swearing in the office, Anna," Mr. Hubbard said as he trundled past them with his briefcase. Her co-workers nearby turned to her with censuring looks. She looked at Jared with open-mouthed shock. Jared widened his eyes in amusement and shrugged. "Watch your filthy mouth," he murmured to her behind Hubbard's back. "But I didn't." She trailed off when she realized Mr. Hubbard was gone. She huffed and focused back on Darla's tirade. "I'm going to security, and I'm going to go over the camera footage from yesterday. I will find the thief. This is despicable." Darla pressed her hand to her large, heaving chest and scanned the room. Anna kept up her sympathetic face for another moment. "There is no security footage in this section of the building," Jared said from behind her. "Then why are those up in the ceiling, Mr. Smarty Pants?" Darla said sarcastically, pointing at the black lenses strategically positioned around the room. "My God, you must be right. Carry on," Jared said, waving his permission for her to continue her diatribe against the nefarious popcorn thief. His statement to Darla almost caused her to lose her composure, but she managed to rein in the giggles at the very last second. Then she realized what exactly those cameras meant for them. Anna's heart jumped a bit. She didn't consider the cameras yesterday. In fact, she forgot all about them. What the hell was she thinking? As Darla continued raving to the rapt office workers, Anna turned to Jared worriedly. He shook his head slightly and leaned forward. She leaned toward him, and he whispered, "They don't work. They're just a deterrent." "Are you sure?" she asked, worry wrinkling her forehead. "Absolutely. The ones that work are in the warehouse, the storeroom, and the parking lot." He looked a bit smug with his knowledge. "So I guess that rules out makeout sessions in the storeroom?" "Not if you enjoy being watched and recorded for posterity. However, I would strongly urge you to consider the break room closet instead. It's much more private. And there's a folding chair." "I'll keep that in mind," she deadpanned. He winked at her and scooted slowly back into his cubicle. She blew out a deep breath and got back to work. At least Darla's ranting wasn't nearly as distracting as the burnt popcorn smell, and Mr. Hubbard would put a stop to it soon with a couple of placating pats on the back. Pretty sure the entire office was grateful for their little sabotage mission yesterday. At lunch, Anna sat with Jared at their usual table. She noticed that the microwave had an out-of-order sign on the front, likely placed there by a very irate Darla, if the enraged handwriting was any indication, who was at this moment seated nearby staring morosely at her special, empty popcorn bowl. She had made do with pouring in a couple of bags of snack-sized chips from the vending machine, but it didn't look like she was getting nearly as much enjoyment from them. It almost made Anna feel guilty. Almost, but not quite. Anna went back to eating, not really feeling much like socializing today. Usually, Jared had some funny story to tell, but today he was strangely silent. He had been since Darla's outburst this morning. It wasn't like him, and she wondered if he was worried about something else, or maybe he was coming down with something. Jared and Anna were both startled when the TV on the wall suddenly turned on, loudly blaring the news alert to the mostly unoccupied break room. Jared grinned a bit at their skittishness, and they turned in their chairs to watch whatever the news people thought was worthy of an alert. They seemed to make everything an alert these days, and now it mostly meant nothing. "What the hell?" Jared said, and leaned closer to watch. There was a map of the world on the screen, and the commentators were discussing it. Was there some kind of attack? Anna asked him. Part of Russia had a red bullseye covering it, along with Africa, the Middle East, and parts of Europe. Other areas were outlined in yellow. Appears to be spreading rapidly, though scientists on the project say there is no cause for alarm. Symptoms have been reported in several major countries, including Finland, Sweden, Ukraine, Poland, Germany, France, and England. There is no word yet on how fast the symptoms appear after exposure. Doctors on scene in the most affected countries say they are unsure if the spread is airborne, but that fevers usually appear within hours. They are attempting to identify patient 0 at this time, and are awaiting the first full recovery. Anna looked at Jared in shock. He was still staring at the screen with a strange look on his face. Fear? She didn't know for sure, but she did know that she didn't like it. Not at all. "What's all this?" Mr. Hubbard said, coming into the break room, probably alerted by the loud volume of the alert. When Anna turned around, she noticed the rest of the employees trickling in behind him. "Some kind of illness. It's spreading," Jared said. "Really fast." "Oh, some kind of flu thing?" Everyone's eyes were riveted on the screen. The news crew showed a familiar scene, a building partially burned in the distance. Anna recognized it immediately as the lab that had supposedly exploded in Russia. This was not good. Anna noticed Mr. Hubbard's assistant, Madeline, had crept up close to him and was clutching the back of his suit jacket fearfully. She was a bitch, usually. She thought that because she was his assistant, she was also second in command. It wasn't true, but Mr. Hubbard seemed to be particularly fond of Madeline and let her dictate to a lot of the employees. This caused the sales team to have a particular grudge against her. Anna was sure that Madeline and Mr. Hubbard were having an affair. It was obvious after she caught sight of lipstick on Mr. Hubbard's neck before. When she told Jared, he seemed shocked that she hadn't noticed it before. Anna didn't care one way or the other what they did. She just wanted to do her job and collect her paycheck. After the alert ended and the commentators turned to a less alarming topic, everyone left to return to their desks. Work doesn't stop just because some kind of disease was spreading overseas, apparently. Later, as she was sitting at her desk, a Post-it note came tumbling down onto her keyboard. She uncrumpled the neon green ball and read Jared's note. "Check your email." She logged into her work email and opened the message from Jared. To Anna Collins, from Jared Carson. The Post-it note. "No, check your other email, Collins. This isn't a secure mode of communication. The enemy must never receive intel because we got lax on security. Loose lips sink ships. P.S. Do you have any sandwich left? J-Dog." She logged out and quickly logged into her personal email, even though she wasn't technically supposed to on company time. To Anna Collins, from Jared Carson. News. Check this out, and get back to me about that sandwich. J-Dog. There, at the top, was a link. She sighed loud enough that Jared could hear it and know she was not amused. She clicked it, hoping it was work-appropriate. Jared had been known to anonymously send inappropriate links to some of the sales team, but he had never pranked her like that. When the webpage came up, her brow wrinkled, and her heart accelerated. "What is this?" she whispered to herself as she scanned the article. It was some sort of foreign news story, choppy from being translated by the browser. The more she read, the more concerned she started to feel. High fevers, blood that wouldn't clot, gangrenous limbs. It was horrifying, and that was putting it mildly. She spent another quarter hour browsing the web for more information. News coming from foreign countries mostly reiterated what the commentators had been discussing earlier on TV. But some told a different story. Another Post-it note landed in a crumpled heap on her desk. She opened it, expecting some explanation or theory about the link he sent her. She should have known better. "Where's the sandwich?" She gritted her teeth and pulled a neon pink note from the dispenser. "There is no sandwich." She loudly clicked her Bic, threw it back into the cup, and kind of half-slung, half-tossed the note over the top. She didn't wad it up enough, so it paused at the top of the partition before lazily fluttering down and disappearing into his cubicle. "You need to work on your note-tossing finesse, dog?" he said as he rolled himself around the cubicle wall. "Since when do we call ourselves J-Dog and A-Dog?" she asked, before he rolled back to his desk. He looked at his watch. "Since about 13:09 o'clock. Why, you don't like your code name?" 13:09 o'clock? And I haven't even thought about my code name. I didn't even know I had one," she said skeptically. "It's military time, and you didn't have one until 13:09 o'clock." He pressed his lips together and raised his eyebrows slightly, daring her to contradict him. "Will you stop it with the 13:09 o'clock? I don't think you're supposed to say o'clock when you're using the 24-hour time. And you weren't even ever in the military. Just say 109 like a normal person." She turned back to her desk. She twisted around to ask him about the creepy Linky Center, but he was already gone. She huffed, but she wanted to know more, so she got up and walked around the partition. Plastic rattled in his hand. He was eating cheap ramen noodles raw. "What the hell are you eating, Jared?" "Codename, please," he said, taking another crunchy bite. "Jared?" Her tone changed, and he must have heard it, because he turned around and gave her his full attention, all joking aside. "What? Do you think it's real?" She tried to keep the quaver out of her voice, because she wasn't a weak person, or easily scared. He swallowed and looked serious before letting out a breath. "I don't know, but if it is, then it's bad." Chapter 3. Watchful Waiting. Over the next several days, the newly spreading contagion seemed to be the top story on every single channel. Many programs had simply stopped broadcasting in favor of 24-hour coverage of the rapidly developing global health situation. Anna didn't let on to Jared or anyone else, but she started to feel a little wary of traveling to and from the office. The rapid spread of the illness worried her. She knew it was most likely already in the country. It could even be here in town. People hadn't yet begun to panic, though there was some chaos in other countries. Rapidly emptying shelves in stores, medication shortages, hospital bed shortages. It was all beginning over there, and she knew it was only a matter of time before it came here too. Everyone at the office was strangely on edge. Everyone was relying on everyone else for new news or answers. Theories abounded and rumors spread like wildfire. Browser tabs closed quickly as coworkers walked past, in fear that Mr. Hubbard would catch them browsing instead of working. The break room television, usually set to a sports channel, now only showed nonstop news coverage. Everyone seemed to be waiting for something, like a gathering storm about to break. On the third day, something did. "Anna, hey, come here. You have to see this." Jared called to her from the hallway. Anna was on her 15-minute break and was just leaving the ladies' room. Jared was standing in the break room, watching the news. When she came in, he pulled a chair out in front of him, and she sat down. He leaned his hands on the back of her chair, and they watched. She was trying not to let his nearness affect her. This was a serious situation, after all. There's a teenage girl in Russia that beat it. They're saying she is completely over it. Jared leaned down and said in a low voice, close to her ear. He wasn't looking at her, though. His eyes were riveted on the screen. "Maybe it isn't as bad as we thought, then. Like the link you sent me?" she whispered back. "Hopefully not." Anna watched the screen as a gurney was pushed by two medical personnel. They were wearing biohazard suits, as was the girl. She gave a thumbs up to the cameras, and Anna felt herself smile. If she could beat whatever this was in just 3 or 4 days, then it wasn't that serious. She felt a huge relief. Some of the palpable tension around them all loosened. "I bet they're just taking extra precautions. She seems okay," Mr. Hubbard said to nobody in particular, gesturing toward the television. "This means that I expect you all to get back to normal. No more internet browsing during work hours. And whoever keeps sending me anonymous emails with links to conspiracy theory websites needs to stop." Jared looked down at me with a comically innocent expression. "What?" he mouthed silently. By mid-afternoon, the office had a more festive, relaxed atmosphere. It was remarkable how the recovery of a girl in Russia could affect the mood of a small town in the United States. That evening after work, she went to the grocery store without worrying too much about catching anything. She still used the antibacterial wipes on her card handle, though, something she always did. The new flu thing may not be much to worry about, But the regular flu still made rounds, and she wasn't keen to spend several days throwing up. The shelves here looked fine, which meant people must be getting back to normal or not have taken the news too seriously. She felt a little silly at herself for being so wrapped up in it these past few days. She consoled herself by remembering that it just wasn't her. It was her whole office. She got her usual meal prepping ingredients, plus splurged on some extras. She hated shopping, and her pantry was looking a little bare, so she went a little over budget to restock it. Maybe little was an understatement. She picked up at least a month's worth of extra groceries and other necessities. Her mother had always kept at least a week's supply of food on hand, usually more like a month's supply. For her, just one person, that was totally doable on her salary. As she checked out, she knew her mother would have approved. That Sunday, she spent the day with the news on while she prepped the week's meals. She was making 4 chicken and rice fajita bowls, 4 bowls of spaghetti with garlic bread, 6 side salads, and 3 steak and broccoli bowls. She would have a good selection of somewhat healthy meals. She even made an extra one of each for Jared. He was always eating fast food, then complaining that she didn't care about him when she brought in something homemade. She knew he would appreciate it. When she had them all neatly stacked in the fridge and everything cleaned up, she went and sat on the couch to watch TV. The dishwasher hummed, and as it kicked on, she turned the volume up. She watched the news for a few moments, noticing that the illness, what they were now calling the Russian flu, had finally spread to the United States. Alaska, California, Oregon, Washington, and New York seemed to be affected. They were predicting it to spread rapidly on both coasts, then work its way into the middle part of the country. There would probably be hotspots at some international airports, too. They claimed most cases seemed to resolve within a few days, resulting in no more than a high fever and sometimes nausea. Nothing to really worry too much about. She had plenty of sick days saved up. Anna didn't know where those overseas reports of rotting limbs and excessive bleeding came from, but they seemed to be a hoax. The top specialists in the country were saying this whole thing could be resolved within 3 or 4 weeks, with some sporadic cases afterward. They expected some measure of immunity afterward. She flipped the channel. She was sick of watching the Russian flu coverage and was finally able to let her mind focus on something else. She chose a sitcom and dozed off on the couch, skipping her usual daily workout. Grocery shopping was exhausting enough. "You are the best co-worker in the history of all co-workers. In fact, I think I'll frame your picture and put it up on the wall next to Madeline's," Jared said as she plopped down a broccoli steak bowl on his desk the next morning. "Can I eat it now?" he said, popping the corner of the lid. The eagerness on his face was boyish and enduring, and she knew he was only kidding around. "It's your lunch," she said with mock exasperation, and went to her workspace as he grinned at her. She heard him walk out toward the kitchen and assumed he was putting it in the fridge. Madeline had been the Employee of the Month for 5 months running. Her picture was up on the wall under the Employee of the Month plaque. She had convinced Mr. Hubbard to use her glamour shot, and the effect was slightly disconcerting. Juan had usurped her place on the wall 6 months ago after he brought in homemade churros from his wife. They were Mr. Hubbard's favorite. Everyone speculated about what Madeline had done to get back on the wall. She sat down and was already pulling up her email when a message box pinged on the screen. She didn't even know that the office had an instant messaging type system. She'd never seen this interface before. Jared finds the strangest things. 2. Anna Collins. From Jared Carson. Awesome lunch. Thanks. P.S. I ate a piece of steak and it was great. P.P.S. I think you bringing my lunch officially makes you my work wife, or at least brings us up to first best friend status. Is this not so? 2. Jared Carson. From Anna Collins. Work spouse and/or best friend status. So, should we hyphenate names? I think Jared Carson Collins sounds fantastic. P.S. I brought lunch so you can buy me a drink later. I want a Coke with my name on it. Anna smiled as she typed the last part. His memo was cute. They had the same sense of humor and she loved it. She switched back to her email inbox when one last message came through. 2. Anna Collins. From Jared Carson. Recent work-related nuptial agreement with Anna Collins Carson. As you wish. P.S. Do you get it? Because if you don't, this would be really weird and awkward." She snorted in laughter and secret delight at his message, then quickly covered her mouth so he wouldn't hear her through the partition. They had talked about movies a couple of weeks ago, and she had mentioned that her favorite movie was The Princess Bride. He told her that he had never watched it, and she told him that he should. Apparently he had. She felt a flutter in her chest and ignored it. She was going to have to be careful not to mistake his friendship for something else. She loved their easy friendship and couldn't imagine how awkward and cold the office would be if they messed it up. She worked diligently through the morning, filing transactions, following up on accounts, and doing general office work. Madeline was particularly snotty to them all, demanding that the sales team attempt to exceed the week's quota instead of merely meeting it. Even Mr. Hubbard knew the unlikeliness of exceeding quota. She also demanded Anna and Jared take over some of her duties so that she could go to lunch early. Anna had no choice but to comply, taking the stack of uncollated account files to her desk to share with Jared. Madeline was sleeping with the boss. That got her out of a lot and gained her leeway on everything else. The positive side was that Madeline wouldn't be in the office for 2 full hours, giving everyone a break from her harassment. Darla was also still in a funk, as the office microwave still didn't have a turntable. She had replenished her popcorn stash, but was dismayed to find that, without the turntable, the microwave produced truly inedible popcorn. So while the office had to endure yet another wave of nauseating burnt popcorn smell, Darla amazingly found it too burnt to be palatable. It was a lose-lose situation. Anna went around the thin cubicle wall to deliver his half of Madeline's unfinished paperwork, and caught him working on some sort of elaborate structure on his desktop. "Shh, I've almost got the cupola built," he whispered without turning around. "Jared, J-Dog," he insistently whispered. She rolled her eyes. "J-Dog. That's an empty ibuprofen bottle," she whispered back. "Actually, I think that's my empty ibuprofen bottle, and it wasn't empty this morning." "Check your desk," he whispered in the same tone. She leaned around the partition and saw a bag of pills on her desk. She scoffed. "Thanks, J-Dog, but that is still a medicine bottle." "Wrong, Mrs. Collins Carson. That is a cupola." She watched as he balanced it carefully on the empty cardboard, paper, and office supply edifice. It looked a little like Monticello. "Is that Monticello?" she whispered. "Mount Vernon. Don't you see the cupola?" he replied quietly, indicating the medication bottle. "Monticello has a cupola too," she pointed out. "Monticello has an octagonal cupola, Buttercup. This one is round." He finished balancing the empty bottle on the top and scooted the chair back carefully before looking at her with pride. She smiled back and shook her head. "How did you cut holes in the ibuprofen bottle? They're so precise." "I got a blowtorch in my desk," he said dismissively. She almost believed him. The 2-foot-high elaborate trash and office supply structure almost made her forget why she had come over here. "Oh, I've brought some more work from Madeline. We need to finish these by the end of the day." She handed him a stack of folders, and he raised an eyebrow at her. "This is her job," he pointed out. "She wanted to take off an hour early for lunch, and I was told to split these with you." Jared only smiled and stood up. He took the folders from her, and he went to her own desk and grabbed hers too. "Watch and learn, Buttercup." He filched a Sharpie from the cup on Juan's desk and strode nonchalantly to the front wall. He looked around a bit, perfectly at ease, before quickly drawing a mustache on Madeline's Employee of the Month photo. He winked at her before tossing the Sharpie back where it belonged. She followed him to Madeline's workspace, which also happened to be in one corner of Mr. Hubbard's office. Anna didn't feel right about coming in here when they were absent, but Jared strolled right in, and none of the salespeople questioned him about it. He squatted down by the large filing cabinet behind Madeline's desk and pulled out his copied set of keys. He looked through them all until he found one that opened the file cabinet and unlocked the bottom first. The grimace and surprise on his face were almost comical, and he motioned for Anna to come closer and have a look. "Oh, my God, is that lube?" she asked. It was nestled among some things that had no business in an office filing cabinet. "And whiskey?" "Apparently so." Let's make a pact to bleach this incident from our brains forever after our little mission is complete. He closed and relocked the dirty bottom drawer. Bingo, he said, opening the next one up. He took the stack of manila folders and placed them neatly among another stack, blending the two seamlessly. What's that? Anna asked him as he relocked it and stood up. That, my dear Mrs. Collins Carson, is Madeline's job. She is going to sort, update, and file her own damn paperwork. She may be screwing Mr. Hubbard, but I don't think she would want her husband to find out about it. I happen to have his number on speed dial. If she asks, send her to me. Jared touched her lightly on the lower back as they walked back to their desks. That's blackmail, Anna said, attempting to ignore the heat of his hand at her back. Yes, but she violated office ethics first, he pointed out. True, but does that make it right? Anna replied. All is fair in love and war. He shrugged and walked back to his desk. I'm not sure who said that. Tolstoy, maybe? Or Johnny Depp, he said, frowning. It sounds like something he'd say anyway. Anna just looked at him with an indulgent smile. You're crazy. He grinned back. You like me that way. Pfft, she said, and went back to her desk. She worked another 30 minutes, then looked up as Jared passed her desk with his briefcase and car keys in hand. He widened his eyes at her and smiled as he passed. She was confused. Did he forget that she brought his lunch today? Her question was answered 20 minutes later as she went to the break room and sat down with her meal. She was alone for the moment, and she looked up at the TV as she unwrapped her fork from the paper towel she kept it rolled in. Things seemed to be getting back to normal. They kept full coverage of the Russian flu, but they had started to allow other stories back into the headlines. The stock market was recovering a little, and the job market seemed to be looking up. There was a terrorist plot uncovered in Michigan. Thankfully, they caught them in time and captured the people responsible. Basically, it was everyday news. She was a little tired of it, to be honest. She almost wished they would turn it back to sports. Almost. I see you started without me, Jared said as he walked in, pulling off his sunglasses. So rude, he said, tisking and shaking his head in mock dismay. Sorry, I didn't know when you were coming back. He set his sunglasses on the table and pulled his lunch from the fridge. He sat next to her so he could see the news as well. We don't seem to have a reliable microwave, so you'll have to eat it cold. Tomorrow I'll bring oven-safe containers and we can heat it up in the oven, Anna said. It's really good either way, he said, plopping a piece of steak in his mouth. Even the broccoli is good, and I don't usually like broccoli. What sorcery is this? Anna laughed. I tossed the broccoli in olive oil and roasted it with some salt and pepper. That's all. Well, it's great. Better than a restaurant. Seriously. He stopped after a couple of bites. Oh, here, I forgot. He leaned down under the table and pulled up a bottle of Coke for her. She smiled and read the label. Seriously, Jared? What? He asked around a large mouthful of lunch. My name isn't Anita, she said, giving him her best WTF face. I marked out the extra letters, he said, pointing his fork at the Coke bottle. Yeah, but you left A-N-A. That's still not my name. Nope, see that there? He said, pointing to a squiggly line on the label. It was shoved in between the N and the marked out I. That's an N. He looked satisfied with himself. Well, since you went through all the trouble, I guess I'll allow it, she said, taking another bite of her lunch. They chewed in silence a moment. Share? She asked. He nodded, and she went to get a plastic cup. She poured half into his cup. How long did it take to find it? She asked. Oh, not long. I only had to go to 3 gas stations, the dollar store, and a Walmart. I basically held the coolers hostage until I found one. Pretty sure this one lady was about to fight me for it, but I took her out before she could land the first punch, he said nonchalantly, crossing his hands behind his head. Anna laughed at his absurdity. Nobody in her whole life had made her laugh as much as he did. They ate, talked occasionally, and watched the news. They went back to work at 1. If they had stayed 10 minutes longer, they would have seen the insignificant story wedged in between a gang shooting in Chicago and a fraud scheme in L.A. The first mainstream news report out of Russia detailed the aberrant behavior of one of the Russian flu victims, and it was cut short by a car insurance commercial. Chapter 4. A strange week. Anna woke Friday morning with a fever. She blearily called in sick after taking her temperature and almost panicking over the number. She could barely move, but she managed to make it to the bathroom where she peed and took some fever reducers. She wet a washcloth and went to the kitchen. She knew that once she laid back down, she wouldn't want to get back up. She grabbed some Gatorade from the fridge and some bottles of water and took them back to bed. She turned on her favorite TV channel and promptly went back to sleep. The next time she woke, it was dark. The clock on her bedside table read 1:42. She was bewildered and shaky. Chills racked her body, but she was too hot to cover up. She forced herself to go to the bathroom, even though she wasn't certain she could even stand. Her head felt fuzzy and detached from her body. Her mouth was a desert. She stumbled out after she was through, knocking over a basket of towels in the process. She couldn't find it in herself to care. In the kitchen, she found a bottle of green liquid flu medicine. She measured out a full dose, took it, and went back to her bed. An episode of I Love Lucy flickered in the dark room, and she stared at it uncomprehendingly until she fell into a deep, troubled sleep. She slept straight through Saturday. Anna cracked open an eye and winced. How much wine had she drunk? She laid still until she remembered what the hell had happened, where she was, and why. It was an eerie sensation, waking after a long sleep and not knowing what had happened in the meantime. There was a disconnect from the wider world, as if time had slowed for her only. Everything was quiet. There were no sounds of traffic out her apartment window. The TV was black, having turned off some time while she was out. Her clocks blinked 12 o'clock repeatedly. Her bedroom was stiflingly hot, and she threw back the covers, grimacing at the sweat-soaked pajamas she wore. She also smelled really, really bad. She looked at her nightstand and grabbed an unopened bottle of water, drinking the whole thing without stopping. Had the power gone off? She was so thirsty. She felt like she hadn't had anything to drink in days. Maybe she hadn't. She picked up her cell phone from the table and looked at the time and date. It was 5 a.m. Sunday morning. Her battery was almost dead, and she had about 500 messages, emails, and phone calls. She was too tired, too weak, and had too low of a battery to check them right now. Her skin was slick with sweat, and her hair felt like a hideous mess. Why wasn't her AC kicking on? It was July in the South, which meant high heat and high humidity. Air conditioning was necessary. She stood up carefully, still feeling a little wobbly and weak. She seemed to be fever-free, though, and her head was clear. She first went to the thermostat, noticing that the system was completely off. She flipped a light switch nearby and turned the central air system back on. Usually, when the power went off, the central air system would resume as soon as the power was restored. This time it hadn't, and she wondered just how long the service had been interrupted. She waited for it to kick on, and was thankful when cool air started blowing from the overhead vents. She took a bottle of Gatorade from the fridge, making a mental note to carefully check the dairy products for spoilage before using them. She didn't want to imagine the horror of pouring herself a bowl of cereal, only to take a bite and find the milk had turned. She had been sick, so she probably shouldn't even be drinking milk or eating dairy anyway. That's what her mother always said. She sat on the couch and flipped on the TV. She was going to rest here for a while before cleaning herself up and changing the sheets. She felt better, but she was still tired. She had to cook her meals later this afternoon. She wanted to skip it, but she had already bought the ingredients. She couldn't bear to waste the food or the money she had spent on it. It could wait, though. Her phone messages could wait, too. Before she fell back asleep, resting her head against one of the couch cushions, she wondered if she had just beaten the Russian flu. She wondered if she was the only one in the office that had it. She hoped Jared was okay. It seemed silly that they didn't have each other's cell numbers. Monday morning, Anna felt well enough to go to work. She was anxious to see if Jared was all right. The more she thought about it, the more she felt sure that she and her co-workers had been exposed to the flu. Whether it was the Russian flu or not, it had been pretty bad, and she hoped they were all okay. There was no telling who had initially been exposed, or if more than one of them had. The reception desk was empty, which was a little unusual. The lights were on, and the screensaver was in motion on a nearby computer. Jill could be taking a quick potty break, though, and she didn't worry about it. Walking through the aisles, she noticed that a fair number of cubicles were empty. It was still early, though. Perhaps they just hadn't gotten in yet. She took her lunch to the break room and saw Darla and Madeline seated at a table sipping coffee. They both looked a little ill. They were watching a cooking show on TV. Anna put her meal in the fridge and went to walk back to her desk. Before she left the kitchen, she turned to the women. "Are you guys sick?" Darla looked over, lacking her usual suppressed manic energy. "We both had the flu this weekend," was all she said. "I did too. It was bad. Do you know if anyone else was sick?" Anna asked. Darla just shook her head. Madeline never said a word. Anna went back to her desk and waited anxiously for Jared to show up. Time ticked by slowly, and before long an hour had passed. Anna would have liked to say that she got some work done, but she didn't. She kept waiting to hear some smart-ass comment from Jared about calling in sick and going to Vegas or something. She was getting super worried about him, and was seriously about to go hunt down his cell number. Maybe she could bribe Darla for it with a new microwave? She had cleared her inbox and beaten solitaire 5 times before she heard the office door open. She scooted her chair back and peered into the hallway. Her heart leapt when she saw Jared. He looked completely fine. "You're late," she said, and cringed inside. She sounded a bit more like a nagging wife, or mother, than she had intended. He looked around the nearly empty office and frowned. "My battery was dead. I had to get someone to jump it. Where is everyone? Where were you Friday? Why do you look like death on a stick? Did you bring me lunch?" "I don't know. Sick. Thanks a lot, and yes," she said to be a smartass. Now that he had shown up, she was relieved and feeling a bit more charitable toward him. "Whoa, stop that, rewind, and feed it to me a little more slowly there, Motormouth," he said, rolling his fingers in a backward motion. "Everyone is out sick, I think. I was sick Friday through Sunday. It was worse than anything I've had before. I think it was that Russian flu thing. Yes, I brought you lunch. Did you get sick at all?" He shook his head no and studied her face for a moment before responding. "I got here fast. I guess it's over now, though. Should you go to the doctor? Do you think my lunch is contaminated?" "I'm fine now. Your lunch is probably contaminated. I didn't even think of that." "That's okay. I'll throw it in the microwave for about 30 minutes. It'll be fine." He looked around and then took in the strangely quiet space. "It's weird, huh? All these people gone? How are we going to do sales today?" "It was kind of creeping me out having so many people out sick. It hasn't ever been this empty here." Anna confided to him. "Darla and Madeline are in the break room, though. They were sick this weekend, too." He went and placed his things on his desk before pulling his chair to her cubicle. "Give me your phone," he said, holding out a hand. "Why?" "Because I said so. Obey me, wife," he said in an artificial baritone voice. Anna smirked and handed him her unlocked phone. She watched as he tapped repeatedly before handing it back to her. "There. Now the next time you get sick, you can text me, and I can call you so you can tell me where you keep the index to the coding reports. I couldn't find it while you were gone, and I missed out on getting so much work done." "Uh-huh. Sure you did. It was on the corner of my desk," she said flatly. "Well, gosh darn it," he said, snapping his fingers. "I didn't even think to check there." "You were impossible," she scoffed. She took a sip of water, and they were silent for a minute, a somewhat rare phenomenon for them. He turned serious then and leaned toward her with his elbows on his knees. "Seriously, though, Buttercup, next time you get sick, text me. I'll need to know if I should bring my own lunch to work." "You're an ass," she said, before spinning around and rolling back to her desk. "That is verbal abuse. I won't tolerate that from any work wench of mine," he said. "I'll take the lunch back," she warned. "I suppose I can make an exception," he replied after a moment. She managed to get caught up on Friday's work, which wasn't too difficult. She was still behind on Monday's files, though. It would take working diligently the rest of the day to get it all done. She didn't know if Mr. Hubbard had even come in today, but he didn't want to be caught off guard if he gave her new tasks. At lunch, she and Jared ate the baked pork chops, hash brown casserole, and green beans she made for them. The pork chops were her mom's recipe. and they were fabulous. Jared heated his up in the microwave after swiftly climbing up to retrieve the glass turntable and washing it twice with soap. She thought he was taking a huge risk, eating it, and told him so. He told her catching the flu was worth it. "This casserole is the bomb. Is there any more?" he asked, surreptitiously eyeing her plate. "Nope," she said, eating the last bite of her own. "Sorry," she said around a mouthful. "I've got a whole pan full at home, though, and it's all mine." "That's just evil," he complained. "I'll bring you extra tomorrow, but you'll owe me." "Fine. What do you want?" "How about a kiss in the closet?" he said, pointing over his shoulder to the closet. "Nope. Contagious, remember?" "Some other time, then. What else do you want?" He leaned back with his arms crossed. "Boston cream donuts." "Of course you do. I didn't even need to ask," he said with a small smile. "Come on, let's get back to work. I want to finish my Hagia Sophia," he said, taking a styrofoam bowl from a cabinet nearby. She just closed her eyes and shook her head. That afternoon, she worked, and Jared kept interrupting her with strange memos. To Anna Collins Carson. From Jared Carson. Russian flu, confidential. There's supposedly some weird shiz going down in Russia. Supposedly, people are suddenly behaving strangely after they supposedly get better. The news isn't showing it, but I found a video online. I emailed you the link, but turn the volume down before you watch it. P.S. Was that too many supposedlies? PPSS. And don't purchase any Russians. I hear it's frowned upon. So that is what that burst of loud noise was earlier from his cubicle. She turned the system volume down and plugged in her earbuds. She found the email and clicked the link. The website it went to was shady as hell, promising Russian wives to lonely Westerners and ads along the side. But the video played without a problem. It was grainy and shaky, and they were speaking Russian. She played it once through but had no idea what it was all about. It looked like some guy inside a car beating at the windows. The girl filming kept screaming and crying. It was a little annoying. She did notice something strange, though. The guy's eyes seemed to be cloudy, and the tips of his fingers looked darker than they should have been against the dark glass of the window. That wasn't enough to make her believe this crap. Maybe he had cataracts and dirty fingers. She typed a reply. To Jared Carson. From Anna Collins. Video. What is supposedly wrong with the guy? Maybe he was locked inside his car somehow. I couldn't understand any of it, but it doesn't look like anything strange to me. P.S. And how did you change my name in your last memo? P.P.S. Also, does my computer have a virus now? To Anna Collins Carson. From Jared Carson. Video. What do you mean nothing strange? Didn't you see his eyes? The dude wasn't right. There was a reason the girl wasn't opening the door for him. Besides, the door was unlocked. I saw it. Anyway, there are other videos too. New ones are being posted all over, and the Russian news isn't showing any of it. Regarding your name, I just changed it under the settings on my system. Don't worry, you are still listed under your maiden name on everyone else's. I think. You should probably check your company tax withholding form, though, just to be sure. If it says we are married on there, I get to claim you. You can't claim me. I'll bet we get a huge refund if we file jointly next year. Watch that video again. You'll see. Over the next few days, the office returned to some semblance of normality. As normal as the place ever got, anyway. Co-workers finally returned. Some looked pale and weak. Jill never came back, which wasn't too unexpected. Mr. Hubbard grumbled about it and delegated some of her tasks to Madeline, who in turn delegated them to Anna and Jared. This kept them swamped with work and left very little time to watch Russian flu videos or plot more office hijinks. Jared still sent her new video links occasionally, though, and she watched them. Each one added to her weird sense of unease about the whole thing. If this were a big thing, the regular news stations would cover it, right? Everything seems to have been swept under the rug as far as the official media outlets were concerned. There were still stories, but mostly they were fillers for the more regular coverage. One day this whole thing had 24-hour wall-to-wall coverage, and now nothing? On Friday evening, after she got home from work, she received a text from Jared. Mr. Carson Collins, text me if you start feeling strange. I don't like all these stories coming out of alt media. Buttercup. Okay, I will. Good night. Mr. Carson Collins. Good night. She smiled and texted him a picture of herself crossing her eyes and sticking out her tongue with the caption, "Feeling strange." He sent her a one-word reply that left her speechless, trying to figure out exactly what he meant. Mr. Carson Collins. Beautiful. Yeah, he was most likely being sarcastic. But what if he wasn't? Was she too old to squeal like a teenage girl? Chapter 5. Maybe Jared was right. Anna decided to get her weekly shopping done early on Saturday, instead of waiting until evening. She woke up extra early, feeling a strange urge to get moving and get it done. She made a quick pot of coffee and dressed in some jean shorts and a tee. She double-checked her shopping list, adding some last-minute necessities. It was chocolate. She added chocolate. Buttercup. Need anything from the store? Why had she done that? Was that weird? Texting Jared unexpectedly early on a Saturday morning? She meant it to be funny, but now she felt kind of lame and weird about it. Phone carriers needed to add a text message take-back button. Mr. Carson Collins. What are you, 82? Buttercup. Question marks? Mr. Carson Collins. Only the elderly go grocery shopping this early on a Saturday. Buttercup. That's kind of ageist. Mr. Carson Collins. You're right, I'm sorry. Buttercup. You'd better be. She tossed her hair into a quick, messy bun and grabbed her travel mug, filling it with coffee and adding a dash of French vanilla creamer. Okay, a few dashes of creamer. It was extremely fattening, and she was probably undoing all her hard work on the treadmill. But she enjoyed her coffee, and there was no way in hell she was giving up her favorite creamer. She heard a ping. Mr. Carson Collins. I actually do need a couple of things, if that's okay. Buttercup. Sure, what do you need? Mr. Carson Collins. Are you sure? I don't want to put you out. Buttercup. I'm absolutely sure. Mr. Carson Collins. You can get me some Mylanta and some fiber powder. Perhaps a quart of buttermilk. Some butterscotch candies. Fixodent. Prunes. Definitely need some mothballs. Also, can you pick up my blood pressure pills? I have a feeling I'm going to get lucky at bingo later this afternoon, and I don't want to get the old pressure up. And Jell-O. And can you drop all of this off before 6 p.m.? Because I'll need to be in bed by then, rubbing horse liniment on my arthritic knees. She grinned at her phone and sent back a straight-face emoji. Buttercup. Okay, I'm going now. I'll leave your prunes on your desk Monday. Mr. Carson Collins. Thanks, dollface. A moment later. Mr. Carson Collins. Don't forget your hover round. She laughed. She put her list in her bag, locked up, and drove uptown. She tapped on her favorite playlist for some pre-shopping tunes. The morning sun had already risen, but it was still early enough that the large town wasn't extremely busy. Also, another benefit of getting out early was that she got to avoid the heat and humidity that usually ramped up in intensity around 9 in the morning. Maybe she should do this more often. With a population of about 35,000, this was the perfect place to live. There were many restaurant options, grocery choices, and a bustling job market. The place was growing. It still had a nice, small-town charm. Sure, there was a church on every corner, but that only bothered her on Sundays when the extremely slow traffic got overwhelming in the mornings. She wouldn't want to live anywhere else. She lived in a small apartment complex downtown, near the office and the town center. The cozy market districts were there, and within walking distance. Her office was only a couple of miles away from her home, but she preferred to drive there so she didn't get all sweaty. She passed the historic Court Square, where the limestone courthouse rested among weeping willows, maples, and majestic oaks. Old Victorian-style houses surrounded the square's little shops and cafes, a reminder of the wealth and grandiosity of the old-time residents. She had toured one of the restored houses recently and had fallen in love with it. Perhaps one day she could afford to buy one. Yeah, probably not, but she could dream. She pulled into the large shopping complex that housed her favorite grocery, an affordable store that offered many international selections. Across the large lot rested one of those chain sporting goods stores. The bright kayaks were lined up like jewels outside. She drove by them once and was surprised at how affordable they were. She planned to buy one someday. There was a large lake nearby that she wanted to go to someday. Who was she kidding? She probably wouldn't. She never did anything new. never varied her routine very much. Was she boring? Yes, her life was boring and safe. She was suddenly acutely aware that her life was borderline pathetic, really, at least to her. She used to have all these grand dreams of being not only successful at her career, but also having an active social life and a family. How was she going to accomplish that when all she ever did was work, watch TV, and exercise? She needed a change. She needed to get out and do something, meet people, get out of her comfort zone. That's how people grow, right? She was going to do it. The lot wasn't busy at all, and she pulled right into the front row. Before she could chicken out, she pulled out her phone and texted Jared. Buttercup, do you want to do something sometime? Mr. Carson Collins, you don't mean cross-referencing the sales expense reports with the office budget index, do you? Because that's more like a second date thing. Just kidding, because that would actually be completely boring. Have you bought my butterscotch candy yet? Buttercup, I thought we could get something to eat, if you want. Mr. Carson Collins, you mean like when you bring my lunch to work on Monday? Buttercup, please forget I asked. Mr. Carson Collins, no, wait. Mr. Carson Collins, I'll think about it and get back to you. Her heart dropped a little bit at that. There she was just a week ago saying that she didn't want to ruin their friendship, and now she put a big, awkward thing between them. She dropped her head to the steering wheel and groaned. She wished she could take back the last 5 minutes of her life. Fudge. Mr. Carson Collins, okay, I thought about it, and yes, you can take me out to the Roadhouse next Friday. Your treat. I warn you, I'm not a cheap date. I expect a full meal and a good bottle of wine, perhaps some cake, then maybe some form of entertainment. I don't put out on the first date either, so don't even think about it. She smiled widely at her phone, then quickly caught herself and looked around to make sure nobody saw. Buttercup, see, I'm rethinking this whole thing now. Lunch at work just seems cheaper and less complicated. Mr. Carson Collins, okay, fine, I'm not firm on the whole entertainment part, or the good wine, or the meal. I do expect at least some cake, and maybe some cheap hooch, and I can reconsider the whole not putting out thing if that's a deal breaker. Buttercup, deal. You really are an excellent salesman. Very compelling. She took one last sip of coffee and got out, suddenly feeling much better and happier. She made sure she had her purse, then locked the doors, clicking the remote 4 times to be sure. The temperature was perfect, and the air smelled fresh and clean. It was a beautiful morning. The heat wasn't oppressive yet, but it would be soon. She wanted to be back home by then, comfortably ensconced on her couch. Being boring. She pulled a cart from the corral and scanned her precisely ordered list. The ingredients for her weekly meals were there, along with a few extras she wanted to pick up. She liked the feeling of having food stored away for emergencies, so she decided on the last shopping trip that every time she went shopping she would get extra non-perishable food to put away. She passed the water aisle and noticed the large packs of bottled water. She had a filter on her water at home and only drank that. However, if something serious happened, like nuclear war, or maybe a tornado took out the water treatment facility, then she wouldn't have any stored. She decided to get a couple of cases of bottled water. Next time she may get some of the gallon-sized plastic jugs. She went through the aisles, gathering everything on her list, and quite a few things not on the list, and Jared's butterscotch candy. She cringed when she estimated the final total, but her budget had a little wiggle room and she wasn't worried. Nope, she said quietly, popping the P at the end. Not worried, she repeated aloud. She looked around furtively, then put a case of canned beans back onto a nearby shelf of oatmeal before anyone came down the aisle to berate her. She felt like she was breaking a rule. She had enough beans already anyway. She continued down the aisle, planning to grab some extra bread, when she turned back and looked at the case of beans sitting on the shelf, forlorn and out of place. She pushed the cart back quickly and loaded them back in. Another case wouldn't hurt anything. Canned foods last practically forever. When she got to the end of the cereal aisle, she was startled by an elderly woman bashing into her cart. "Watch out," she said, as the woman stumbled on unsteady legs. The cart careened off to the side, hitting a protein bar display. The boxes of protein bars and the metal shelf that had held them tumbled into the floor with a loud crash. Anna stared at the mess for a moment, then frowned questioningly at the woman who had caused it. The woman had stopped her rapid stumbling run and was now staring down at the mess on the floor. Her shoulders were twitching, and when Anna scanned her for any injuries, she was embarrassed to note that the woman had had an accident in her pants. "Are you all right?" Anna asked, taking a few steps forward, clutching her purse strap more tightly. A store worker had come around the front of the mess, presumably to yell at them for causing trouble. "I think something's wrong. Maybe we should call—" The woman was throwing up on the pile of boxes. The hoarse, whooping, gagging sound echoed loudly through the front of the store and caused several elderly patrons to stare. She noticed that it was apparently loud enough that they even had to turn their hearing aids down a bit. Jared was right. This is like happy hour for the older folks. Maybe this kind of thing happened often? "Should we call the manager too?" She didn't get to finish that sentence. The woman turned rapidly, shoulders heaving and head twitching. She was making an alarming, grunting, rumbling sound from her chest. She faced Anna, and Anna completely froze. She felt like prey, which was really odd because this woman had to be about 80 years old and feeble. Except that look on her face said otherwise. The woman looked insane, seriously insane. Her face, blank and slack when she turned, had suddenly morphed into a mask of exaggerated rage. She bared her teeth, the originals, it looked like, in a threatening grimace. Her eyes were off. When Anna looked closer, she realized that the pupils had become somewhat cloudy, elongated and thin, like slits. Anna knew the old lady was going to lunge a split second before it happened. She dodged it, barely, and ran. She left the cart behind, hopefully forming a barrier between her and the psycho. She heard the crash as the woman collided with it, and ultimately pushed past it. Footfalls and grunts sounded behind her as the woman followed. Good Lord! Anna gripped her purse tighter and sprinted down the main walkway. She thanked God for her dedication to the treadmill and the elliptical. She realized it was quiet, and turned and looked back right before she rounded the corner into the freezer aisle. There was nothing there. She stopped, quickly checking the other direction. When she turned back again, the woman was at the far end of the aisle, sprinting toward her. She must have gotten sidetracked by something. Unfortunately, she seemed to remember that Anna was here. She heard shouting at the far end of the store, but she didn't stop. She ran to the end of the aisle and turned and waited. What if she didn't stop? What if nobody helped her? The end of the aisle remained clear. The end cap held a display of creamed corn, and she grabbed a can tightly. She controlled her breathing, which was rapid, more from adrenaline than the exercise, and crept back toward the other end. She was certain that the woman was waiting right there for her, tricking her. She heard the squeaking of shoes on the floor, and when she peered around, she saw a man struggling with the woman. The man looked to be fit and fairly in shape, but he was having difficulty controlling the spitting, grunting woman. Her hands clawed at him as she twisted her arms behind her back. She twisted her body, growling like a mad dog, and tried to snap at him as he attempted to get her to sit down. Anna didn't know whether to help him or perhaps try and call the police. When she moved nearer, she heard sirens echoing in the distance, getting thankfully closer. The man was tiring, she could tell. Anna scuttled past her, intending to get back to her cart full of groceries. When she moved through the woman's line of sight, she saw that the woman stopped fighting momentarily. Anna looked at her closely, but saw no humanity in her eyes. Nothing suggested that she was conscious of her actions. This woman needed meds, stat. Anna trembled as she moved back from the woman, never letting her guard down. The woman attempted a lunge, snapping her teeth loudly, and the man failed to anticipate her sudden movement. The old woman growled viciously as she reached out, gnarled hands jerkily shredding the air like talons. She didn't even have time to make a conscious choice as the woman threw herself toward Anna's face, teeth first. She swung her arm out in a wide right hook, forgetting that she held a can. The edge caught the woman on the jaw, and Anna heard a crunch as it connected. The woman's lower jaw distorted visibly, and she lurched to the side. Stumbling, she attempted to regain her footing, but her balance was off. "Oh my God," Anna said, bringing her hand to her mouth as the woman went down hard, bashing her forehead on a nearby shelf in the process. She just killed an old woman in a grocery store. Sure, maybe she was crazy or had dementia, but still. She looked at the can in her hand and thought about putting it down, but didn't. The man she was struggling with knelt next to the body. He reached out his hands to turn her over, and Anna held her breath. The woman's frail body showed signs of major damage. Blood and fluids leaked from her head, and her arms were turning purple where they had contact with the floor. She had lost a shoe, and Anna saw one foot twitch. "She's moving!" she shouted and pointed to the jerking foot. The man turned back to look where she pointed, then moved closer. That was a mistake. The woman lunged, crashing into him with an almost inhumanly graceful swoop upward. No lady can move that way. He was lucky her jaw was broken, because she saw the woman's jagged, broken teeth scraped against the man's cheek. He yelled and grasped her neck, physically holding her off his face, but he was losing the battle. She inched forward. Anna was about to bash her head in with the corn again when the cops showed up. Finally. "Please, get her. I can't hold her much longer. She's violent." The man attempting to subdue her huffed out to the cops. He had a New York accent, the Bronx maybe, which was uncommon around here. She wondered if he was just passing through. Bet he was cursing this place now. They rushed forward, one pulling cuffs from his belt, and the other taking over for the tired bystander. "Ma'am, calm down. We're going to get you some help," one of the officers tried to say. They gritted their teeth with the effort of controlling her, and she could see the smaller one's face begin to sweat. "Relax your arms," one of them yelled. Anna could have told him it wouldn't work. She watched as they subdued her with some difficulty, using wrist and ankle restraints. One got perilously close to her mouth, and the other shouted as his partner almost got a vicious bite. "Watch out, she's a biter," the New Yorker yelled. Anna went to the man who had first stopped her and offered her hand. "Thank you for grabbing her. I wasn't sure what I was going to do." She pushed her bangs behind her ear and noticed her bun was a loose mess from the vigorous running. Her heart finally started to return to its normal pace. "Honestly, I didn't either. I just grabbed her from behind as she ran by. I've never seen anything like that before, and I've seen a lot of shit, you know what I mean? Strong, too. I think it's drugs. Has to be," he confided without taking his eyes off the raving woman. "I guess that's just what this world's coming to nowadays." Even trussed up, she wouldn't quit struggling. The small, mostly elderly crowd of bystanders looked shocked that one of their own had caused such a scene. Their commentary faded off as the police officers basically carried her trussed-up body to their patrol car. She dripped blood and bodily fluids the entire way, and her deep, sputtering growls could be heard until the small automatic doors closed behind them with a soft whoosh. "Well, I appreciate it. I hope to get her some help." "No problem," he returned, and just stood there, resting his hands on his hips. "They'll probably want her statements," he said, and she sighed. That's right, they probably would. Anna pushed her cart to the self-checkout lane. She didn't want to make conversation with the girl behind the register. She was worried that the dairy products had been out too long, but they still felt cold to the touch. She would just have to get them home right away. Honestly, she didn't think she had the energy or the will to go exchange them. She just wanted to get out of here. As she was loading the groceries into her car, the policeman brought the woman out of the cruiser and put her in the back of an ambulance that had shown up a moment ago. They strapped her head down to the gurney first thing, which was probably a wise thing to do. Anna shook her head in tired disgust, trembling in the aftermath of the event. The ambulance pulled away and one of the officers came over with a small notebook. She watched as the other one, the bigger one, went inside, presumably to find the man who helped her. "Ma'am, I need to ask you a few questions. When did you first see the woman who attacked you?" he asked, readying his pen and squinting in the strong sunlight. "About 30 minutes after I entered the store. She ran right into my cart. I thought she was sick at first, maybe dementia or something. And then what happened? She lunged toward me, and I ran toward the back of the store. She followed me for a bit, stopped, and found me again. That guy grabbed her from behind, trying to stop her, but she was really strong." The officer nodded and wrote steadily. He had first-hand experience of that, she remembered. "Go on." "Well, she got loose and started after me again. I hit her and she fell. I think I broke her jaw, and she hit her head when she fell. The man went to check on her, then she started fighting again. It was crazy. You hit her once and broke her jaw? He asked to clarify. Anna started to sweat. She did nothing wrong, and yet talking to the cops always made her feel like a criminal. If Jared were here, he'd no doubt have some smart-ass comment that would make her feel better. Well, I hit her with corn. Corn? He raised an eyebrow and waited for her to continue with an intense expression on his face. A can of creamed corn. I picked it up when she was chasing me. I don't know why, really. Anyway, when she lunged, I just kind of hit her. Mm-hmm. He paused and wrote a quick bit in his little notebook, and she wondered if she was headed for jail. She idly wondered how she would tell her fellow inmates that she was in the slammer for assaulting an old lady with a can of corn. Would they try to beat her up for it? She would just have to find the biggest woman there and take her out right away. Then maybe they'd all leave her alone. Or maybe they wouldn't even ask. Didn't they have a kind of code of prisoner ethics thing, where they didn't ask about their crimes? Maybe they'd think she was crazy. It worked in the movies, and it kind of made sense. Your name? He asked, and she cut off her train of thought. Oh, Anna Collins. Jeez. Anna Collins? He asked skeptically. Just Collins, Anna Collins. I'm still a little shaken up, sorry. He asked for her address and phone number, and she gave them. He told her that she wasn't in any trouble, but to stick around in case they had any further questions. She was relieved that she wasn't going to have to fight to keep herself from becoming someone's prison bitch. At least not today. She went home and promised herself to never shop on Saturday mornings again. That afternoon, after she had put the groceries away and taken a shower, she sat with a fresh cup of coffee and texted Jared. Buttercup, I was attacked at the grocery store. Mr. Carson Collins. What, is this a joke? Buttercup. It was weird. This woman ran into my cart, then started chasing me around the store. She was insane or on drugs or something. Some guy had to hold her down until the cops got there. Mr. Carson Collins. Are you okay? Buttercup. Yeah, I'm just a little shaken up. Buttercup. I hit her with corn and broke her jaw. Mr. Carson Collins. That is a sentence that I have never, ever heard anyone say. Was it a fresh corn cob or what? Buttercup. This is serious. Mr. Carson Collins. I'm sorry, I know. I'm glad you're okay. Buttercup. Me too. Mr. Carson Collins. Seriously, what kind of corn was it? Buttercup. Canned corn, creamed. Mr. Carson Collins. That's vicious, and a little badass. You're living the thug life now, I see. Headed to the big house. Faux rizzle. Buttercup. She was an old lady, and she was sick. I feel bad about it. Mr. Carson Collins. Well, she attacked you, right? It's self-defense either way. Shit happens. But just in case, I think we should come up with some cool prison nicknames. I already have a list if you want to borrow it. Buttercup. Not funny. And that is kind of weird. Buttercup. I kept thinking about that video you sent me. I think she was just crazy, though. Mr. Carson Collins. Did she say anything? What did she look like? Buttercup. It was super strange. Didn't say a word. She just growled and snapped her teeth like a rabid dog. She wet her pants, too, and threw up all over the place. Honestly, it was really creepy. Mr. Carson Collins. That sounds bad. Buttercup. It was. Mr. Carson Collins. Do you have a weapon? Besides canned corn, I mean. Maybe you should start carrying one. Buttercup. You mean like pepper spray or a knife or something? Mr. Carson Collins. Yeah, maybe. Or a pistol. Buttercup. I don't know. I've never used one before. Mr. Carson Collins. I could teach you. Maybe you could teach me your canned corn technique in return. Anna thought about that. She had no idea that Jared knew how to shoot a gun. She remembered her mom having a pistol. She used to carry it in her purse. She told Anna that all women should know how to use one for self-defense. But then she had died before Anna was old enough to learn. Maybe she should let Jared teach her. Could she even afford to buy one? Buttercup. Okay, I'll think about it. Buttercup. But I can't just go around knocking off old ladies just because they are a little crazy. Mr. Carson Collins. A little crazy? She came at you like she was the mob and you owed her money. Buttercup. Okay, teach me to sling some lead. Mr. Carson Collins. Thumbs up. Good night, Buttercup. Buttercup. Good night, Wyatt Earp. Mr. Carson Collins. I'd rather be a less consumptive version of Doc Holliday. Buttercup. Fine, I'll allow it. Chapter 6. Speculation. On Monday, Anna put the meals for herself and Jared in the fridge, carefully scooting someone's extremely expired-looking lunch to the back. She was turning around to leave when a voice nearby startled her. I know what you did, Darla said, glaring at her from the doorway. She looked a little pale. Anna jumped up and put her hand over her chest. Darla, you scared me. What are you talking about? My popcorn and the microwave. I know you know who did it. Darla raised an eyebrow and gave her a nasty look. I expect after my little talk with Mr. Hubbard, we won't be having any more problems in this office, she said smugly. Someone has a popcorn addiction. I have no idea what you're talking about, and I need to get to work now. Anna pushed past Darla and went into the hallway. Oops, they were so screwed. I'll be watching you and Jared both, Darla called out, motioning to her eyes with 2 fingers and waving them in Anna's general direction. Anna rolled her eyes and went to start her work for the day. She forced down the trepidation she felt. Jared would know what to do. As she sat at her desk, waiting for him to come in, she pulled up the news. She scanned the headlines for any mention of crazy people. She found none and was both disappointed and relieved. It was a strange coincidence, for sure. She widened her search to include international news. Most of the headlines concentrated on the supposedly resolving health crisis, which was starting to wind down, and the state of the world economy. China seemed to be having an inordinately hard time controlling the population, which was weird considering its heavy-handed government. Then, at the very bottom of the webpage, was an innocuous link. Sporadic unrest breaking out among recovering RF patient populations. She clicked it. This journalist to report that there have been indications of sporadic and violent tendencies among some patients recovering from the so-called Russian flu in the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. Authorities here have declined to comment, and the medical community in Moscow remains silent on the phenomena. At this time, residents are being urged to remain cautious and to report cases of violence to the authorities immediately. So, that could very well explain that woman's behavior in the store Saturday. If she had gotten the Russian flu, then she could have had a relapse. A weird one. A violent one, but maybe she was fine now. Anna wished she found out who it was. Maybe she could call the police station and ask. What if she isn't fine? What if it's permanent? What if she's dead? Am I next? A hand on her shoulder made her jump. She let out an extremely embarrassing squeal and spun around quickly in her chair. Her heart raced as she confronted the threat. The threat who was smiling smugly at her overreaction. Sorry, Jared said, holding up his hands in apology. Anna let out a deep breath and shook her head. No, it's okay. I'm just jumpy this morning. I've been reading about just reading. You were reading romance novels again, weren't you? He asked, cocking an eyebrow knowingly. No. Then what? He asked, setting down his briefcase on his desk. About the people who have had the flu and suddenly go crazy. Listen, I know I kind of dismissed it when you told me about it, but now I'm wondering if it isn't worse than we think. They're saying a lot of people in Ukraine and some other places are turning violent. I think that woman at the store was one of them. Anna pushed her fingers against her temples, still feeling the effects of the fright he gave her moments ago and attempting to mitigate the headache forming there. I think it's very possible, he said, agreeing with her. He reached past her and opened her top desk drawer. He opened the baggie of ibuprofen tablets and handed her one. Take this. What if it starts happening more? She asked, worried. He raised both eyebrows and shrugged. We'll have to deal with it. Make sure to always keep your phone on you. Maybe put 911 on speed dial. Keep your corn ready. They sat together at lunch, as always, and Jared seemed to be as relaxed as ever. He endlessly praised the couscous dish she had made. It was a grilled chicken couscous salad, mixed with raisins, yellow and red diced bell peppers, and green onions. She threw in some chickpeas for extra nutrition, and tossed it with an allspice olive oil dressing. It was pretty good, if she did say so herself. I think we need to strategize about how to deal with this Darla thing, he said, leaning in close to whisper. She looked around, but only Donnie was in the room, and he wasn't a particularly alert person. She waited until he took his pizza from the oven before she replied, though, just in case. So, any ideas? She asked. I happen to have a CD copy of some extremely funky beats in my desk. I also happen to know where they locate a label maker. If Darla isn't careful, she could find herself in possession of some incriminating evidence. I happen to know that Hubbard is extremely interested in finding the speaker hijacking culprit. You seem to randomly happen to know and have a lot of random stuff that happens to apply to our situation. The fates have blessed me, he said, holding his hands out. I'll keep thinking. Maybe I'll happen to come across some less drastic means of keeping her off our backs. Yeah, I don't really want to get her fired, she replied. They watched the news, but there was no mention of the strange, crazy people. Riots had broken out in some Eastern European countries, but news anchors were at a loss to explain what it was over. They went to a commercial break. Anna finished chewing, then asked Jared a question that she was a little embarrassed to be bringing up. Doesn't it worry you? I mean, I know you haven't been sick, but I have. What if I suddenly get all crazy? I guess we'd have to postpone our date, he said, at least until I manage to locate a straitjacket for you. I mean it, Jared. He looked at her seriously and wiped his mouth with the napkin before crossing his arms on the tabletop. His sleeves were rolled up, and she wondered why she had never noticed how large his forearms were. He started speaking, and she turned her attention back to his face. Of course it's concerning. If something happens, we'll deal with it when the time comes. I think there's a lot to be said for being prepared for things, but not dwelling on them. I don't live my life fearfully, and you shouldn't either, he said intently. She nodded and looked down at her half-empty bowl. And you aren't going to turn crazy, he said, and she looked back up. Because I won't let you. He smiled a little. It was completely false, of course. He wouldn't be able to stop something like that. But, strangely, it reassured her as well. She smiled back. You going to eat that? He asked. She rolled her eyes at him and pushed her bowl his way. Tuesday was calm, and Anna thought perhaps she had been a little too hysterical yesterday. She started to question her own wholehearted belief in that one news story from Ukraine. Journalists weren't exactly known for their integrity anymore. That one could have easily made up sensational details for that story just to get more coverage. She knew better. She resolved to stop watching the news for a few days, and she even changed the channel on the break room television to HGTV. Nobody would bother to change it back for a while. People usually just watched whatever was already on. Darla was acting unusually morose. Even after she had burned her afternoon snack, she still seemed down. It was unlike her. She was usually so full of smug self-satisfaction that Anna wanted to trip her. At lunch, Jared disappeared and didn't return until 5 minutes before clock-in time. He didn't say anything, just quickly ate the meal Anna handed to him. He looked troubled, but she would wait until he brought up whatever it was. There was no faster way to shut him down than to ask what was bothering him. She had found that true for many men. Well, of the men she was personally familiar with, which was about 3. She decided to toss Jared a note and open up a conversation. Hopefully he would tell her what was bothering him. I was watching HDTV. We should open up a GFI branch in the Dominican Republic. We can live like kings there for cheap on a branch manager's salary. What do you say? She was even more worried when she didn't get an answer back. Usually he'd be all over a note like that. She missed him at the afternoon break as well. He spent the entire time on the phone outside. He didn't look well. It kind of ruined her day, and she felt selfish for thinking that. It wasn't Jared's job to make her workday pleasant, and if something was wrong, She should try to help, not bug him about random stuff. Mr. Hubbard came to Anna's cubicle right before quitting time. For a moment, she thought he was going to ask her if she knew anything about Darla's popcorn. She didn't know what she would have said, probably admitted to doing it. She couldn't lie to her boss, could she? However, she was relieved when he only asked her if she could come in early tomorrow and stay late. Madeline hasn't been feeling so well, and she's gotten behind, he said in explanation. Anna almost questioned it, but changed her mind after studying his face. Perhaps this wasn't just Madeline's attempt to get out of doing her job. He really did look worried about her. People did seem to be more apathetic than normal now that she considered it. She noticed a lot of the salespeople were a lot less perky, too, which was a huge deal because some of them always seemed to be on the verge of a manic episode. The realization was jarring. Even Jared had changed. What had she missed? She realized Mr. Hubbard was still waiting. No problem, she told him with a small smile. Is 6 o'clock okay? You'll get overtime, of course, and I'll have pizza brought in at 6 for your supper. If you could stay until 8, I think you'd be able to get a handle on things. 14 hours? 6 hours overtime. That's fine. If you could have her leave me a list of what she needs done. Thanks, Anna. You're a real treasure, he said tiredly, then went back to his office. She felt kind of guilty for all the pranks they pulled lately. She put her head in her hands and blew out a deep breath. Tomorrow was going to be a long day. She heard the squeak of Jared's chair moving, but he didn't comment. She scooted her chair over to the entrance to his workspace. He was hunched over his desk, his ledgers and paperwork lying forgotten under his elbows. She waited a moment, but he didn't turn around. Hey, she said quietly. Is there anything I can do? No. That was his only answer. No. She didn't think this had anything to do with her, or them. She guessed it was a personal issue, maybe with his family, or maybe he was sick, or maybe he got a warning from Mr. Hubbard. She wished he would have confided in her, but honestly, even though they were friends, it just wasn't her business. She got back to work, trying not to think about tomorrow's slog through Madeline's paperwork. She was also ignoring her own inner sense of unease. She had the feeling that they were on the edge of something. It was like hearing tornado sirens go off in all the towers all around the county, and seeing the dark clouds gathering, and knowing that it was coming for you next. It put her off balance, and she couldn't shake it. Not that night, or the next morning. Chapter 7. Could have been worse. She was up before dawn Wednesday. The coffee was brewing, and she had just finished dressing. She had 30 minutes left, so she gathered up her travel mugs. She was taking an extra one for her tea. She was going to need the caffeine later for sure. She climbed up on the counter and looked in the highest cupboard. She searched around and found the bag she was looking for. On the way down, she banged her shin against the edge of the counter. "Frickin' heck!" she yelled, clutching her injured shin. She peeled her hand away to see if it was bleeding. Dang, that was going to bruise like crazy. It felt like she took a chunk out of the bone. She limped over to the counter with her larger-than-usual lunch bag and added in 3 meals and some stuff for her tea. She tossed in some snacks as well, intending on putting them in her desk drawer. Popcorn was not among them. She put a couple of sports drinks and a few bottles of water in a tote bag. She didn't know why, but she realized that she never had kept anything to eat or drink at her desk. Most of the others did, and she could hear the surreptitious rattling of plastic around the office at certain times of day, especially from Jared's cubicle. Now she could rattle too. She pulled on her black Keds and checked her shin once more. It was already changing colors, and a huge knot was forming. The Keds weren't exactly standard office attire, but she wasn't about to wear heels for 14 hours. She didn't think anyone would say anything. They blended in well with her black slacks and blouse. At 5:45, she left her apartment. Her apartment opened directly to a covered but open-air central walkway between apartments. From there, a door opened into a stairwell that led to the street. It wasn't exactly secure, but this town was fairly safe, and she lived in a decent, peaceful area. She got to the office 5 minutes later, parking in her usual space in front. She dreaded the day, but looked forward to a nice fat check at the end of the month. The door swished open, blowing frigid air across her face. She flipped on the lights. It was a bit eerie being here alone, but it was also peaceful in a way. She put the food in the fridge and stocked her desk with her snacks and drinks. At 15 after 6, the main door opened with a rattle and a soft whoosh, and she heard someone enter the office. Footsteps muffled on carpet got closer to her desk, and her heart stuttered in her chest. She scanned her desk and thought about grabbing a pair of scissors from the carousel. Nobody should be here. She should have locked the door. Screw it. She took the scissors. She stood up quietly and crept forward, swallowing back the tang of fear flooding her mouth. Was she being silly? Surely nobody would come in to hurt her. Maybe Mr. Hubbard or Madeline decided to come in early as well. What if it wasn't Mr. Hubbard? What if it was a stranger? A crazy person? After the incident at the store, she wasn't going to let her guard down. She peered around the corner, and the man spotted her instantly, her brow furrowed in confusion. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "I've got things I need to catch up on. Stuff. You know. Things," Jared said. Anna nodded slowly. Though she didn't know, she let her arm drop, the scissors hanging by her side. Jared looked down at the scissors, then slowly raised his free hand in the air. "My wallet is in my jacket pocket. Take it. Just don't hurt me," he said seriously. Anna raised an eyebrow at him. "Hey, you could have been a murderer or a rapist or one of those flu creeps," she said, pointing the scissors at him. "I wasn't going to go down without a fight." He grinned. "Atta girl. I wasn't scared, you know. I could have taken you down even with the scissors. Canned corn, on the other hand." He made a 50-50 gesture with his hand. "What are you really doing here, Jared?" she asked as he set his briefcase on his desk and hung up his suit coat. He answered while logging into the company program. "I wasn't about to let my work wife get kidnapped or murdered or raped or attacked by another rabid elderly person. Have you seen this place? It's dangerous. You're practically guaranteed to at least get mugged on the way to the break room." He shook his head and bemoaned the rampant criminality of Gregory Fields Incorporated. Anna sighed and laughed. She laid her scissors down. "I'd better get to work. I have tons of crap to catch up on." He plopped a white box on her desk. "I would have been here sooner, but I had to wake up the baker and threaten his life for these donuts." "My favorite," she said with a smile. At 10:30, Anna needed a nap. It was that time of morning when, if she had gotten up extra early, the coffee would be wearing off. She had, and it was. She yawned, hearing her ears pop in the stillness of the office. She still had 10 hours to go. She tapped her finger on the wrapper of a candy bar, but finally decided to just get more coffee instead. She had already drunk so much that she was getting the weird, jittery feeling from the excessive caffeine, but it couldn't be helped. She walked through the nearly silent, sectioned-off room. Half of the employees seemed to have decided to skip work or call in, and the other half were strangely quiet. Phones rang sometimes, but the call volume was nowhere near a typical workday. She'd never seen it so dead. Madeline hadn't shown up, and she wasn't surprised. She would always take advantage of help. She hadn't seen Mr. Hubbard since he came in that morning, though she passed by his office and saw his lights on. The door was closed, and she wondered what he was doing in there. He only ever closed the door on 2 occasions. One was when Madeline was helping him with accounts, and the other was if he was hiring or firing someone. She didn't have time to speculate further. She was swamped. The stacks of forms and files on her desk wouldn't complete themselves, and that was on top of her regular work. She was definitely asking for a raise soon. Her job responsibilities had expanded since her last one. Mr. Hubbard was a fair boss and a considerate man. She was certain he would approve it. The extra income would be nice. At 11:30, a muffled expletive came from Jared's cubicle. Obviously, his work wasn't going so well. She heard the familiar creaking of his chair as it moved. "Come on, let's take an early lunch," he said. "I need to see the news." "Jared, I'm trying to avoid the news. It's depressing and nothing good ever comes from watching it." He said nothing, only held out a hand and waggled it in the air. She sighed and grabbed it, and he pulled her out of her chair. He released it when they started walking to the break room. "Something is going on. Rioting or something. I saw it online, but I wanted to see what the broadcasts were saying about it." "Rioting? Over what?" Anna asked him, concerned. I don't know. It only said there were riots in major cities. Here in the U.S.? He nodded. He walked over to the TV and grabbed the remote. He changed it to a news station, and they both stood there and watched in awe as New York City went nuts. Oh my God, Anna covered her mouth. Jared pulled out 2 chairs without looking. He guided her to a chair, then leaned his elbows on his knees. Jared, I think those people are dead. Anna pointed to the helicopter footage showing people running through the streets. They were falling and tripping over the motionless bodies on the ground. Still others were breaking into buildings and running off with their loot. He turned the volume up, and Anna listened in shock as the newscaster described the scene. It was like watching something out of a nightmare. People of all ages were running, falling, hitting, biting, and dying. It was all happening right in front of the cameras. Tears glistened in her eyes. They watched for several more moments. The helicopter footage panned the entire area that it was covering. It kept zooming out, and zooming out, and zooming out, until the people in the streets looked like tiny ants. They just didn't stop. A moment later, the footage started to change. The chopper camera started to descend rapidly. There was no sound, only video, but she could tell that whatever was happening, it wasn't supposed to be. The buildings rose swiftly around the cameras, and she knew without a doubt that the news chopper was going down. The feed suddenly went dark, and the news anchor looked shocked. He tried to contact the chopper crew again. Anna looked at Jared worriedly. What's happening? She asked him. Where were the police? I think that helicopter just crashed in the city. He looked just as stunned as she did, and pulled his eyes from the screen to hers. I don't know. It's bad, though. Those people in the streets weren't just running. They were being chased. Anna shivered and suddenly felt nauseous. She put a hand to her stomach and remembered the encounter at the grocery store. Perhaps those people in the city had gone crazy, too. Maybe that's why that was happening. Surely the police and National Guard would stop it soon. Jared flipped to another news station, and they watched in horror as multiple cities seemed to be falling to whatever chaos was causing this. Baltimore, D.C., Detroit, and Philadelphia were the worst. On the West Coast, things seemed to be similar. L.A. was one massive riot. The coverage from the air reminded her of the L.A. riots of the 90s. San Diego, San Francisco, and Sacramento were the same. They saw Vegas and Phoenix fall. It seemed to be everywhere. Anna's breathing became shallow and rapid, and for the second time that day, her heart accelerated in fear. This was possibly the worst thing that had ever happened in their country, and she was sure they didn't even see half of what all was going on. It was terrifying. It was coming for them. It may be there even now, out in the streets. This is not good. Not good at all. Do you think we should leave? She asked, edging closer to his side as they stared at the television screen. She was deciding in her head what to grab, and how to get home the fastest, and whether she should even stay in town. Maybe she should head somewhere more remote. But where? I think we should stick together here for a while until we figure out what the hell is going on out there. Maybe it's only in the cities. Maybe they'll get things under control in some of those areas. We need to wait, dog? How many cans of corn do you have on you? That's a lot of maybes. Now is not the time for jokes, J-Dog. I disagree. Now is the best time. She was about to respond when the glass shattered behind them. Anna ducked instinctively as shards hit her back and sighed forcefully. What the heck was that? Anna turned around quickly from her chair and recoiled at the sight in the doorway. The glass of the door of the break room was shattered, of course, but it was the blood and skin that she wasn't expecting. A body was struggling to get up from the floor. It was a woman, Gina from the small accounting section. She was groaning in pain. Anna looked in shock at Juan, who was standing outside the room. He had pushed her through the glass. Jared! She yelled, running to help Gina. She tried not to touch the shredded skin of her arms as she bent down and grabbed at the woman's torso. She was in a bad way for sure. Anna, don't! Juan yelled, his eyes wide and pleading. Time seemed to stretch, and she vividly saw the whites of his eyes. Fear. That's what she saw. She felt hands at her back, tugging her away, but she didn't understand. Not yet. Confusion reigned as Jared pulled her roughly to the back of the break room. She almost tripped over a chair in the process, only his hold on her kept her upright. Juan was breathing quickly and tensed, ready for a fight. Anna watched, still not understanding, as Gina finally got to her feet. "What the hell is going on?" she yelled. "Are you crazy?" Her shout drew Gina's attention, and when she turned, that's when Anna knew. She recognized the look and knew what was going on. She shrieked as Gina lunged for her faster than she could have ever anticipated. Why did they always come for her? Jared pushed Anna hard to the right before he tackled Gina to the ground with explosive force. She heard the sickening thump of Gina's head bouncing off the floor. She expected Gina to be out. Any normal person would be. She was wrong. Oh my, look at her head. Gina's head was strangely angular on one side. Anna almost threw up when she realized that her skull had practically shattered in that spot from hitting the floor so hard. Yet she was still fighting. It was unbelievable. Jared put his knees on Gina's chest as she struggled to claw him with her fingernails. She looked like she was trying to shred his skin from his body. Her face was a rictus mask of fury and derangement. Her eyes glinted dully black and narrow in the harsh overhead lights. Her mouth was open, showing her top and bottom teeth, and she let out a horrifying, inhuman growl. Jared was struggling, and Anna braced herself to do something that she really didn't want to do. "Juan!" Anna called out as she grabbed one of Gina's hands and wrestled it to the floor. She held it there with all her strength. It was barely enough. She was astounded at the sheer power she felt coming from such a small woman. A small, seriously injured woman. It was just wrong. Juan rushed in with the roll of duct tape, and Anna looked at him. "What the hell, Juan? Get over here!" Juan ran over and dropped to his knees beside a struggling Jared. Gina had already shredded Jared's left shirt sleeve, but to his credit, he hadn't let go of her throat. It was probably the only thing saving him from being brutally ripped apart. Saving them. "She's a biter," the New Yorker had yelled at the cops. Gina's a biter, too. Anna watched doubtfully as Juan taped Gina's right arm to her right leg. Anna still had a death grip, an appropriate term, on Gina's left arm. She brought it forcefully down to Gina's left leg, where he taped them together as well. "Get her mouth!" Jared shouted, and Anna saw the strain in his arms. His face was sweaty and red, but he was determined not to let go. He had way more strength than she ever expected from him. He was almost like a different person. Juan taped her mouth closed as best he could, though it was more just covered with tape. Jared and Anna jumped back. She struggled against the tape restricting her limbs and mouth, which also muffled her hissing growls a little. Juan taped her feet together for good measure, and they all stood back. "Is she possessed?" Juan asked with wide eyes. He crossed himself with trembling hands. Miraculously, they didn't have an audience. Anna scanned the room, seeing the incredulity on their faces, and felt it on her own. She went to the doorway, carefully avoiding the pools of blood and glass as best she could. She was shaking from the encounter, and the silence in the office didn't help. "You took one of these people out with a fucking tin can of corn?" Jared said in disbelief. She nodded. "Yeah, but mine was elderly." "What the hell are you guys talking about?" Juan shouted. "Whoa, you need to calm down there, Jamal. Don't pull out the 9, Jared told him, looking at him expectantly. "My name is Juan," Juan yelled hysterically. Jared raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Anna before looking back to Juan. "Okay, you didn't see that video, I assume." "Jared," Anna warned. Okay, he said, holding up his hands. She turned back to the entrance to the hallway. She didn't know what she expected, but it wasn't an empty office. She expected horrified spectators, or at least someone calling the cops. She looked down at the nearest desk and grabbed the phone, dialing 9 first. When she heard the tone, she dialed 911. Shock crossed her features, and she shook her head. Busy? That can't be right. She must have dialed the number wrong. She wasn't exactly calm and collected, right? She tried again, and again got a busy signal. She hung up as Juan and Jared came back into the office. "I couldn't get the cops. 911 was busy," she said, scared and slightly bewildered. This kind of thing just didn't happen in real life. "We taped Gina to a chair and put her in the coat closet back there." Jared locked her in. "We thought it was for the best," Juan said hesitantly. Did he think she was going to object? And it was a whole lot harder than the last time I taped a woman to a chair and put her in the coat closet in the break room. "Just saying," Jared quipped, holding up his hands. "Good," Anna said, ignoring Jared and turning back to Juan. "Why's your shirt wet?" "Jared thought I was getting too worked up. He threw a cup of soda on me," Juan said with an indignant scowl at Jared. "He was crying," Jared said, "and I thought it was water." "It was brown," Juan said. "You were overwrought," Jared yelled back. They were all silent at his explosive shout, and it was awkward. Juan walked off a few feet. He turned and looked back at them. "Look, I need to go home and check on my wife and boys. They were supposed to go shopping today, and I just need to go get them." He looked up apologetic, but got his keys and left. He didn't look back. "You guys need to get somewhere safe. Get a weapon," he shouted back over his shoulder. Jared seemed to wake up then, and he rushed to his desk. "Good idea, Juan," she heard him say under his breath. He pulled out a hammer, his set of keys, and a large pipe wrench. He ran back to Anna and put the wrench into her hand. "Take this. Use it if you need to." "Why do you have a hammer and a pipe wrench in your desk?" "Don't ask," he said, quickly dismissing her question. He leaned down and looked into her eyes to make sure she was paying attention. She was, but her mind was still lagging a little. She felt so off-kilter. It didn't help that she got up early and was already tired when this craziness started. "Anna," he said louder, and gripped her hand tighter around the wrench. "I'll be right back." Okay, go," she said, nodding. She watched him run out the wooden door of the office to the foyer. The front door jingled. She waited in the silence for a few moments before looking nervously around. She realized that they never checked to make sure everyone else had left. They just assumed because nobody showed up after the fight with Gina. And now she was probably going to die because of it, or at least get seriously injured. There are 15 people here this morning, maybe more. It isn't likely that they all decided to leave at the same time. Her heart skittered in anticipation of an imminent attack. Damn it, Jared, hurry up. What if more crazy people were lurking around, biding their time in the offices and cubicles? Half of her coworkers could be here, silent and lying in wait for her to move or make any sound or triggering their rage or whatever it was. She imagined that she could feel their demonic, angry eyes focused on her from behind their partitions. What if one were creeping up behind her, right now? She whirled around. Empty space. Her muscles were tense and aching. She had the heavy wrench partially raised, yet she was hoping she wouldn't need it. She wasn't about to go searching the building alone with only a wrench for protection. Her best bet was to sit tight and wait for Jared. She backed up until her back was against the wall near the front entrance. She bumped into something and jumped as it clattered to the floor. It was only Madeline's Employee of the Month photo. She took a deep breath in slowly and let it out. God, how long had he been gone? 5 minutes? 10? What if something happened to him? She was about to head outside to find him when she heard two things simultaneously. The main door opening and loud banging coming from the back hallway. She pushed away from the wall and ran up to him. He locked the office door with a key from the purloined set. His face was tense and pale. I've never been happier that I have a stolen set of keys to this place, and that I got here early enough to get a front row parking spot. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. He had a pistol tucked into a holster inside his waistband, and a backpack on his back. In his hand was a long black case. She didn't ask what it was. Something large rattled somewhere in the back. Well, this all could have been worse, he said casually. Chapter 8. Making a Plan. What do you mean this could have been worse? Anna shouted in response. Shh, he said, placing a finger across her lips. She swatted his hand away. He walked to an inner office and looked inside before pulling her in and shutting the door. He flipped the lock and laid the black case on the desk before setting the backpack on the chair. I could have decided to leave my stuff at home today. This could have happened while we were at home sleeping. Then we would have been separated. There are a lot of reasons the situation could be worse. For now, we are safe. We have food, water, temporary shelter, and some excellent means of self-defense," he said, punctuating his statement by opening the latches on the mysterious case. She suspected that he was enjoying this a little bit. "And hey, now you really don't have to buy me a steak dinner." She held a hand up so he'd stop talking. Otherwise, he might have gone on until Judgment Day, which could possibly be somewhat sooner than expected, based on current events. "Okay, I get it. We're lucky. I should go ahead and tell you now that we're not alone. There's someone in the back hallway, maybe in one of the bathrooms. I heard them banging around right when you came in." "Yeah, I heard them. Don't worry." He looked up and she could tell he was listening intently. They heard nothing now, but that didn't mean anything. He resumed his unpacking. "Okay, you stay here and I'll take care of it." She peered over the top of the large black case. Inside, a rifle gleamed dully in the overhead fluorescent lights. Lights that Mr. Hubbard had resisted changing out for the newfangled LEDs. Moot point now, she supposed. "You can't just shoot them," she scoffed. "It's not like they're zombies. They're living people." "Yeah, psycho people who are trying to kill us," he emphasized. "Maybe so, but what if it is only temporary? I'd feel bad if I killed Gina and then found out she would have been back to normal in a couple of days. Wouldn't you?" "I don't know. She was kind of annoying." A loud bang from the back made her jump and whirl around. They needed to hurry. Jared looked her in the eye for a moment, then seemed to make a choice. "All right, I won't start shooting yet. However, if things get worse, I can't make any promises. I won't sacrifice our lives for theirs." He slung the rifle on his back and opened the bag he had carried in. He pulled a belt out and strapped it around his waist. Anna recognized a holster as well as some pouches that she knew would hold ammo. He filled them and added a second pistol to his waist armament. He was about to leave. Anna made a split-second decision. "Why do you have all of this stuff?" she asked. "I knew this day would come, and I knew that I would be ready. I've spent my life training for this moment," he said, checking his gear. "Really?" He shrugged. "No, I just like to shoot. It's fun." She glared at him, but he didn't see her, or chose not to. Another muffled bump from outside the office stopped their conversation. "I'm coming too. It's safer that way." She wasn't going to take no for an answer. "Fine, but stay behind me and watch our backs. I don't know who all is still here. Where's your weapon?" She picked the heavy wrench up off the shelf and held it up. She didn't know if she was even capable of using it on someone, even if they were trying to kill her. The can incident just happened. She didn't even really think about it. It was just instinct. Gina was sick. That woman in the market was sick. Could she, in good conscience, kill a sick person? She really didn't want to find out. "I should have taught you how to shoot years ago," he lamented. She stuck to Jared like glue as they left the small office. The disturbing noises from the back had stopped, and she heard her heart pounding in her ears in the unnatural silence. The office should have been busy this time of day. People should be shuffling papers on their desks, answering phones, eating their mid-afternoon snacks. Yet it was still. Deadly still. The clock told her it was almost 3. She almost wished she could see outside. The main office, where the cubicles were crammed to full capacity, was a large windowless room. The only way to see outside was from Mr. Hubbard's office, or in the entrance foyer where the glass doors were. Jared had been outside, but he hadn't yet said what it was like. She probably didn't want to know. They crept through the main room toward the back hallway. Anna nervously watched the area behind them as they moved. She almost expected crazy people to start pouring from their cubicles, like zombies searching out living flesh. She stopped that thought immediately. This was real life. She wasn't battling the dead, only sick people. Maybe there weren't that many here anyway. It wasn't a very large town, not really. It was nothing like those cities on the news. They didn't say that all flu survivors turned crazy after a relapse, only some. Still, a few of those things could do significant damage to the population here. "Hear that?" Jared breathed in the silence. She paused, listening intently. A scratching, tearing noise came from behind the closed lady's room door. It was an unpleasant, liquidy smacking sound, like a cat loudly eating canned cat food. She felt her stomach give a slight lurch. "Please, God, don't let it be anything too bad." "Ready?" Jared said, holding his hammer and Juan's discarded duct tape. "Can't we just lock whoever is in there, she whispered hopefully. "Too dangerous to leave one free. It could get loose." They could get loose. People, Jared. They're people. She hoped they still were, anyway. He shook his head. "We can't think like that. Not anymore. Those are it now, or things. Thinking any other way than that could get us both hurt or killed. And I'm not taking that chance." He looked intensely into her eyes, more serious than she had ever seen him. "I will kill as many of those things as I have to keep you safe, to keep us both alive." He turned back to the ominous door. She wanted to tell him to get his pistol out, that she had changed her mind. But she didn't. She hoped she wouldn't be sorry later. Jared pushed the handle down and shoved open the door, wedging it open with his foot. "Oh my God," he said, covering his mouth with the back of his hand that was holding the duct tape. Anna edged around him and leaned forward. A large, bulky person was kneeling on the floor. Their back was turned to Anna, but she knew who it was immediately by the brightly colored flowered blouse. It was Darla, and she was doing something unimaginable to a body on the floor in front of her. "Good Lord, I'd rather deal with the popcorn," he choked out quietly. Darla was hunched over. The wet smacking sound was coming from the bloody mass of remains she held up to her hidden face. She was jerking her head side to side, rending the flesh of the poor woman she had killed. Was she eating the body or just tearing it up? Does it matter? The body on the floor was so mutilated, it was completely unrecognizable. The skull shone through the red mass of what remained of the woman's scalp. Tufts of hair were scattered all over the bathroom. Clothing was shredded and so thoroughly blood-soaked that it was also unidentifiable. The putrid smell of ruptured intestines filled the small space, and under that lingered the stench of bile and the coppery aroma of blood in large quantities. Anna started to gag and turned her back to the sight. It had taken her only seconds to see every detail of the scene, and she had had enough. "All that nice new paint," he said, shaking his head mournfully. She stared at him uncomprehendingly. "What? That was a nice bathroom," he whispered. "He's just protecting himself," she realized. Jared pulled her back behind him as he raised the hammer. The Darla thing on the floor hadn't yet taken her attention from the ripped-up body lying in front of her, but she would soon. They only had a few seconds to decide what to do. "Shoot it," Anna urged fearfully, suddenly doing a complete 180 from her earlier stance. She didn't want to even consider trying to restrain this monster. She didn't think they could manage it, even working together. That thing may be alive, but Darla wasn't in there anymore. This thing was a psychotic, savage monster, and it needed to be destroyed. Jared glanced back for only a second. "You sure?" "Do it, please." She nodded frantically and backed away from the sight. Jared quickly pulled his pistol, flipped the safety off, and fired twice. No hesitation. Anna had forgotten to cover her ears, and the ferocious roar of the large pistol in the space completely obliterated her hearing. She looked around, wide-eyed, as Jared backed away from the carnage. The ringing seemed to go on forever, and she was worried there were more of those crazies after them right now. The gunshot would lead them right to her and Jared. Jared knelt beside her, keeping an eye out all around them, and put a hand on her shoulder. The ringing was finally abating, and a slight headache started to take its place in her skull. "Are you okay?" he asked, frowning down at her. "Yeah, just didn't expect it to be so loud," she said. He chuckled briefly for a moment, then helped her up. "A .45 will do that in a small space. We can't take the chance on wearing ear pro, though. We need to be able to hear if more of those things are coming. Maybe we can get some good ear pro later." She nodded her understanding, and he dropped his hand from her arm. She glanced over to the woman's bathroom and was grateful that Jared had thought to close the door. "Do you know who that was?" she asked him, pulling his attention back to her. Darla, he said. No, I mean the other one. No, I couldn't tell, he said with a grim look. Come on, we need to secure the rest of this office. We really should check the other floors too, but that can wait. I'll just lock the doors that lead into here for now. Then maybe we can figure out what to do next. After scouting out the entire first floor of the building and determining that they were alone, Jared led her back to the break room. She gave the closet an uneasy glance, but figured it was safe enough since the door was locked. Eventually, they would have to figure out what to do with Gina. They couldn't let her starve in there. It would be inhumane. What was it like outside? When I went out to my truck, it was still pretty normal outside. I mean, cars were driving by fast, and I heard sirens from several directions, some gunshots further out toward the newer side of town. But I didn't see any of those crazy people out there. Maybe we should leave here before dark, go somewhere safer, Jared suggested. We've got some decent daylight left. That gives us time to rest a moment here and plan out our next move. Anna got up and got 2 bottles of water from the refrigerator and returned to the table. The cable news station was airing live footage of Atlanta, and it wasn't good. Crazed mobs were chasing people, cars were crashing, people were jumping from rooftops. Anna turned away and thought about what he said. Yeah, I don't think staying in town would be a good idea, but maybe we should wait. Maybe the National Guard will set up a safe zone or barricade. I mean, we have a unit right here in town. Don't you think they'll be doing something? Yeah, if they had time. I'm sure the governor has some sort of plan. But, Anna, we can't depend on that, okay? We have to take care of ourselves for now, and our families. The sooner we understand that, the more likely we will be to survive this. Hell, this could be all over by tomorrow, or it could last a while. We just need to concentrate on making it until we hear some good news. She nodded. What he said made sense. The government was probably working on something, but she knew that it was probably best not to rely on them for help. Politicians weren't the best at getting things done, and the military would take a while to organize. No telling how badly the sickness took out their ranks, and how many more just won't ever go back. They have families to look after too, and the cops as well. She realized something vital. Law and order were only a foundation for civilized societies. This society was no longer civilized. If the authorities couldn't round up enough help, then there wouldn't be any laws or any order anymore. Not for a long time, anyway. Maybe not ever again. All right, let's just stay here a while longer, gather up some food and drinks, and see what is happening outside. After that, we can figure out when to leave and where to go. I need to stop at my apartment. It's nearby. Sounds good. We'll need to be careful, though. I have a house outside town by the Rolling Hills neighborhood. It's not ideal, but it's better than being in town, and I have some supplies that we'll need. I also need to check on my family. Your family? I didn't know you had family here, Anna said, surprised. Why hadn't they ever talked about his family? Well, I do. I need to check on them as soon as possible. Anna started to reply when they heard a loud thump overhead. She looked warily at Jared. They couldn't stay here very long. She didn't want to find out if those were people up there or monsters, and she really didn't want to be here after dark. Rest up a bit, Buttercup. I have a feeling this is the only time you'll have for a while. Want to go freshen up in the bathroom? He said, with an evil glint in his eye. She glared at him tiredly and laid her head on her arms for a few moments. Chapter 9. Dodging Bullets. Anna finished piling the food and drinks from around the office onto the desk in the inner office they were using as their own. She had cleared out the refrigerator of non-perishables and the cabinets. She knew several people kept food in their desks and had taken that too, although walking into each little cubicle was both nerve-wracking and a little sad. If this was somehow all taken care of soon, then when they got back to work, she would apologize and replace it all. Jared didn't think that was going to be necessary, and she was very much afraid he was right. She looked at the desk and the piles of snack foods and candy. She took a deep breath in and let it out slowly. It didn't make her feel any better when she realized that she knew which snacks used to belong to which coworker, Jared came back in and interrupted her reverie. Better break into the vending machine as well. Take as much as you think we'll need. I'll find something to carry it all in. He gave her a quick nod and took off toward the offices again. She looked at the wrench she still carried, then at the glass front of the vending machine. Do vending machines have alarms? She decided that this one probably didn't and reared back her arm. She closed her eyes and struck the glass with the head of the heavy wrench. She heard the initial crunch before shattering glass broke the stillness of the room. The explosion of sound seemed to have riled up the Gina thing in the closet, and she glanced over at the door a little fearfully. Perhaps she should have wrapped the wrench in something first. Lesson learned. What if Gina had gotten out of the tape and was about to open the door and rip her to pieces? She flashed back to the side in the women's bathroom and put a hand on her stomach. Don't even go there right now. She cleared the vending machine of everything, stuffing it all into a trash bag. Did they really need 32 chocolate bars and 14 snack-sized bags of chips? She was turning to leave the room when she heard the loud blast of Jared's pistol again. Damn. She dropped the bag where she stood and ran out to make sure he got whatever he was aiming for. She prayed there was only one. She rounded the corner of the cubicle near the back hallway and saw Jared backing slowly out of Mr. Hubbard's office with a large bag in hand. She raised the wrench, alert for anything that might come sprinting from within. I didn't know he was still in there, Jared said solemnly. He closed the door quietly. Was he? Anna started. Crazy, she wanted to say, but couldn't. She felt a wave of sadness. Mr. Hubbard may have been gruff and sleeping with a married woman, but he was also kind and had treated her well over the years. Yeah. Come on, let's get the stuff packed up. He turned her away from Hubbard's office and guided her toward their waiting stash. She filled the duffel bag up while he repacked some of his gear. He kept his weapons and ammo out. She tossed in the last of the packaged cookies and zipped it up. There, the bag of diabetes is ready, she said. Diabetes, Jared corrected, without inflection. She just stared at him. Give me a minute. There's something I need to do, he said. She narrowed her eyes and followed him. He grabbed the requisite Sharpie from Juan's desk again. You're leaving a note? Yep. She watched him scribble on the door where they had stashed Gina. He stood back and studied his note. Don't open. Dead inside. Seriously? Sometimes I wonder if you take anything seriously. People need to know, he said. Even if they didn't see the show, subconsciously they'll see that and be like, whoa, definitely don't want to open that door with a creepy message on it. And then they'll leave. I just saved lives, dog? Wow. Just... wow. They went back to the office to get their stuff. It was time to go. She looked around, and the finality of it all hit her. Even if, by some miracle, they got to ever come back here to work, it would never be the same. Her heart clenched in her chest, and she felt a lump in her throat. Their co-workers were dead. Mr. Hubbard was dead. Every time she walked into any one of these rooms, she would see the deaths and the gore. This was it. This part of her life was over for good. It was frightening and very sad. Let's go. Carry the trash bag in the duffel. Stay right behind me. We'll take my truck. Stay quiet. If there are more than a few of those things out there, we come back in immediately. I don't want to take any chances. He looked to make sure she understood, and she nodded. Come on. They crept to the interior door of the office that would lead them to the glass foyer. Jared holstered his pistol for a moment so that he could unlock the door. He pushed it open, and they edged through, keeping their eyes focused on the rapidly dimming parking lot outside. Anna hadn't realized it had gotten so late. She scanned the shadowy lot, but didn't see anyone or anything unusual. In fact, it looked like it always did. It wasn't until Jared unlocked the glass door and inched it open that they heard the turmoil that was happening all over the town. A hot breeze blew through the cracked door, bringing in the summer smells of mown grass, warm pavement, exhaust. Underneath those lurked more portentous scents, whiffs of gasoline and smoke, and something unidentifiably foul. Oh my God, Anna whispered, wide-eyed. Sirens blared from many different parts of town, but they didn't seem to be moving. Closer still were the wails and screeches of people, crazy people, sick people, dying people. More ominous were the shouts for help and screams of agony. She couldn't tell how far away they were, but they were too close for comfort and too far away to help. They inched along the sidewalk, looking out toward the world outside the little parking lot. "Stop making so much noise," he whispered under his breath. "I'm not." He turned rapidly, eyes widening at something behind them. Before she could even turn around, he had simultaneously pulled her into his chest and brought the pistol up and fired, right over her shoulder. He released the iron grip he had around her back and ushered her forward. "Run," he urged. She barely heard him over the ringing. At this rate, she'd be deaf in a week. They dashed to the truck, and she opened the back passenger door and shoved the bags inside. She scrambled in and shut the door quietly. Jared jumped in front and locked the doors. They sat for a moment in the darkened interior of the truck. Both were breathing heavily, more from fear and adrenaline than exertion. She carefully maneuvered her way into the front passenger seat. "We'll go to your apartment. I think we should get your things loaded up as quickly and quietly as we can, then head to my house for the night. It will be safer, and we can figure out where to go from there." "What about my car?" she asked suddenly. She felt silly, but she didn't want to leave her car here. It was new and completely paid off, and it was hers. "Your car will be fine. We'll come back and get it when things die down," he said. No pun intended. She instantly felt ridiculous. Her car didn't mean anything, not in comparison to their lives. "My apartment is on 2nd Street, right next to the deli. It's on the 2nd floor." "I know the building." "Okay, buckle up." She buckled her seatbelt as he started the engine. She cringed at the loud rumble, knowing it would draw attention to them. He flipped off his headlights and started backing out of the space when they spotted the first runner. A man, old and frail-looking, ran around the corner of the building. His bathroom was spotted with dark stains that Anna didn't want to speculate about. His face was drawn into an expression of wrath as he sprinted toward the truck. The red brake lights gave him a maniacally ghoulish appearance, and she shivered with sudden goosebumps. Anna clenched the handhold as Jared accelerated, way more slowly than she thought he should. It was probably a very good thing that she wasn't driving. She probably would have rammed the truck right into a building in a panic. The man struck the tailgate, scratching at the paint with his fingernails. She saw his mouth working in a frenzy, his teeth gnashing. He clutched onto the back of the truck as it accelerated, and she watched out the large back window. Surely there was no way he could hold on. Even as she was thinking that, his clawed fingers disappeared. A second later, his body appeared in the road behind them, scrabbling up on severely skinned legs. They looked like they had been through a cheese grater, but he still ran after them. "He wants to rip us apart." She turned back and looked at Jared. He looked so calm. How was that possible? She was envious. "Okay, when we get there, I'm going to park in the alley near the stairs. If there are any signs of movement, then I say we wait and come back tomorrow during the day." "Okay." They took the back streets, passing the industrial warehouses and vacant lots for future industrial park projects. He drove slowly, attempting to keep the noise of the truck to a minimum. All around them in the distance, she saw shifting shadows in the fading light. They were out there. Cars were parked at awkward angles along the streets and sidewalks. Some were wrecked, but some were just left there, doors open, like their owners were only stepping out for a moment. She wondered if they would ever come back. They saw more body parts than she thought was possible. Blood splattered various surfaces, and she steeled herself against it all. It was something that they would have to endure, to get used to, at least for now. They would have to desensitize, compartmentalize. She looked for survivors. They couldn't possibly be the only ones. She was sure that they were out there somewhere, but she didn't see any. Nobody ran to them for help or tried to flag them down. She guessed everyone was hunkered down, hiding, and waiting. For what? She didn't know. The closer they got, the more nervous she got. She didn't want to get out of the truck. In here they were somewhat safe. Out there? They were prey. When they got to her street, she looked all around, hoping it was quiet. It seemed to be, though it hadn't escaped the carnage either. "It looks clear to me," he said. He parked and turned the truck off. They listened for a few minutes, with the windows cracked a bit, but heard nothing close by. "Get your keys ready. Don't get out until I come around to get you." She fumbled in her purse for her keys. She was thankful that she was going to be able to get into some clothes better suited to this situation. She blessed her earlier decision to wear her Keds today, knowing that she might have been dead by now if she had worn her pumps instead. She wanted her running shoes, or maybe some hiking boots, and the baseball bat she kept behind her door. Jared finally came around to her side after he peered out into the street in front of her building. He held his finger in front of his lips and gestured. She jumped down, and he closed the door quietly so that it didn't draw unwanted attention. He led her to the stairwell door and edged it open. Inside was dark, and the air was stale, close, and humid. The lights hadn't yet been switched on by the building manager. She went to turn them on, but Jared suddenly stopped her, placing his hand over hers. He shook his head and shut the door. They waited at the bottom of the stairs, hearing nothing and seeing nothing. Anna felt the time pass like an eternity. Was that her harsh breathing or Jared's? Was it some crazy person lurking on the first landing? After a moment, Jared pulled out a flashlight from one of his many pouches and swept the beam around the small space. It was empty. They went upstairs. The scuff of their feet on each concrete step echoed loudly in her ears. When they reached her landing, Jared cracked open the door and peeked around quickly before stepping out with his rifle. He motioned her out, and she went quickly to her door and unlocked it, grateful to be out of the damp darkness of the stairwell. She ran toward the kitchen and turned off the light she had left on. This cast the apartment into darkness. The only light came from the orange street lights filtering through the open blinds. Jared locked the door behind him. The deadbolt sounded definitive in the dark. Any other time, and she would have been beyond thrilled to have Jared at her house. It was too damn bad the freaking apocalypse had to happen to get him here. "There's some boxes in the hall closet, and trash bags under the sink, if you want to pack up whatever food you can find. I'm going to get some things from my bedroom and bathroom, and I'll be ready." "Okay, let's make it quick. We aren't safe here." Muffled thuds came through her living room wall, shaking her flat screen and causing her to gasp. She covered her mouth with her hand and looked at Jared in the low light. He placed his finger to his lips, and they waited as the thud subsided for the moment. "Wow, your neighbors like it rough," he said, placing his ear to the wall for a moment. "A single old man lives there. I highly doubt he's getting it on right now." "Well then, as I said, we aren't safe here," he retorted. She waited until he started rifling through her coat closet for boxes before she ran to her bedroom. "Just how much crap do you buy from Amazon?" he said from the living room. She cringed. She was going to treat that as a rhetorical question. Was it embarrassing to know the UPS driver so well that they started to exchange Christmas cards? She had blackout curtains over her lone window in the bedroom, and so she felt safe turning on her closet light. She changed into a comfortable pair of jeans and a t-shirt, exchanging her Keds for her running shoes. In a backpack, she quickly stuffed 3 changes of clothes, 2 weeks' worth of underwear and socks, and another pair of sneakers. She tossed her bag on the bed along with the formerly mentioned hiking boots and carried a large tote bag to the bathroom. She threw in her toothbrush and toothpaste, some hair ties, her shampoo and conditioner, some soap, deodorant, and 2 boxes of feminine hygiene unmentionables. She eyed the extra toilet paper under the sink and then decided to toss that in too. It would suck to run out of toilet paper. "Anna, you about finished?" Jared asked quietly, coming into her room. "I've got most of the food and stuff ready. We'll have to make 2 trips to the truck. And remind me later to ask why you have so many cases of kidney beans in your pantry." "Wait," she said, quickly reaching for the drawer on her nightstand. She took out her only picture of her mother and put it in the front pocket of her backpack. "Okay, I'm good. Let's go." She followed him out to the living room, grabbing her 2 bags on the way. She looped the backpack over her shoulders and the tote bag over her head and one arm. She still had her hands free, so she grabbed one of the bags of food. The other hand she was saving for the Louisville Slugger. Jared grinned at her weapon, but didn't comment on it. "Let's take the stuff out, then we'll come back for the canned foods." I hope those things don't know how to open doors, Anna said in a slight whisper. They left the apartment cautiously. Anna was half expecting to be ambushed outside the door by insane neighbors, and she was relieved when the walkway turned out to be empty. She wondered if they shouldn't try to knock on the other doors and see if anyone was home. She dismissed that idea just as quickly. She didn't really know her neighbors, and she wasn't sure it would be a good idea to meet people they didn't know. Not everyone was good. She wouldn't feel safe. She did feel safe with Jared. They made it back down the stairwell with Jared holding the small flashlight in his teeth. Anna wished it were all over and they were somewhere safe already. She was so tired, and her head was starting to pound again, not to mention the gallon of sweat she seemed to be covered in. She just wanted to wash up a little, take some acetaminophen, and go to sleep for a while. "Ready?" Jared said when they got to the bottom. He didn't give her a chance to answer before he edged the door open. They scanned the area before running as soundlessly as possible to his truck. They turned their heads in every direction, not wanting to be caught unaware by anything. Anna tossed her load of things in the back seat of the truck, and Jared came back around. They made another trip, leaving the rest of the canned goods for last. It made her wish she lived on the ground floor. They settled a heavy box into the bed of the truck and prepared to go for another load. Boom! What the hell? She turned toward the brick wall behind her and saw a small chunk lying on the ground. When she looked up toward Jared again, Anna saw a small muted flash from the window of a building a couple of blocks over, quickly followed by another boom. She frowned and squinted at it. "They're shooting! Get in the truck now!" Jared yelled, pulling his rifle and firing 3 rounds toward the dark building as he came around and stood in front of her. She jumped in the truck and leaned over to open Jared's door. When he saw that she was safely in, he went around the opposite side and jumped in. He started the engine and gunned it out of the alley. She hoped like hell that whatever bullets that person was firing wouldn't disable the truck. She held on tight and looked out in front of the windshield, fully expecting to be shot any second. Tires screamed as he made a sharp right turn that would take them to the highway out of town. A loud thwack sounded as a bullet punched through the back of the truck. Anna fastened her seatbelt and kept her head down. She was more worried about shooters now than the crazies. "He's shooting at the cans," Jared said, laughing like a lunatic. "He hates these cans." "Cool it, Jared," she shouted. "What the hell else can go wrong today? We could get a flat tire. We could get food poisoning. Someone could nuke us. He could have shot your 37 cans of kidney beans. I could have a heart attack. We could be having a weird dual delusion about this whole thing and get arrested for killing Darla and Hubbard and stealing property from the office. It was a rhetorical question." Chapter 10. Leaving Safety. They drove through town as quickly as possible, which wasn't very fast. The sniper either lost his angle on them or was distracted by something else. She was glad their little town didn't have taller buildings. Imagine the damage a sniper could do with a better vantage point. The truck's slowing stopped her thoughts in their tracks. They were at a T-intersection directly beside a gas station. Its bright white lights beckoned them with a false sense of safety. There were a few cars in the lot, but the large glass storefront was busted in several places. She didn't think there were any survivors here. Not anymore. A theater across the street looked like a war zone. The parking lot was full, absolutely jam-packed, with the opening of a new, highly hyped movie. She didn't want to think of the devastation inside. There must be hundreds of people in there. Whether they were sane or crazy, normal or sick, she didn't know. They could all be dead. A pervasive sense of desolation filled the truck as they stared at the building. She felt Jared take her hand in the dimly lit cab of the truck. He squeezed gently. She was grateful for the human contact, grateful that she wasn't alone right now. She swallowed down the tears that threatened. There would be time for that later. Maybe. "It'll be okay. We'll be fine," he said. His deep voice was steady and sure. His eyes, they reflected her grief. "I know," she said, with a sad smile. She gasped when they turned back. A mob of people, sick and uncoordinated, rushed toward them from behind the movie theater complex. They streamed across the parking lot and out into the road. They seemed intent on tearing the truck apart with their bare hands and teeth. Some bounced off the cars parked in the lot, their progress stunted for the moment. But the ones that made it through came fast. "Hold on!" Jared shouted and jerked the wheel violently to the left. Anna held on tight as the truck swerved to the left. Their stuff flew to the right side of the vehicle. The canned foods in the bed made a loud racket as they all shifted and rolled. She glanced out the window and saw the nearest frenzied face a scant few feet from her. The malignant glare, the insane, murderous fury. It was too much. She remembered that she could turn into one of those things at any moment. Jared might have to kill her. She was scared. She didn't want to die, and she didn't want to leave him here alone. Would she feel it before she became a monster? Would she know what she was doing and be helpless to stop it? She had to bury those thoughts. There was nothing she could do about it. They avoided most of the crowd, only hitting one of the freaks who seemed particularly agitated by the headlights. A sharp smack, and the right headlight dimmed. Anna saw the body tumble to the side, rolling a few feet before stopping. Most of the right side of the thing's face was gone. The things, the monsters, the crazies, the demons. She was dehumanizing them. She couldn't help it. Jared was right. She couldn't think of them as sick people and kill them or watch them be killed. They were rabid things to be put down, monsters to be eliminated. Maybe later this would all catch up to her and she would feel guilty. Maybe not. "Promise me something," she said abruptly, not looking over at Jared. "What?" he asked. She heard the wariness in his tone, as if he thought she was going to ask for something he couldn't give. "If I turn into one of them, I want you to shoot me right away. Don't hesitate." "Anna," he began. "No, Jared. Promise me. Please. I don't want to be like that." "Fine. But you won't turn into one of them. I already told you that I won't let you," he replied. "There would be nothing you could do to stop it," she argued. "Watch me," was his answer. She decided to drop the subject for now. She'd gotten the promise that she wanted. Now she was concentrating on making it to his house in one piece. She needed to sleep, just for a little while, or she was going to have a mental breakdown. That would be embarrassing. They reached the edge of town. There was a neighborhood off to the side. The streetlights were further apart, but held more warmth than the cold, empty lights of town. Jared turned there unexpectedly. She thought he lived further out. The homes weren't the largest, but they were solidly upper middle class and nice. The streets were kept in good repair, and the sidewalks were new. This neighborhood looked almost untouched. "I don't know if this is a good idea. Do you think those things made it out here yet?" His lips tightened before he answered. "We aren't staying here. This is where my mother lives with my sister. I think those things are already all over the place. They were the people who got sick, remember?" "Yeah. How could she have forgotten?" "My mom got sick," he suddenly said as they drove slowly down the street. "I'm sure she's fine. Is your dad? He died several years ago." "I'm sorry." She didn't know what else to say. He didn't say anything else. The houses looked mostly normal, like she imagined they would at any other time. Some windows were lit up, curtains open. Some had lights on, but their blinds were closed. Some were dark. The front doors on a few were wide open, belongings scattered across lawns. Most didn't have cars in their driveways, and she wondered why. The streets were clear, though, and she was thankful because she was certain that Jared would physically clear them himself to get to his mother's house. She would have if it were her mother. They finally stopped at a side street. The dead-end sign mocked them in the headlights. She heard him let out a deep breath. These houses looked the same as the others. She didn't like being in this neighborhood, no matter how welcoming it would have normally looked. Now it was one large maze, with all kinds of places for those things to lurk and hide. The shadows were deep between homes. And whatever walked there, walked alone. The line from Jackson's novel caused her such a sense of unease and an odd pang of nostalgia. Nostalgia for better times, when terrifying monsters stayed mostly in the books and movies where they belonged. They stopped at a mailbox with the name Carson painted in white script. She looked at the house as Jared put the truck in park. He left it running. "Stay here and watch the truck. If you see anything bad or anything happens, honk the horn. Don't get out. Understand?" He pulled his rifle into his lap and took out the magazine. It looked full, and the bullets glinted in the glow of the dash. "Why can't I go? We shouldn't split up." "It's too dangerous. If we both go, then someone could steal our truck, or they could surround us, and we would be stuck inside the house. If you stay here, at least you can give me some warning." "Okay. Please hurry," she urged. "I will." He shifted to leave, but turned back once more. "If I don't come back out in 10 minutes, I want you to leave. Go back to the highway and turn left down the small paved road right after Rolling Hills. Follow that road until you see a mailbox with a 36 on it. That's mine. You can stay there. It should be safe." "I'm not leaving you here," she protested. She didn't like him making plans for his death. He gritted his teeth. "I don't plan to stay, but if something happens to me, you need to leave. Promise me." "Fine, I promise." She didn't mean it, but he nodded anyway. It was the first lie she had ever told him. She didn't want to keep him from checking on his mother any longer. "I'll be back," he said, and left the truck quietly. He didn't slam the door, but shut it with barely a sound. She didn't like being exposed by the overhead light that came on and sunk further down in her seat until it went off. Her hand was sweaty as she clutched the baseball bat with nervous fingers. She wished she had Jared's pistol. Jared's mom's house was a basic 2-story craftsman style, white with black shutters, and 2 dormer windows. She wasn't sure if it was a good thing the lights were on inside or not. She noted that the door was unlocked. He gave one final glance back before he stepped inside and shut the door. She watched hard, scanning everywhere that she could see. Her eyes kept going to the clock nervously. The minutes stretched out infinitely. She cracked the window a little to hear better. She heard a dog barking somewhere, the rustle of a breeze through the ornamental maples in the yard. And underneath that, she heard the deep rumble of the industrial park in town. Evening birds chirped, their cries incongruous with the apocalyptic situation surrounding them. 6 minutes left. She idly jiggled her leg up and down while watching the surrounding homes. What if his mom or sister was one of those things? Could he shoot them? She bit the inside of her cheek. She should have gone in with him. She saw curtains twitch in one of the upper windows of a house down the street. It was completely dark. People. It made her feel a bit less alone. At 4 minutes left, she heard a loud boom and saw sparks in the distance back toward town. At that moment, the world outside the truck went dark. Oppressive silence pushed in, and the neighborhood suddenly didn't look so okay anymore. Surely Jared would come back out now. If he could. It was much harder to keep watch now, and she felt more conspicuous sitting in the running truck now that there were no other lights around. She was worried the glow of the dash was giving her away to anything that might be prowling out there. They could be running for her even now, ready to smash themselves into her window. Through her window. She licked her lips nervously and made a decision. If Jared didn't come out in the next 2 minutes, she was going in after him. Her eyes flickered from the clock to the house, to her surroundings, and back again. Her hands trembled violently. She rested one on the door handle, deciding to leave the truck running in case she needed to drive away fast. Like if Jared was dead. She wiped her free hand on her jeans and grasped the handle of the bat firmly. 3, 2, 1. She edged the door open and cursed when she forgot the overhead light. She quickly got out and shut the door enough that the light would go off. She crouched next to the passenger door, looking out over the houses across the street. Did she see something moving behind the opened blinds? She duck-walked in front of the truck and peeked around slowly. Jared's mom's house was still. She saw no sign of him, nor anything else. She blew out a gust of air and stood up. She needed to stop being such a pansy-ass and cross the open lawn for the front door. Jared sure as hell wouldn't cower back here if he thought she needed help. Her own mother probably wouldn't have either. So she went. She walked swiftly across the plush grass to the sidewalk. The porch was wide and dark now. The front door was closed, and she supposed he did that to make sure nothing got in behind him. She hoped he hadn't locked it, too. She was about to go in when she heard a scuffle off to the right. It sounded like a shoe on pavement, and it froze her on the spot. It couldn't possibly be Jared. It sounded like it came from the neighbor's drive. She leaned forward, unconsciously holding her breath. There. She saw a man wearing khaki chinos and a t-shirt. He walked into his driveway and stood, looking at the truck. It was dark, but he looked normal. She watched, wanting to call out or get his attention somehow, but she resisted the urge. He turned toward her, unerring in the dark, and she gasped at the ruin that used to be the right side of his face. His skin was missing around his eye and mouth, leaving bone glistening through the blood and muscle. His jaw and teeth were a gruesome parody of a grin, and they shined obscenely white in the dark. His right eye was obliterated, leaving a gash from the corner of his cracked eye socket to his temple. It made her sick to look at it. She muffled her moan of despair with her left hand and clenched the bat tighter with her right. She held as still as she could and locked her muscles into place. It didn't work. The harder she tried to control herself, the more she trembled. She was shaking like a leaf, and she was sure that if her heart pounded any faster, she would drop dead of a heart attack right there on the porch. Her silence and immobility made no difference. He pulled his lips back in a snarl, exposing all of his teeth. She heard the low rumble in his chest from across the yard, and she knew that she was out of luck. His body twitched violently, jerking his head to the side, but his eyes never left hers. The slim pupil of his remaining eye tracked her every breath, her every move. Less than a second later, he sprinted toward her. His stride ate the distance fast. She was less than 2 seconds from being ripped apart by this monster. She didn't want to move, but she forced herself to leave the false safety of the porch. It was that or die. She didn't want to die. She ran out to the yard to meet him. At least out there she had space to swing the bat. She stopped, and time seemed to mercifully slow as she bent her knees and reared back with the bat. She waited until his head was within striking distance and kept her eye on the ball. It was the only thing she could remember her old man teaching her, and it was ironic that it came back to her at this moment. He killed his drug dealer with a metal pipe before taking his merchandise and selling it to some undercover cops. She blocked out the snarling visage, the dripping gore and blood from the ruined side of his face, and the stench of loose bowels and decay that surrounded him. Sweat stung her eyes and ran down her back. Now. She blinked and swung hard, harder than she had ever attempted to hit anything before. The bat connected solidly with its head, and she heard a loud, dull thump. The force of the hit reverberated through her arms, and she felt a searing pain in her shoulder. The thing dropped immediately, and its face planted into the grass. She expected it to be either dead or knocked out cold like a normal person would be. She was wrong. Again. Chapter 11. Temporary Haven. The body twitched in the grass. It writhed uncannily like a freshly killed snake. She couldn't tell if the movement was purposeful or just the nerves being stimulated by electric impulses. She hit it again just in case, over and over. She felt small flecks hit her face and arms and finally realized that its head was no longer recognizable as such. She stopped and backed away, breathing heavily. Heaving sobs ripped painfully through her chest as she crept. Her fingers ached on the bat, and she found she couldn't uncurl them from the handle. Her shoulder spasmed. She didn't turn around. And that was a mistake. She collided with something that should not have been there. Strong hands gripped her arms and pulled her backward. She screamed hoarsely and threw herself to the side, desperate to bring the bat up to swing again. "Anna, stop!" Jared shouted. He snatched the bat and jerked it out of her hand. She wheezed in a breath and forced down her panic and terror. Her eyes widened in the dark as she saw Jared's face inches from hers. His face was pale in the dark, and his eyes reflected her fear. "Jared!" She threw herself against his chest, grasping his shirt in her fists. She had thought for sure that he was dead somewhere in that house. He clutched her against him with one arm and half dragged, half carried her up the steps. He pulled her through the doorway and shut the door before leaning up against it. He dropped the bat and hugged her hard with both arms, his face buried in her hair. She finally began to settle, When she calmed down a little, he released her so he could see her face. "What were you thinking?" he said. "I thought you were dead," she said, too loudly. "Then you should have left, like I told you," he said. He was livid. She realized that she had never seen him angry before. "I wasn't going to leave here without you, without knowing." "You could have died," he said, gesturing out toward the front yard. He clenched his jaw, jerking around to face away from her. He put his hands on his hips and hung his head. He was still breathing heavily. She waited a moment to give him time to calm down before putting her hand on his back. "I'm sorry, but I couldn't leave. I just couldn't." He exhaled, turned, and put his hands on her shoulders. He looked into her eyes. "Are you okay?" His voice was more composed now. "I'm fine," she said, hoping it was true. He nodded and sighed. "Look at you. I bring you home to my mother and you go and 86 one of her friends, first thing." Her mouth dropped open. "Come on, let's go before the rest of the neighborhood shows up, whatever is left of it anyway." He picked up the filthy bat and handed it to her. "Here you go, Slugger." She was not amused. In fact, she felt queasy. "Where's your mom?" "I'll tell you in the truck." They got back in the truck without seeing anyone else, crazy or otherwise. He took a drink of water and sat for a moment. She saw him looking at the body of the man she had bludgeoned to death a few minutes ago. It wasn't moving much now, thank God. "Mom left. She left me a note. She and my sister went with a few of the neighbors to an emergency shelter in town. She said one of them, a cop, told her they were going to try to set up a makeshift camp there with armed guards." He shook his head. "She can't have been gone too long. If only we could have gotten here sooner." "She's with other people. I'm sure that she and your sister are fine. Plus, they have armed guards, right? We can go find them." "Yeah. Not in the dark, though. It's too dangerous. We need to rest first and plan. I don't like going back to town. I wish you would have just gone to my house." He slammed a hand on the steering wheel in frustration. "Maybe she thought you wouldn't be able to get home and would go to the shelter? She should know better." She didn't say anything, but rested her hand on his, providing what comfort she could. He took it in his and squeezed it gently. They left. The streetlights were useless now, and no longer kept the oppressive darkness at bay. It forced Jared to turn on the headlights to see. It seemed to be overcast. No moonlight filtered through the thick cloud cover that had rolled in. No hints of starlight. It was lonely and scary. She comforted herself that at least most of the crazies were probably back in town and not wandering the woods. Yet, who knew when or if they would work their way to the more rural areas? By that time, she hoped she and Jared would be holed up somewhere safe, along with his mother and sister. She had a quick thought and turned on the radio. She scanned the stations. Most were white noise. Some still played music. She was about to lose hope of getting any information when she heard the inflectionless voice, one that had an announcement. Within Collier Stadium, federal emergency management workers, with the support of the National Guard, have set up an aid center there for all civilians. People are strongly encouraged to make their way to Collier Stadium, where safety, food, and shelter are being provided. Medical personnel are also on site within Collier Stadium. Federal emergency management workers, with the support of the National Guard, have set up... "Is that a recording?" Anna asked, turning down the volume a little after the second repetition. "Sounds like it. We'll check again later when we get settled in. We're almost there," he said, and gestured to the upper-middle-class neighborhood on the right. Anna looked and saw that the entrance to the neighborhood had been blocked by a delivery truck. She didn't see any people, but she supposed they could be out there, hidden. Jared slowed the truck and turned left into a narrow paved side road. The woods were thicker here, and the houses they passed weren't so close together. It was a good thing, she supposed. He turned onto a gravel driveway and followed it through the trees for about a quarter of a mile. At the end was a cabin. "Still have electricity," he mentioned. There was a light shining through one of the windows, and she could see an attached garage on the right. Several smaller outbuildings littered the clearing behind the house. Jared pushed the button and the garage door opened. He backed in, shut off the truck, and closed the garage door. She sighed with the sudden sense of safety, and the weight of the day lifted from her chest. She could rest now. She realized that she hadn't eaten all day, or used the bathroom, and she needed one desperately. "Stay here and let me turn on a light so you don't get hurt," he said, before opening his door and getting out. A moment later the garage lit up and she could see tools lining one wall. A cluttered workbench took up the back, and various metal lockers and shelving covered the rest of the available space. She got out, smelling hints of pungent gasoline, oil, and laundry detergent. She grabbed her backpack and tote bag first. The canned food and stuff could wait. Jared pulled out his weapons and ammo bags and led her into the house. The first thing he did was go to the window and close the curtains tightly. He turned on the range light and turned off the overhead. "It's probably okay to have a light on, but I don't want to take any chances. It's best if nobody knows we're here." "I agree." He showed her the layout, and she was struck by how cozy it was. It was outfitted like a hunting lodge, a comfortable and luxurious one. She idly wondered who the decorator was. She was 99% sure that it wasn't Jared. She didn't have that feeling of awkwardness, of being an outsider, that she usually would have had going into someone else's house. It felt like home. The living room had a wood-burning fireplace, overstuffed furniture, and braided rugs on the floor. The kitchen and dining room were combined and featured excellent appliances and a small dining set. She decided that she never wanted to leave. "That is the spare bedroom. There is no attached bathroom, but this is the guest bathroom here. It's yours. Make yourself at home." He went and flipped on the small lamp on the nightstand, and she saw that the bedroom was just as welcoming as the rest of the house. "The blinds are closed, and the curtains are blackout, so it should be okay to use the lamp if you really need it," he said, lingering in the doorway. She set her bags on the top of the dresser and turned back to him. "This is great. Thanks for letting me stay here, and for everything else. I don't know if I would have made it today if you hadn't been there," she said, sitting on the edge of the bed. "I'm sure you would have made it. You're strong and smart. And, hey, you've got 52 cases of beans out there," he said, stabbing a thumb over his shoulder. "It's better that we're together, though." He ran a hand through his messy hair. "Are you hungry? I'm not sure how long the power will be on, and I've got steaks in the fridge that need to be eaten." "Sure, that sounds great. I'm going to get cleaned up first if you don't mind," she said, toeing off her shoes and standing. "Yeah, go ahead. There are towels and things in the bathroom. I'll just get cleaned up and meet you in the kitchen." He backed out after giving her a small nod. She grabbed her tote of bathroom supplies and left the room. The shower was heavenly. She scrubbed herself clean with her favorite soap. The hot water was relaxing, and she wanted nothing more than to lay down and go to sleep, preferably for 2 days. When she was washing her hair, her fingers scraped across something hard. She felt around it and pinched it between her fingers. She pulled it from her hair. When she realized what it was, she gagged. A bone fragment. She swallowed back the disgust, washed her hair again, and concentrated on calculating her odds of surviving this thing. Tallying up her supplies helped settle her stomach. Jared was exaggerating about her kidney beans, of course. She only had 20 cases. Maybe 25. Give or take a few. Possibly 30. She didn't like passing up sales. Eventually, she had to get out and help Jared. She felt guilty making him do all the cooking when he was probably just as tired as she was, if not more so. She towel-dried her hair, then wrapped it around her, making sure she was decently covered. She stepped out of the bathroom and almost ran right into a chest. A very warm, muscular chest. "That shirt should be illegal," she said. She felt herself staring, and heat washed through her cheeks. She didn't remember ever seeing him in casual clothes before, not even on casual Fridays. She looked up and saw that Jared was just as surprised as she was. A drop of water fell from her hair and landed on her shoulder. She watched as Jared's eyes followed that drop of water until it was absorbed by the towel wrapped tightly over her chest. She cleared her throat. "Sorry it took so long. I'll just get dressed and help you cook." His eyes met hers, and she could tell he was embarrassed to have been caught staring. She knew how that felt. Considering she had just done the same thing, she couldn't fault him for it. Jeez, this was awkward. Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, we'll just make a salad or something to go with the steaks. I'll be in the kitchen," he said, pointing in that general direction. Okay. Okay. They finally got moving, and she went into her room to dress. She yanked on a pair of yoga pants and a t-shirt, cringing a little at the Minnie Mouse on the front. She hadn't meant to grab that particular lounge shirt. She pulled her hair back with a hair tie and draped the towel over the closet door to dry a little. When she made it to the kitchen, Jared was already heating the countertop grill. She felt the steaks. They had only a hint of coolness left from the fridge. She washed her hands and looked around. "I took them out to warm before I got in the shower. They won't be as good as on the charcoal grill outside, but I didn't think it was a particularly good time for a cookout," he said with a smirk. "I'm sure they'll be great." "Good, because I'm fresh out of pureed chicken." "Pureed chicken?" He jerked a nod toward her shirt and grinned. "I had no idea you were so young." She threw the hand towel at him, and he chuckled. As he seasoned the steaks, she found a cutting board and a knife. In the fridge, she pulled out 2 heads of romaine lettuce and some freshly shaved Parmesan. She chopped the lettuce into bite-sized pieces, tossing it into a large wooden salad bowl. She sprinkled some Parmesan on top. "Croutons?" she asked. I don't have any fresh, but there is probably a bag in the pantry back there." He pointed behind his back with a spatula, and she opened the wooden door he indicated, and stepped into heaven. This pantry was a woman's dream. Well, her dream, anyway. Glass canisters lined the top shelves, neatly labeled and full of spices and cooking staples. Seasonings and other basic necessities were alphabetically organized on a large rack. Prepackaged foods and canned goods were alphabetized and stacked neatly on a lower shelf. She was looking at many, many months' worth of food. Maybe years. About 6 months' worth, actually, for one person. A quiet, warm voice said at her back. She felt the heat of him behind her, though he wasn't touching her. She turned slowly in the space, her shoulder brushing his chest lightly. He didn't step back. She looked at his serious face. "I'm in love with your pantry," she whispered. He glanced down at her mouth as she spoke, and she had the sudden thought that he wanted to kiss her, which was stupid, of course. They were only friends. He had never given her any indications that he wanted more than that, aside from some friendly teasing that meant nothing, and the date they were supposed to go on. That was kind of ruined now. He rested his hand on the doorframe next to his shoulder, and his bicep twitched with the movement. Would it be an awkward friendship faux pas to melt into a puddle right now? "I'm in love with my pantry, too," he whispered back. His movement had caused the air to stir, and she smelled the soap he used. It was fresh and wild, and she loved it. Or maybe that was just him. He leaned fractionally closer to her. Or maybe she just imagined it. Her breath caught, and she felt lightheaded. Probably just from lack of food. A loud hissing caused them both to jump. He spun, expecting an attack. "Shit," he cursed. "Just the steaks." He grinned at their reaction and grabbed the bag of croutons from the shelf near her head. She followed him back to the kitchen and finished the salad. "I know it's a Caesar salad, but you might want to throw some of these veggies in there. They won't stay good much longer, and I'd hate to waste them. I'd like to use as much of the refrigerator stuff as we can. If the power goes out, I have a generator, but I'd rather not use it. The noise might draw people in." "Yeah," she agreed, and started to dice the cucumber and tomato resting on the counter. When the steaks were finished and the food was plated, they took their meals to the table. It was an uncharacteristically intimate meal for them. They sat beside each other in the dim light from the range. "This steak is fantastic, but I'm confused. If you are such a good cook, and I can tell you are by your pantry, why the heck do you eat so much fast food?" That bewildered her. In all the years she had known him, he had never brought in his own lunch. He never even hinted that he could cook beyond boiling water. "First, my decorator designed the pantry and filled it. I don't like cooking just for myself. Sometimes I do, but I can eat out more cheaply." He shrugged and took another bite of his steak. "But it's so unhealthy," she said. "Are you saying I'm not healthy?" he said, raising an eyebrow. She eyed his muscles. No, I just mean, well, I'm just surprised is all. This is the best steak I've had in a long time, maybe ever. He grinned at her. Nothing is too good for my work wife. Does that still apply? Technically, we don't have jobs anymore. I think it's a forever thing. Now you're like my survival wife. It's kind of a lateral shift on the old job ladder. She rolled her eyes and returned his grin. Yeah, well, I guess that means half your house is mine, in which case I'm never leaving. I really like the decor. Thanks. I had it done professionally. Just don't look in the basement. She wrinkled her forehead in confusion. Sorry, it's an inside joke. Oh? Inside joke with who? She asked. Myself? He said, as if it were obvious and she was just being difficult. Jared, that's not how that works, she said, slowing her cadence like she would with a toddler. Lay off our jokeses, Collinses. Whatever happened to Mrs. Collins Carson? She said, perturbed. We divorced her because she kept making fun of our jokeses, didn't we, precious? She snorted with exasperation. That's what she gets for having Jared as a survival partner. Suddenly she saw their time together stretched out before her. Years of endless lame jokes and movie lines. Maybe some practical jokes thrown in once their lives weren't being threatened excessively anymore. Could be worse. Anyway, without a decorator, I'd probably have just thrown in a microwave, a recliner, and a big screen TV. She shook her head at him in disgust and finished off her food. She didn't know if he was joking or not. Probably not. I can't believe you have a decorator, she said. She did an excellent job. Thanks. I wasn't going to let her, but she kept pestering me about it. Your decorator forced you to let her decorate your house? Those are some high-pressure tactics right there. Secretly, she felt a small pang of jealousy of the woman, whoever she was. The decorator's my sister, he confided with a grin. She's a pain in the ass sometimes. She's a professional designer? Nah, not yet. She's an art student. She interns with a design firm for now. They'll probably offer her a position when she graduates. I mean, if all this gets... Yeah. He frowned at his mistake. She couldn't believe they had just forgotten about it. I think we should stay here for as long as we can. We have plenty of food, including what we brought from your apartment. I really wanted to check out the stadium. I mean, if there are National Guard troops there, it could be safer, right? There would be other people there, too, and we could get news. They also have doctors. Anna, I don't think it's a very good idea, Jared said with a sigh. He put his fork down and pushed his plate away. She could see the exhaustion on his face and knew it was mirrored on hers. We need to find my mother and sister and get out of there as soon as possible. We can just go and see what it's like when we go find your mom. We don't even have to stay. I just need to see... See what? He questioned. See if this is all real. I need to know if this is happening. That everything we knew is over. Gone. If it is, then we need to find the safest place possible until... He sighed again and squeezed the bridge of his nose. All right, but we don't stay. We check it out, get whatever information we can, and leave. We have to make our own safe place, Anna. Don't forget what happened in those cities. Just because we didn't see much of that here doesn't mean that it can't or won't happen. For all we know, those people in the stadium are... He stopped and rubbed his eyes. We'll go get my family, and we'll check it out. Thanks, she said, meaning it. Don't thank me yet, he said, and she had no idea what he meant. Chapter 12. Going Back. Jared? She called out, holding a plate upside down near the cabinet. Yeah? He answered quietly from the hallway. Why is your name written on the bottom of all these plates with a Sharpie? Just in case, he said enigmatically. Just in case what? Someone steals them, he said, as if it were a basic concept and a commonly accepted practice. He came into the living room with an armload of stuff. You know, I used to think that you made up goofy stuff at work just to make me laugh. I'm getting the feeling now that a lot of that wasn't actually made up." He tossed his stuff on the coffee table and came over to where she stood. He put his arm around her shoulder companionably and walked her toward the couch. "Of course I make up stuff to make you laugh. I like hearing you laugh. I would have been a fool to let Donnie move in and steal the best-looking sales team support specialist 2 in the office. I was the only sales team support specialist 2 in the office, besides you," she pointed out. "And I said you were the best-looking, with me coming in at a close second. Also, don't be bitter because she didn't think to put your name on your plates. If you play your cards right, you can one day have your name on my plates too." "Okay." She sat on the couch and decided to change the subject. "What's all this stuff?" "My life's work." "I thought building famous architectural structures out of trash was your life's work," she replied. "Keep it up, Collins, keep it up. You know, for someone who keeps a scrapbook full of grocery coupons, you are being pretty judgmental." "It's not a scrapbook," she said. "Is too," he said calmly. "It's for groceries. It saves me money. You have coupons glued into a scrapbook binder, and you decorate the pages. I've seen the little stickers of miniature groceries in your desk drawer, Anna." She raised her eyebrows and said nothing. He obviously didn't know how to appreciate frugality, or arts and crafts. "Why were you looking at my desk? I needed your ibuprofen bottle, remember?" "It's not a scrapbook," she repeated and crossed her arms. "When's the last time you used one?" he challenged. She tightened her lips and thought about it. 3 weeks ago, she retorted. He didn't need to know it was a duplicate laundry detergent coupon that she couldn't double, and that the original was still nicely pasted into its place in the laundry section of the book, with a little laundry detergent bottle sticker close by. Everyone needs hobbies. Anyway, before you so rudely interrupted me, I want you to take this. He handed her a small pistol. It's just a small .38 revolver. It's your weapon of last resort. I'm going to show you how to load it and unload it, and how to fire it. Don't ever point it at anyone or anything that you aren't willing to kill. Do you understand?" He was serious now, and she nodded. "And you keep your finger off the trigger until the weapon is pointed at the target and you are ready to kill. You need to always know where you are pointing it. No exceptions." "Okay, I get it," she said. She knew that much at least. He showed her a bit about the weapon, including loading, firing, and how to hold it and stow it safely. She practiced it herself without loading it until she felt like she had the process memorized. Afterward, she loaded it and put it in the holster on the coffee table. "So, a pistol is your life's work?" "No, actually, I just made that up. You were right. Building trash structures is my real life's work." She and Jared slept in turns. He insisted that it was safer, that one of them needed to be awake to keep an eye on things. He was right. She slept well, waking when Jared shook her at 7. The sun was starting to rise, and she could see that he was already showered and dressed. "You don't want to go back to sleep for a bit?" she asked him. "No, I think we should go to town early so we can get back before dark." He didn't sound happy about going, and she felt bad that he had to. They had no other option, though. He needed to find his family, and she couldn't exactly go check the place out alone. "I hope we find your mom and sister. Who knows, maybe it'll be safe there. If not, we should be fine staying here, however long it takes until this thing is over." He didn't say anything for a long moment, just made his coffee with his back turned to her. When he finally did speak, his voice was solemn. It almost made her change her mind. "I think we are going to regret going there today. I just have a bad feeling about it. If there are survivors there, imagine them all packed into one place. Who is to say they are all healthy? What if one or a bunch of them suddenly turn? Then what? My mom was sick. Many people were. They could turn. They could have turned last night. It could be like the movie theater, only worse. Or everything could be fine. They could have set up a safe place, and maybe even started clearing the town of those crazy people. Everything could be better than it was yesterday." He took a sip from his travel mug and stared out the window. He didn't say anything. The sun was shining brightly through the trees. It looked like a normal day, She could hear the birds chirping as she ate a quick breakfast of bacon, eggs, and toast that he'd already cooked. How could she stay here without knowing exactly what was going on back in town? Everything could end soon, and they wouldn't even know it. They would have to make regular trips just to see what was happening. What about the TV? I haven't even thought about it since we got here. But I bet they'll have something. She jumped up to go back to the living room, but his voice stopped her. Already tried it. There's nothing. No cable channels at all. Just static. You don't have satellite? She asked. He shook his head. Internet? Only Ethernet. It's down too. What about the radio? Same recording as last night. It was on a couple of other local stations, but the rest of the stations were off the air, he explained. So, as far as we know, that shelter at the stadium is fine. If something had already happened there, they wouldn't still be broadcasting it, right? Maybe, was his answer. She paced the short distance between the living room and the kitchen. The TV was out. That meant there was probably still some sort of disruption, but it was still too dangerous to travel to the National Guard shelter? Wouldn't they be safer with an actual army guarding them than staying here alone? Maybe you should wait outside the stadium while I go in. I can try to find your mom and sister and get a look around. That way you can— The hell I will, he said, suddenly angry. It shocked her. If you think I'm going to let you go anywhere alone, you're out of your damn mind. What kind of a man would I be to let you go out there with those freaks running around? No way. If you're going in, then so am I. She stared at him, open-mouthed and shocked at his outburst. She had never seen him so vehement. It was kind of sexy. No, don't go there. Okay, it was just a suggestion. Let me get my shoes on and I'll be ready, she stammered out. He gave her a short nod and she escaped to the bedroom. They were in the truck and headed back down his driveway by 8:30. She was nervously biting the edges of her fingernails. She had broken herself of the habit a long time ago, or thought she had. Apparently not. She scanned the trees on either side of the gravel drive, but saw nothing out of the ordinary, as in no bloody, insane people trying to kill them. She was wearing casual clothing but had a knife tucked inside her waistband and hidden under her t-shirt. She wasn't comfortable carrying the pistol on her belt yet. The knife made her feel a little safer. She just hoped she would have the courage to use it when, or if, the time came. Her bat rested against her leg, and she gripped it nervously. She glanced over at Jared's face. It was uncharacteristically hard. He was frowning, obviously thinking deeply about something. He was wearing casual clothes, too. She knew he had a pistol or two concealed on him somewhere. He told her that the guard was probably confiscating weapons from people who took their offer of refuge. It didn't sit right with him. And, honestly, it didn't sit right with her either. He had suggested they leave all their supplies and most of the weapons at home, only carrying 2 small backpacks with some water, a little food, and a change of clothing. That way they had some necessities, but they wouldn't be losing anything important if their gear was taken from them. The plan was to go, find his family, check the place out, get some information from the people there, and maybe come back to Jared's house for the time being. Then they would reassess everything. It sounded like a good plan. Sorry about yelling earlier. That's okay. We are under a lot of stress. Still not as stressful as GFI's annual picnic lunch, he joked. Heck no, nowhere near that level. Sweating under the hot August sun and eating store-bought sandwiches at the local park with her coworkers while the flies buzzed around wasn't her idea of fun. Look at the bright side. Now we don't have to go, he said. Yeah, kind of hard to have a crappy company picnic when your coworkers and boss are all dead. They sat in silence for another minute. Maybe we should try and pick up my car afterward. That way we will have 2 vehicles instead of 1, she suggested. Yeah, that may be a good idea. Never know when something might happen. He didn't elaborate on that. Maybe we should try and get another truck, though, something with 4-wheel drive. If you really want your car, we can get it and get a truck later. Okay. Returning to the highway in the bright sunshine was jarring. Last night had been so frightening, so surreal, and the darkness only added to that. Now, in the daylight, It was hard to imagine what they had lived through was real. She wished to God that it wasn't. She had killed someone. Jared had killed several people, co-workers. They had watched people die. It was just so improbable. "What do you think caused all of this?" she asked him. "I don't know. Does it matter? It's happened and we have to deal with it," he said. "I just wondered what you thought." "I think some motherfucker was messing around with something that never should have been messed with. Maybe he left a Bunsen burner on? Maybe one government or another decided that they had done enough screwed up shit." He shook his head. "What we need is to concentrate on what happens now, before we concentrate on what happened then." "Yeah, you're right." "Say that again?" he said, putting a finger behind his ear. "You're right? Once more?" he said. "No." They were back to the edge of town more quickly than she wanted to be. She saw the same familiar sights that she saw last night. There were also some new, more gruesome ones. Jared stopped the truck. So much for things being better than yesterday. One tableau was particularly disturbing. The delivery truck blocking the entrance to the Rolling Hills neighborhood was full of holes of all sizes. She wasn't a ballistics expert, but she watched forensic files. She saw at least 4 different-sized bullet holes. There had been a large-scale attack last night. She knew that neighborhood had a lot of families. She hoped they were okay. "Guess that pretty much explains that pile of bodies around the outside of that truck," Jared said after she mentioned it to him. "You think they were turned?" she asked. "Biters? Probably," he said. "Biters. Well, I'm all ears if you have a better name for them," he said. "I'll get back to you on that." She saw at least 30 bodies of all kinds laid out in the hot sun. It was a vulgar display that she had only ever seen in history books or on the news. It was shocking. Limbs were flung out, some missing the bodies they were supposed to be attached to. There was blood everywhere, dried brown in the sun. Some puddles were dark red and gelatinous. She felt the hot sting of saliva flood her mouth and wrenched her door open quickly. "Anna, what the—" She heaved painfully out the side of the truck. Vomit splattered the hot pavement. She wished she hadn't eaten this morning. She hadn't thought. She felt a hand on her back. "Here," he said, offering her a bottle of water. She rinsed her mouth and spit before shutting the door and sitting back. She felt better, physically at least. "Better?" She nodded. "Here, take a couple of these," he said, and shook the cinnamon Altoid box at her. She took 3. "You think those people are still alive in there?" she asked. "Yeah, they have a good chance if they keep up their ammo supply, and as long as they take out the runners as soon as they turn." "Runners? Biters? How about the health-challenged?" "Nah, too long. Imagine you come across some of them and have to warn me. Would you really have the time to say, 'Hey, J-Dog, here come the health-challenged'? No." "It was a joke." He cocked an eyebrow at her. "Let's go with biters for now." "You know we're being watched, right?" he said. "What?" She froze and glanced around, seeking out the watcher. She didn't see anyone. Second floor of that house in the neighborhood, behind the wall. They've got sentries. Someone in there knows what they're doing. "Think we should make contact?" she asked. "We can try." Jared abruptly opened his door and stood on the running board of the truck. He raised a hand and waved at the figure in the window. "Better put up both of your hands," she suggested. "Good idea." They waited in tense silence for any sign of movement. Anna watched the woods around them. She wanted to hurry and get moving again. This sitting still was uncomfortable. When you're still, they can get you. She also didn't like Jared making himself a target for the same people that decimated a crowd of 30, even if they were crazy. "Jared, on the road!" she shouted. She leaned forward in her seat, clutching the sweaty handle of the bat. In the shimmering heat coming from the rise in the road, she saw heads. As she watched, the heads were followed by bodies. A crowd was coming, maybe 3 miles away. "We've got time," Jared assured. She estimated their speed and realized that he was right. They had a little time. Her gut was telling her to leave, to go back, but Jared only waited. "Let's go. These people obviously don't want to come out. They might have information. Screw their information. We need to go now." She leaned her head back against her headrest and tried to calm her breathing. She couldn't panic. A fist came shattering through the back window with stunning force. She gasped and spun in her seat as the grasping hand lunged for her hair. A huge man stood on her side of the truck. His skin was pale and sweaty, and his chest was slick with blood, and other things. Her heart thumped painfully in her chest. He was grinning, and his snake-like eyes glinted with infernal glee. Blood had dried on his mouth and chin, and flaked off as he moved his mouth. He was twitching almost uncontrollably. He threw himself head-first into the shattered window, crumbling the remains of the glass. "Get down!" Jared shouted. She ducked, and he fired instantly. She felt wetness splatter against the top of her head. She popped up and looked back. The thing's face remained in the window, and she heard a low groan from its mouth. The eyes, so inhuman and feral-looking, dimmed somehow. There was a large hole in the top of its head. She watched as whatever life was in the thing went away. It hung in the window. Jared jumped down and ran to the side of the truck and hauled the body out. He grunted as he pulled the biter's weight. The squishy thud and the leakage from its head were extremely unpleasant. He must be 400 pounds at least. She saw movement behind Jared and watched in horror as more biters materialized out of the tree line. They were sprinting. "Jared!" she screamed. She jumped out with her bat as the first ones came onto the road. They split unerringly into halves. One came to her left, the other running for Jared's right. She heard him firing as she watched the ones coming for her. "Shit, shit, shit," she hissed in a freaked-out panic as she pulled the bat back. Her shoulders screamed at the movement, but she had no choice. As the first one got within range, she swung hard, and it went down. She had no time to pull back again before the next one was on her. She held the bat in front of her, pushing it against the woman-thing's neck. It kept her from getting her face eaten off, but it did nothing to stop the abomination's clawed fingers from gouging holes in her stomach. She yelled in pain and fear. Her arms were tiring, and its face was closing in. She felt wetness on her shirt. She was shoved against the truck again as more of the things piled on. She heard no more firing from Jared. Boom! Boom! She registered the loud reports just as she watched the ghouls in the back falling, one after another. Weight against her lessened fractionally. It was just enough to keep her from being torn apart, though she couldn't hold it much longer. The heat of the truck was burning her back, but it was the burn in her arms that concerned her more. The woman inched closer with her demonic face, and Anna closed her eyes and pushed her away with all her strength. She tried to lock her elbows, but failed. The sick woman's foul breath wafted across her face, smelling strongly of new decay. Her nausea returned instantly and burned up her throat. Crack! This time the explosion was closer, and she clenched her eyes shut at the startling sound. Spraying fluid splattered her face, and she felt a sudden shifting of weight. The demented crazy woman collapsed into a pile at her feet. She looked around, dazed and weakened. Her arms felt like noodles, and sweat plastered her shirt to her skin. She looked down. "I'm bleeding," she muttered. "Fuck!" She heard Jared breathe, and she felt his arm move around her torso. Bodies of the sick lay twitching and writhing on the road, and he walked her through them to the other side of the truck. She watched the horizon and was horrified to see the mass of creeping figures closer now. They weren't running. Yet. "We have to go. They're coming." "I need to check you over first," he said. "It's not that bad," she insisted. He raised the hem of her shirt to her ribs and hissed at the wounds. She didn't look. She didn't need to. She could feel them well enough. He reached into the truck, and she heard a zipper. "Sorry," he said, and dumped a cold liquid all over her abdomen. She gasped at the sudden sharp sting. Tears collected in her eyes. She had a feeling that it would have been much worse if she didn't have so much adrenaline in her system. As it was, the fire on her skin was worse than anything she had ever felt. She pushed her attention outward. "Jared, they're coming. I know, I'm hurrying. No, I mean the people in the neighborhood." "Hold this," he said, placing a large gauze pad tightly against her stomach. She held it as he turned around to meet the strangers. They seemed to have the whole A-team thing down. She saw various eras of military surplus gear and some hunting camo. "Hello," Jared said, warily holstering his pistol. He held out a hand. The leader of the group stopped and took it, giving Jared a solid shake. "Hello, you folks having some trouble?" he said, and nodded to the truck. "No, we saw the pile of biters and stopped. I saw your sentry up in the window. We just wanted to see if you guys had any news. Some of our people left yesterday afternoon. Went to a refugee camp thing in town. Damn stupid thing to do if you ask me." "Yeah, we heard about that. My family went. That's where we were headed, to check it out and hopefully take them back with us." "I'd say that's a wise decision. My name is Harold Anderson. Harry to my friends." "Harry it is then. I'm Jared Carson. This is Anna," he said, gesturing to her. "Ma'am, you wounded?" "Just scratched up a little," she said. Hopefully they hadn't seen too many movies and wouldn't shoot her on the spot. "Carrie, get over here and check her out," he ordered. She held up a hand. "I'm fine. Carrie has some medical training. You'd best let him take a look." She looked at Jared, and he gave her a short nod. She supposed it couldn't hurt. "Okay." The man, Carrie, came up to her and laid his rifle down before pulling a first aid pouch from his kit. While he studied her injuries, she listened to the others talk. "We wish we could offer you folks a place here, but we've got limited resources. We can't be taking in anyone else. We understand. We've got a place nearby. We'll be fine. You folks better get going soon. That crowd is moving along faster now. We'll help hold them off, but we have to conserve our ammo. You understand." Carrie stepped back. "You'll be okay as long as you keep the scratches clean. Keep antibiotic ointment on them, and keep them wrapped up for a day or two, especially if you'll be exposed to pathogens or excess bacteria." "What about the infection?" Jared asked. "Antibiotics. IV penicillin would be best, but we aren't set up for that yet. See if you can find some pills. If you aren't allergic, penicillin V 500 milligrams every 8 hours for 10 days should do it. I'm not a doctor, though." "You just play one on TV," Jared joked, and Dana gave him a small shake of her head. He really needed to learn. "We'll get those pills. Thanks," he said, and shook their hands. "Maybe we'll see you around." "Sure thing. Come up for a visit sometime. Watch out for the runners," Harry warned, motioning to the advancing crowd. They were still about 3/4 of a mile away. They would be cutting it close. Already she could see the vanguard starting to run toward them. "We'll take the back road into town." Jared took her around to the other side of the truck, and she watched her feet as they approached the dead. Most had stopped jerking and lay still. She got in, painfully pulling herself up. Jared trotted back around. "Take this. It's already on our channel. Keep in touch occasionally. It'll need batteries eventually." Harry handed Jared a large radio. "Thanks. Good luck to you all," he said. "Same to you folks." They left slowly. Jared turned down a small side road that she knew led out around toward the water treatment plant before curving back toward town. Who were those people? Some kind of neighborhood watch? The Rolling Hills Civil Defense League. Seriously? She glanced at him to see if he was joking. Yep, they had patches and everything. That's kind of weird, he supplied. I was going to say badass, but weird works too. Chapter 13. Bob's Body Shop. Anna stowed the radio in Jared's bag, and he put it under his truck seat with the rest of the gear they were leaving behind. He seemed to be more anxious about what the authorities would do with them than the biters. The back road opened up into a huge empty field that led over to the large water treatment facility in the distance. Instead of turning down the gravel drive to go there, they turned right to go back toward town. She liked the open fields around them. It gave them a clear view. She could pretend everything was normal for a minute. Here we go, he said as they regained town limits. So far it was all clear. She heard sudden staccato booms from behind them. Is that a machine gun? Jared grinned. Sounds like the RHCDL is kicking ass. Wow, maybe we should find some machine guns. Sure, let me just stop off at the local National Guard armory and we'll pick up a few, he quipped. Seriously? No, I don't think they would take too kindly to that. Besides, I'm not familiar with anything belt-fed, and the ammo is heavy as hell to carry. We're better off sticking with the M4s right now. You are. I'll stick with my bat. As soon as we get back home, we'll do some training. I want you to be comfortable with a pistol and a rifle. That bat won't do much good in a crowd. No, really? She said with false incredulity. They passed the edge of the industrial park again, and she noted that the low rumble of machinery was absent. Smoke no longer rose from the stacks. It was eerily quiet. Even the birds were silent. She glanced nervously at the buildings on either side of the narrow streets. They had to go around obstructions, and each time her heart fluttered in fear that they would come upon a large group of those things. Jared could only shoot so many, and he was driving. Maybe I should drive, she suggested. Yeah, on the way back. I'd like to have my hands free. They decided to go around the old court square, which was the most congested part of town. She sawed several streets over and shuddered. The windows in the old historic building were black, and the glass was broken out. She thought she saw movement inside, but couldn't tell for sure. She wanted to tell Jared to speed up, but they couldn't. The machine gun, which had been routinely firing and stopping back in the distance, had now quit for good. She hoped it was a good thing. Those people seemed nice. There it is. Jared had stopped the truck on the highest point on this side of town, which happened to be a parking lot of a Chinese restaurant. It was empty for the moment. They were too close to other buildings for her comfort. Too many alleys and busted doorways that the biters could lurk. The broken back window made her uneasy. She imagined fingers grasping her, clawing her neck, and she scooted a bit closer to Jared on the bench. The stadium was down the hill in the distance. The mile between it and them was cluttered with abandoned vehicles. She saw 3 school buses, a short line of police vehicles, and an ambulance. The doors on the ambulance hung open. Nothing moved. It didn't look promising. It didn't look right. Can you see the fence? Does it look intact? He asked her. She squinted in the sunlight. She couldn't make out the details. I don't know. Guess there's only one way to find out. He put the truck in drive and pulled out of the lot. I hate that phrase. It never turns out well for the person who says it. A hot, humid breeze blew through the back window. It brought the acrid stench of gasoline along with the more pleasant smell of sun-warmed plants and cut grass. Her hair ruffled, and her hand rested on her injured stomach. They would need to find a pharmacy, too. They crossed an empty intersection. The streetlight overhead was dark and swung a little in the breeze. A styrofoam cup rolled across the road as they passed. "Damn it!" Jared shouted, as a surge of biters rushed into the street from around the corner of a church. Their clumsy running and violent jolting gave them away, even if one didn't happen to see their feral gazes and slavering mouths. They were all in various stages of dress. A few were naked, and on those she saw the worst injuries. How are they still alive? She held on tight as Jared plowed through the thinner section of the human blockade. They didn't even flinch or try to move as the truck smashed through their ranks. They mindlessly threw themselves into the vehicle, smacked the metal hard, then fell to the asphalt. Some managed to grasp the truck and were pulled along. She saw swatches of skin left on the road and turned her eyes away. Some were flattened by the tires. A body was stuck in the grill guard for a moment before it tumbled to the ground. The back wheels thumped over it, and she cringed, but felt a sick sense of satisfaction as well. These things are going to follow us there. What's the plan? Plan? There ain't no plan, he replied. You do realize that impersonating movie characters isn't a survival strategy, right? He sped up, trying to put as much distance between them and the biters as he could. She watched them quickly outpace the running mob. She looked back to the front as Jared cursed. The fucking fence is down. Oh my gosh. The stadium parking lot, once neatly contained within a high chain-link fence, was no longer protected. The gate had bowed inward, as if under a tremendous weight. Bloody bits of flesh hung from some sections, and she scanned the area. There aren't enough bodies, she shouted. What? There aren't enough bodies for all this blood. Where are they? Jared slowed as they got closer, and she kept a nervous eye on the group approaching from behind. They would either have to go into the stadium parking lot or turn off onto the side road. As she was considering the best thing to do, Jared chose for her. He turned down a side street. They would have to find another way into the stadium. First, they would have to lose the ones tracking them. "There, Bob's body shop," she said, pointing to the old mechanic's shop on the corner. "Don't know if I like the sound of that," he retorted, his eyes never leaving the road. He turned, angling the truck for the old garage. The doors were open, and anything could be in there waiting. They didn't have a choice, not if they wanted to get to the stadium today. Jared wouldn't consider leaving his mother and sister alone for another day, and she didn't blame him. She hoped it wouldn't get them killed, though. He stopped hard, making her lurch into the dash. If she hadn't been wearing a seatbelt, she would have bashed her face. He jerked it into reverse and jammed the pedal down with a roar. As soon as the truck was in, he smashed on the brake again. The truck stopped with a screech, and he jumped out. She saw that he intended to shut the overhead door. She jumped out without thinking. They hadn't checked the building. He could be attacked by anything in the dark. She looked around, wide-eyed in the dim light. She didn't see anything right off, but she edged toward Jared as he reached for the long cord. The darkness intensified as he pulled the garage door down with a loud squeal. She cringed at the noise. "There, let's make sure there aren't any other doors open." She followed him into the dark. He picked up a crowbar lying on a workbench. "Pistol will draw them right to us," he explained. She readied her bat, feeling exposed in a large dark space. They double-checked all the other roll-up doors and saw they were all tightly closed. There was one lone vehicle parked in the last bay. "Is that a 1958 Cadillac Coupe de Ville?" "Yes." "How do you even know that?" "I'm not just a pretty face," he said. They crept back to the mysterious door that she presumed led into the shop. The darkness loomed, relieved only by the high, dust-shrouded windows on the very top of the overhead doors. The humidity was extreme, and the heat suffocating. Sweat poured down her body, stinging the scratches on her stomach and ribs. She shifted the bat to wipe her hands for a better grip. The odor of fuels and oil was strong, and her head began to pound uncomfortably. Jared cracked open the door. The creak of the hinges was startling in the silence. She gritted her teeth and hoped that the maniacs outside were out of hearing range. They faced the black maw of a hallway. The thin light from the garage barely penetrated the blackness. Faint illumination from the floor ahead was the only indication of a door. She heard Jared's steady, even breaths and matched him. If he was calm, then she should be too. They left the door open as they went in. Her feet scuffed the rough concrete, and she winced at the sound. They crept forward. Jared held the crowbar ready with one hand and reached out for the door handle with the other. It was unlocked. "Be ready," he whispered. He turned the handle slowly and pushed in. The door swung open and revealed a well-lit room. Large plate glass windows lined the front and sides as they stepped through. Nothing moved. Nothing lunged. She smelled a foul, sweet smell and covered her nose and mouth. It was unmistakably a death smell. When they came fully into the room, she saw why. "Oh, God," she whispered. Bob hung from the rafters in the corner. His short-sleeved work coveralls sported grease stains, blood stains, and large, soiled spots that she didn't want to guess at. Most horrifying was his darkly bruised face and bulging neck. His death would have been slow and possibly quite painful. His eyes sagged blankly in their sockets, and she saw the dull gleam of them in the bright room. They held no life. "He had gangrene," Jared said, gesturing to the blackened skin of his right arm. She saw a large mark, a missing chunk, really, taken from his right arm. The skin was bloated and black. Large black pustules had formed along the limb. He hung still, and she moved closer. The stench of putrid decay was almost overwhelming, and she breathed through her mouth. "He was probably going to die anyway unless he found a doctor fast," he added. She reached out and snagged the white folded paper sticking up from his pocket. "It's a note," she said. "What's it say?" "It says, Carol got sick, bit me. I had to put her down. Tell the kids I'm sorry. Love, Bob." She folded the note and put it back into his pocket without touching his body. She almost expected him to reach out and snatch her hand. She moved back quickly, and as she did so, she saw movement outside. "Get down," she hissed and dropped to the floor. Jared dove next to her and grunted at the impact. He looked at the crowd outside, and she saw his sweaty jaw clench. "Crawl back to the garage, slowly," he whispered in her ear. She nodded and awkwardly pulled herself along the floor, trying not to rise too much. She inched along, putting the bat ahead of her. She heard the loud, high jingle of keys hitting the floor, and she whirled around. "Shit!" Jared exclaimed. Outside, the crowd of crazies whipped their heads around to the storefront. They lunged in one seemingly collective move, throwing themselves straight through the glass and into the store. Some were cut badly, and blood gushed from their wounds. Many were not. "Go!" Jared screamed as he clutched the keys and pushed off the floor. She struggled to her feet. Her feet stumbled, not able to keep up with her body's momentum, and she slapped the floor hard. Jared raced by, and she heard the loud metallic clatter of the crowbar as he dropped it to the concrete floor. He yanked her up by the arm and propelled her back through the doorway before swooping to regain the crowbar. She felt the yank of hands in her hair and yelled at the vicious tug, tears collecting in her eyes as the clutching hand held her firmly. Jared, still behind her, made a large sweeping motion with his arm, and she felt the sudden release of the human restraint. They lunged through the door, and Jared slammed it hard as the mob viciously shoved against it. Their malignant snarls and growls penetrated the thick door as they fought. Jared fumbled with the unfamiliar keys in the darkness as they both pressed their full weight against the door. She didn't know if they were capable of opening doors, and she hoped they never found out. She heard him curse under his breath as he tried key after key. The thumps on the door grew more fervent as if they sensed their prey escaping. Come on, she urged. Got it, he said, and she heard the thunk of the bolts shooting home. They seemed a bit safer now. The door was thick, and the frame was solid. She didn't think they could get through. She started to scoot down the wall to sit and rest when she noticed an alien heaviness on her back. "Jared, something's on me, on my back!" she yelled. Her skin crawled, and it took every ounce of willpower not to shriek and scream and try to dislodge the unfamiliar entity. Jared ran his hand over her back with sudden swiftness and grasped the offending thing. He made a sound in his throat as he yanked it and a chunk of her hair roughly free before flinging it away. "Is it gone?" "Shh, it's gone," he said. She jumped as he grasped her in the dark. She could barely make out his outline in the gloomy hallway. She reached for him, ignoring their stench and their sweat-soaked clothing. She pressed herself against his chest and wrapped her arms around him tightly. Safety. He felt like safety. "What was in my hair?" she murmured, breathing heavily. "You don't want to know." "You're right, I don't," she said. He was silent for a moment. "It was a hand," he said anyway. "Damn it, I told you I didn't want to know." He gave her one final squeeze and pushed her back gently. "We need to get back to the truck and make a plan. Unless you want to take the land yacht. We don't even know if it runs." "Yeah, it would be cool, though," he said wistfully. Chapter 14. Thunderkiss 65. "That's the worst idea that you could have possibly come up with." "Why?" she asked. "Because splitting up is always a terrible idea. So, how else are we going to get them out of here so we can go to the stadium?" She raised her eyebrows and chugged down a bottle of water. It was easy to get dehydrated, not only because of the heat and the humidity, but because their minds were on other things. "We could wait and see if they leave, or we could sneak out," he said. "The doors are too loud to sneak out, remember?" She watched him frown as he considered all possible alternatives. There weren't many that she could see. They couldn't just leave. They had to get to the stadium to find his mother and sister. They couldn't stay here long because they didn't have much food and water. Plus, the longer they waited, the more danger his family might be in. The stadium didn't exactly look like a bustling refugee shelter. They had heavy doors, though, so there was hope that they were still safe inside. "It won't take long. I know I can do it. I'm not scared," she insisted, staring into his eyes. It was a lie. She was freaking terrified. She could do it, though. "I'll take the Cadillac and lead them off in the opposite direction, back where we came from. When I get them moving away, I'll ditch it and run back this way." "I think I should be the one to do it," Jared finally said. "I can't pull down the overhead doors. You could barely do it, remember? If you go, you'll be leaving me here with wide-open doors. Plus, when is the last time you sprinted a half-mile? Trust me, I'm fast enough to outrun them. For a short time, anyway." He blew out her breath and rested his head on the back of the truck seat. "Okay, but if anything happens to you, I swear I will never let you make the plans again. And I could definitely outrun you. Deal?" Okay, so I'll move them back to the square. You stay here until I get back. Leave the overhead door cracked enough I can slide under quickly. Then we'll drive over to the stadium and hide the truck there somewhere. If we're lucky, they'll have guards at the doors to help us out if we get in trouble. Easy peasy." He stared at her. "How long will you be?" "I don't know for sure. The driving part will be faster, of course. It's a little under a mile, I think. Give me 20 minutes. 30 to be safe. Just in case I have to drive around a bit, or wait somewhere, or hide." He rubbed his face. "This is such a bad idea." She drank part of an electrolyte drink, hoping it would help her speed a little, although it was a bit too late for that now. "Don't worry so much," she said with a fake smile. The caddy had started on the first try. It had been lovingly rebuilt and had a full tank. It would do. Maybe they could even go back for it someday. Right now, it was the key to them getting over to the stadium without being chased. She hopped in, leaving everything she had with Jared, except the knife. She hoped like hell this thing drove well. "If you aren't back in 20 minutes, I'm coming. And hell's coming with me." She just stared at him. "Seriously," he said. The overhead doors rolled up, and she saw that the sun was thankfully still high in the sky. She didn't know how long they had been at Bob's body shop, but it seemed like forever. She inched the car out of the garage. The engine purred with a choppy roar. It drove like a tank. The large steering wheel was unfamiliar, and she had to crane her neck a little to see as well as she was used to. She loved it. She watched intently, waiting for the freaks to come running. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Jared lowering the garage door, leaving a gap on the bottom for her. She waited longer than she anticipated, and her adrenaline kicked up a notch. She hadn't expected to have to actually work to get their attention. Someone hadn't stuck with the vintage hardware in here, and had retrofitted the car with a sound system. She punched the power button, expecting to hear some Johnny Cash or perhaps some Elvis. Her eardrums almost exploded as Rob Zombie blared from the speakers. The bass thumped fiercely, and she had to turn it down a bit. Who the hell owned this car? In her distraction with the radio, she hadn't noticed that she finally had some fish biting. A head peered around one of the broken panes in the front of the shop, like a pissed-off proprietor from hell. Malicious eyes glared at her like some demon from a horror film, and she steeled herself. Fuck them. She was the predator now. Well, okay, technically the bait, but saying predator made her feel better. Sort of. The heavy metal music blasted through the barely cracked window, and she let off the brake and turned out of the lot. She watched in the rearview mirror as the mob darted along after her like a demented Rob Zombie fan club. She picked up speed as they gained on her. She followed the route that they had taken to get here, planning to turn off to the right at the intersection. She had to slow down drastically as she came to the partially barricaded road, and she knew that this was a dangerous situation. She could be ambushed here and get stuck. This car didn't have the capacity for making sharp turns. School buses had better radiuses. Radii? She edged her way around, fearing attack from the alleys at any second. She turned down the music, wishing she could hear over that and the loud growl and reverberation of the engine in the congested street. The malevolent snarls of the crazies would be drowned out by the grumble of the engine. She would have no warning. She exhaled sharply as she cleared the most difficult section of the road. She checked the mirror again, and her eyes widened as she saw the horde behind her. It had doubled in size, at least. She was drawing the throng away from the body shop, but she was also drawing out the roamers. She was going to have to run for her life. Literally. She slowed down. Her fear had made her accelerate, and she didn't want any stragglers breaking off to ambush her on the way back down the other street. She didn't know how much intelligence or foresight the things had. She didn't want to underestimate them. She was coming up on the last block before the turnoff. She would have to time it exactly right. She needed to get around the building, put the car in park, leave the radio on, and run away before they caught up. She hoped the noise of the radio would draw them in and distract them. Hopefully, it would also cover any noise she made as she sprinted back to the garage. Sweat stung her eyes, and she slipped around on the leather seat. She chugged the last of her water and checked the rear one more time. She was doing this. She was really going to do it. She had to do it fast, too, or Jared was going to come out and ruin everything. She didn't think he would keep to his end of the deal and wait the full 20 minutes. She was going to have to run her ass off to make it back in time. She made the turnoff, and for a split second, she mourned the loss of the beautiful car. Someone had spent a lot of time and money restoring it. She didn't doubt for a moment that the fiends would tear it apart to get inside. Heck, maybe its former owner was even back there right now, grunting and sprinting along after her. She prayed as she turned around the back of the building. She prayed that it was clear, and that there wasn't a whole new group of biters waiting back there. She would have to come up with a whole new plan. Luckily, there wasn't. It was clear. She took a deep breath, stopped the car, and slammed it into park. She turned the music up a little before she sprinted away. She heard the pack of crazies more clearly now that she wasn't in the car. It was horrifying to hear so many snarls and growls so close, and to know that they wouldn't stop until she was torn limb from limb, like the corpse in the bathroom with Darla. She pumped her legs and arms and blessed the adrenaline flowing through her veins. She needed to make the most of it, because when it wore off, she would be in big trouble. She ran down the one-way street, a sister street to the other side. It would take her halfway back to the garage, then she would have to cross back over to the main road. She felt her calves burn and forced herself to take in more air, expand her lungs, and oxygenate her blood. She couldn't keep up a sprint indefinitely, and she wanted to get as close as she could before she had to slow down. The sidewalk sloped gently, and she kept pounding the pavement. Her footsteps were muffled, but seemed to echo through the little street. Her heartbeat throbbed strangely in her ears, a high-pitched whooshing. She could only hope it was due to not having enough to eat recently, and not some sort of precursor to turning into one of those things. The buildings on either side stared at her forebodingly, their windows shuttered or broken. She estimated that she had 5 minutes left before Jared would come looking for her. She pushed on harder. At the mouth of the alley that would take her back to the main road, she hesitated. The narrow strip of pavement between buildings loomed, and she had a split second of intuition. The alley wasn't going to be empty. This hesitation caused her to stumble over a rock on the concrete, and her ankle turned. Fortunately, she caught herself before she fell. Unfortunately, the woman that came from the alley had more momentum than she had. The woman was a mess. Her blouse was ripped down the front and hung limply. The strip of skin showing between the two halves suggested a huge blunt force trauma. Yet she still came. Anna hesitated for a moment, trying to judge the woman's trajectory. She pulled her knife and sprinted off to the opposite side, attempting to make it around the woman and toward a clear path through the alley. It didn't work as well as she had hoped. The woman moved with uncanny agility, perhaps a reflection of her former life. She lunged to the side, clutched Anna's shirt, and pulled, bringing her gore-flecked teeth to Anna's bare shoulder. Anna made a wild stab with the knife, aiming for its face. In her struggle, she missed her mark and hit the woman's neck instead. The knife buried up to the hilt and came through the other side. She yanked it out hard. The woman spurted blood in a wide arc, but didn't release her hold on Anna's shirt. Anna ran away anyway, forcing her way forward and pulling the bleeding thing with her. When she got enough momentum going, she whirled, letting the thing's own impetus throw it off, and nearly lost her shirt in the process. It worked. It went down, sprawling face first into the concrete. Anna heard the crunch of its nose as it shattered against the ground. She considered going back and finishing it off, but she was only halfway back to Jared and needed to save her energy. She ran to the end of the alley and peeked around. It looked clear, and she sprinted out. Her legs were burning and heavy, and she wheezed in the thick air. It was like breathing water. She wiped the sweat from her eyes, but only succeeded in smearing it in worse. She was afraid she had gotten the biter's blood in her eyes, too. Worry about that later. She was suffering now. Her breath wouldn't regulate. Her heart pounded too fast, the beats blurring into a flutter like birds' wings. She felt faint and nauseous. Her stomach stung, and she felt the newly formed scabs pull under the gauze. She had to slow down. She was closer to the body shop now, only a quarter of a mile left. It seemed like 100 miles. She forced her legs to move faster. The incline caused her body to burn, but if she stopped, she wouldn't be able to get going again. The interlude with the crazy woman had sapped her energy, which had been low to begin with. She had to keep moving. When she was 1/10 of a mile away, she spotted trouble ahead. A man in uniform had Jared at gunpoint. She quickly ducked behind a flowering shrub. When she saw that they hadn't noticed her, she moved up. She made it to the corner of a brick wall across from them, and her thoughts raced as fast as her heart. She didn't have a gun. She didn't have her bat. She had a smallish knife, and that was it. She couldn't even sprint over and take him by surprise because she was so exhausted. Even now, she couldn't keep her gasping as quiet as she needed to. She glanced over her shoulder. Nothing coming. She couldn't stay here, though. She was a prime target for the biters. She was about to rush over when she saw the man abruptly lower his gun and reach over to shake Jared's hand. What? She moved out of her dubious hiding place and gestured to Jared. His face immediately relaxed, and he waved her over. She realized that she probably looked a bit like a lunatic herself and made herself move carefully toward the man. The last thing she wanted was to startle him. He seemed quick with that rifle. The man turned at Jared's wave, and she saw that he was some breed of utility worker. Utility worker? She trotted over, the fastest speed she could manage right now. "Howdy do, ma'am," the stranger said, kindly enough. She nodded and walked over to Jared and stood beside him. He put his hand on her shoulder, and she winced. It was the one she injured last night when she was batting. "Are we ready?" he asked. "We need to hurry," she said. "I drew out more of them from the buildings. There's a large crowd, but I don't know how long the music will draw their attention. They could be heading back here right now." She looked anxiously toward the town square in the distance, where the faint thump of music could still be heard. It sounded like a heavy metal concert. "Was that you blasting that god-awful noise?" the man wanted to know. "Yes, we needed to draw them away from here. I figured that would work as well as anything." "Well, you sure got 'em going, didn't you? Where'd you all end up at?" he wanted to know. She pointed in the general direction. "I took them up behind the old insurance office, the one they turned into a bar." "Well, that couldn't have worked out any better than if we'd planned it," he said with a big grin. "Name's Jimmy Don Booth. Everybody calls me Jimmy Don Booth." He held out his hand to them, and they shook. Indeed, his name tag even read Jimmy Don Booth. "What are you folks doing out here? Pretty dangerous scooting about town these days. Everybody's either holed up or hiding out, or gallivanting around town crazier than a hound dog in a rabbit hole." "We heard about the shelter at the stadium over there. Came to find my family," Jared explained. "Well, y'all might want to rethink that. That place is a death trap waiting to happen, if it ain't already." "What do you mean?" she asked. "Well, they had it all up and running several hours after them things started running loose. Guardsmen, police, everything. Come nighttime, whole packs of them things let loose on the gates. Near about knocked down the whole damn fence. Pardon my French, young lady. And took some police officers with them. Just tore them through the gate and took off with the remains." "Oh my God," Anna said, giving Jared a quick frown. "Yep, they retreated into the stadium last I heard. Left some guardsmen with them with families, I reckon, some cops. The rest of the National Guard unit pulled out. Big old battle about an hour north up in the city. They left, and things have been quiet in there ever since," he said, lighting a cigarette. "Were you there?" Jared asked, and took the lid from a bottle of water and handed it to her. She drank gratefully and took a bite of a protein bar. She wanted more information from Jimmy Don Booth. "No, sir, I heard it on the radio. I'd like to stay here and chat a bit, but we ought to be going. There's going to be a mighty big explosion hereabouts, and I'd rather not stay and see it firsthand." He checked his watch. "Yep, I'd get going if I was you." "What do you mean explosion, Jimmy?" "I go by Jimmy Don Booth, sir," he reminded. "Y'all must have missed my warning announcement to the others." "You've seen other people around here?" she asked him. "Yes'm, they straggled out in groups, probably headed for the woods. There's some crazy sumbitch, pardon my French, young lady, out on the other side of town shooting at anything that moves. Y'all watch yourselves." "Yeah, we figured that out," Jared said. "I went and set up an incendiary device over on them gas lines that lead through that section of town," he said, and pointed over toward the general direction of the courthouse. It was remarkably close to where she had drawn off the crowd of crazies. "She's due to blow here in a minute or two, so's I'll be seeing you. I'll be staying around town after, if y'all need me. Here?" He waved over his shoulder and scooted off hastily. He squealed bald tires as he left in a small, old Volkswagen pickup truck parked around the side of the building. "Let's get going. I don't know if Jimmy is crazy or not, but if he set a bomb on these gas lines, I don't want to be here when they go," Jared said. "Jimmy Don Booth," she corrected. They ran over to the garage, and he lifted the door all the way up. She jumped in the truck and fastened her seatbelt before he took off. Sitting down, even for a moment, was heaven. It was going to be hard getting back up. She stared at the side view mirror, watching for the moment when Jimmy Don Booth's incendiary device detonated. She thought he might just be crazy. Normal crazy, not demented crazy. They just reached the destroyed stadium gate when the first massive blast echoed through the small town. A series of smaller blasts followed, traveling along the general direction of the street. Did he ever say why he set up that bomb on the lines? Jared asked. Nope. Chapter 15. Collier Stadium. The series of explosions followed the street from the town square, roughly where Anna had led the feral throng, to the natural gas system complex, which sat just outside of town on a large piece of land. It was an awe-inspiring sight, especially since she knew large numbers of biters had been destroyed. They deserved peace, and she hoped that they had that now. She liked to think that they would have been grateful for the deaths. She figured that that was the most likely reason Jimmy Don Booth had done it. I was going to kiss you when you got back after I yelled at you for taking so long. Surprise crossed her face, and she tried to hide it quickly. Jared wasn't particularly demonstrative. He usually hid his feelings behind humor. Oh, are you still going to? Or is that kind of ruined now? She asked, fighting to keep herself alert. She'd never been so exhausted, and she thought mental exhaustion was a large part of that. It takes a massive amount of energy to be chased by insane monsters who want to rip you up with their hands and teeth. Well, Jimmy Don Booth kind of stole my thunder. It just wouldn't be the same. Plus, you have all kinds of blood on your face. Ah, I see. So what's the plan now? She asked. Plan? Plan? There ain't. You already said that one earlier. You can't use it again. Well, I'm kind of tired, he said defensively. They stared at the imposing brick structure in the late afternoon sunlight. It looked like a horrible place to volunteer to go into. It was at least 3 stories tall with no windows, and only one entrance on this side. It was probably the best, if properly defended, and worst place for anyone to take shelter from hordes of crazy people that wanted to mutilate non-crazy people. I guess we should go in. She looked at Jared and was suddenly overwhelmed with it all. Not 2 days ago, they were playing tricks on coworkers and trading candy and chokes to make their dull jobs bearable. Now they were living through the end of the world, or an awfully close approximation of it. It was almost too much to think about right now. We'll probably need these, he said, handing her a bundle. Headlamps? Power's off, remember? I don't know if they have a generator running. Suddenly, the lack of windows chilled her to the bone. It could be completely dark in there, unrelenting blackness. It would swallow them whole. She grabbed her bat and pushed her door open. She mustered the rest of her energy, hoping the protein bar would help a little. Jared came around to her side, and they took in the massive edifice. The outside was draped in long banners depicting the colors of a local university sports team. Other than the blood and gore-draped fence, and the crushed gate, and the brass bullet casings everywhere, it looked normal. Almost. Jared kept his rifle ready as they moved to the glass doors of the entrance. They tried to peer in, but the glass was heavily tinted. Not very promising, is it? He said. Should we knock? He raised an eyebrow and pulled on the handle. It opened easily. It didn't bode well for being a refuge if they had left the door unlocked. They went in. She was right. The darkness was complete. The feeble skylights overhead were so far up that they didn't relieve the oppressiveness of the shrouded entry to the arena. The beams of their headlamps shone like beacons in the dark. Do you realize that we're basically painting targets on ourselves by wearing these lights? She murmured. We have no choice. We can't see in the dark, and we don't know if they can see in the dark. He had a point, and she hadn't thought of that. She wished he hadn't said anything. We should have looked for some night vision goggles or something. Yeah, that's actually on my list, he said. List? Yeah, my in case of apocalypse, go get this shit for free at the local sporting goods store list, he murmured. They followed the oval-shaped outer ring of concessions, small stores, closed balconies, and sales booths. All were closed tight, with steel gates barring entry. She was assuming that meant that nothing lurked inside. Unfortunately, That meant they would have to move up to the second-floor concourse to access the inside of the arena and the VIP lounges above. It wasn't a very exciting prospect. They found the stairs and followed them up. At the first turn, they stopped and listened before making the 180-degree turn onto the mid-floor landing. She gazed up and shined her light into the darkness ahead. "I really wish I had a gun right now," she whispered. "You'd probably shoot me in the back," he murmured in reply. "Only if you didn't stop repeating cheesy one-liners. That happened once, and I'm tired." They were silent, listening for anything that shouldn't be there. She heard nothing. He started up the remaining stairs. At the top, the cavernous concourse had a sinister atmosphere. It was a waiting feeling, as if it were anticipating a meal, and they were it. Apprehension filled her and made her feel lightheaded. There was death here. She could feel it. Jared would never turn back before finding his family. So she would have to go on, even if it meant she would die too, because she would never leave without him. Having a best friend sucked sometimes. She swept her headlamp around the closed concessions here, and thanked God they were all locked up tight. Fewer places for them to have to search. Fewer places for them to hide. "Let's go check out the arena." She made a face at his back. She was dreading it, but followed him anyway. They found a short hallway that led out into the massive open arena. She knew this place could seat 19,000 people. She hoped that it wasn't filled to capacity with maniacs. What they saw when they got to the immense seating area filled her with dread. "Shit," he breathed. Battery-powered floodlights tilted crazily in the large space. Some still illuminated the arena at the bottom, where stacks of goods and supplies were piled haphazardly. Swaths of harsh white light emphasized the tragedy that must have happened here. Pools of blood and bodies, and parts of bodies, were grimly displayed in scenes of terror and sadness. Some of the lights had been knocked askew and reflected up into the stands. "Jared, move back slowly," she hissed, putting her hand on his back and clasping him tightly. She pulled. He stiffened when he saw what she saw. Eyes gleamed yellow in the furthest reaches of the light. The more they stared, the more they saw. Some moved slowly, others remained still. She moved her eyes only and searched off to the sides, closer to where she and Jared stood. Her headlamp illuminated hell. Throngs of the insane flooded through the stands. The only things saving their lives right now were the railings and the staggered steps, which hindered their frenzied movements. As they realized their prey was within reach, Anna heard growls and rumbles starting to fill the large space. "Run," she said, whirling and taking off down the hallway and back to the concourse. Jared followed closely behind, and she heard a shot echo through the cavernous space. She turned back to find the stairs that led to the exit, but was confused in the dash through the unfamiliar dark building. She wished she had come to some of the games here now. "Faster! Hurry!" Jared shouted, all pretense at quiet gone now. He fired another shot. She rounded the oval of the thoroughfare and found a set of stairs. They led up, not down. "Wrong stairs!" she yelled, backpedaling. "Too late! Go!" He pushed her ahead. She ran up the stairs, sore muscles forgotten, and turned on the landing. Her heart sank. There was a door, and it was covered with a metal grid. They were up a creek now. "Dead end! It's a damned dead end!" she said. She rattled the grate in frustration. It didn't budge. She turned and threw her back against the gate, infuriated and scared. This is it. She supposed this was as good a place to die as any. She drew on her anger for strength. Maybe they could kill a bunch of these fucking freaks as they could first. She readied her bat as Jared brought up his rifle. They heard the scuffling, slapping sound of feet on the stairs. They were mere seconds away. Might as well say it now. "I love you, Jared." "Really?" he said, looking at her and blinding her with his light. "Would I lie right now?" she said, squinting. "Guess not." "You waited until now to tell me that?" he shouted incredulously. Then it was over. Their little pre-death interlude ended violently. Maniacal figures darted toward them, lunging for their faces, their throats, their knees. Any part they could get to, they went for. Anna bashed as many as she could in the face with the handle of her bat, and she even succeeded in knocking them back. Behind her, Jared fired slowly, accurately. She occasionally felt the ejected hot brass hit her face and arms, leaving little burns on her skin. She ignored it. It was a lot less painful than what was coming. Crap, this was going to suck bad. The creatures pressed harder, a never-ending line of snapping monsters. The hundreds from the stands must have followed them up here. She bashed until her arms felt like lead weights. Jared finally ran out of ammunition, or didn't have time to reload, and he used the butt of the rifle to smash faces. It was much more effective than her bat, but she could see that he was tiring. One exceptionally large woman advanced, taking up the entire upper stairwell. Her bulk was massive. This gave them a little bit of an advantage, and she noted that Jared saw it right away. He braved her clawing fingernails and lunged in, smashing the rifle into her nose violently. In the light, she saw the cartilage and bones shatter in a font of blood. The woman still came. He bashed again, breaking the thing's teeth into jagged shards. Jared struggled to raise the weapon again as the woman tugged his arm into her ruined, leering face. Obscene noises came from her diaphragm as she reeled him in. Anna did the only thing she could in the tight space. She braced her back against the door and kicked out with her foot with all the force she could muster. She felt the crack of the obese biter's knee joint as it dislocated. It collapsed partially in the small space, and Anna brought her foot up again as Jared struggled to free himself from the thing's embrace. She waited a split second, then kicked a heel squarely to its face. They had a moment of blessed relief as her bulk blocked the hordes from reaching them, but it wouldn't last long. Anna helped pull him up. "If only we could get this door opened," she said, slamming her foot against it. "That won't work," he said tiredly. "It's steel." "What about shooting it?" she asked. He shook his head. "The bullet would ricochet and probably hit one of us." The sounds of shifting bodies came from the lower landing, and they saw the limbs of the piled corpses move. They were coming again. How long had they been here? Minutes? Hours? "Here we go," Jared shouted as they came up slowly, stumbling over their fallen comrades. They surged forward, driving her and Jared back to the dead end again. They fought. They sweated. They weakened. She couldn't take any more. She could barely lift the bat, and her legs were so tired that her kicks were becoming increasingly ineffective. Jared powered through, but he couldn't take them all on alone. "Anna, come on!" he shouted frantically as two ghouls grabbed him firmly. One lowered his mouth to Jared's shoulder, and he screamed as it bit him. "Jared!" she screamed. She lunged and stabbed her knife through the thing's exposed eye, and it released Jared immediately. The other one reached out for her face, and she knocked its arm away, but it came back again. Jared kicked it away, making the followers stumble down the stairs. "Stay behind me," he said, shoving her behind him. "No!" She didn't want to be the last one standing. She didn't want to see Jared killed, ripped apart. She'd rather die alongside him than see that. As the fiendish killers slouched up the stairs, they heard a metallic clink. Chapter 16. VIP Lounge. "Get in! Get in!" the strangers shouted as the metal grate rolled sideways enough for them to squeeze through. Anna felt hands grab her and yank. She was suddenly in, and the metal grate was crashing back down as the crazies smashed into it, enraged that they escaped. Their eyes flashed with serpentine fury in her light. She had been certain that she was dead. They had gotten a reprieve. The door closed firmly, and one of the strangers threw the bolt. The snarls from beyond were muffled now. She scrambled over to Jared, who clutched the rifle warily. He reached out to her with one hand and pulled her behind him, never taking his eyes from the people who had saved their lives. "What the hell took you so long? You heard us out there!" he roared. "What the fuck?" She looked around the dim room, suddenly aware of more eyes on them than she had thought. Her light cast a beam on the faces of the survivors, making them wince. The dim glow of a few battery-powered lights illuminated the area, so she reached up and tapped off her light. Jared, never relaxing his grip on his rifle, did the same. He held her firmly behind him, and she clutched her knife handle nervously in one hand, the bat in the other. "Sir, we couldn't risk these people until we were certain we could get you in without compromising our position." The two men who had opened the gate for them were wearing multicams. National Guard unit, they had to be. "Yeah, well, I'll fucking remember that if you ever need help." Jared spat. "Jared?" a voice said from the gloom near the back. A man stepped forward, and Anna's eyes widened. "Juan? What are you doing here?" Juan came up and shook their hands firmly. She saw tears in his eyes. She kind of felt the same. Seeing a familiar face from their old life was overwhelming. "I brought my family here. I thought it would be safer." "Big mistake." He glared at the guardsmen. They looked away as if they hadn't seen it. "Maria, this is Jared and Anna from work. You guys, this is Maria. And over there's Carlos and Alejandro." Anna nodded to them and turned back to Jared. He was still livid. She saw his jaw twitching with fury. She reached up and rubbed his back, hoping to soothe him a little. At her touch, he turned and squeezed her waist. "Why are you guys holed up in here?" Anna asked, looking at the small group. "What happened to the others?" One of the soldiers spoke up. "When we set this place up, people started pouring in. Hundreds, maybe 1,000. We still had a perimeter then. The rest of the unit was recalled north. The perimeter was compromised. We didn't have enough manpower or firepower to defend it. We had a fallback position inside the arena, and another area as an exfil site. It was attacked, and we lost guys there." She swallowed and thought about what they were not saying. Their friends died, and probably a lot of the refugees they were supposed to protect. That weighed heavily on a person. "Once we were in, we were safe for a time. People were settling in, and we maintained radio contact with our unit and the local police. Later, though, people started turning." "Turning?" she asked, though she already knew what he would say. "The shakes, rage plague, shiverpox, whatever you want to call it. After that, it was chaos. People scattered. The exits were blocked by the stalkers. We barely made it up here with these folks." He nodded toward the group. "My mother and sister were supposed to be here. Enid and Kate Carson? Does anyone know them?" The soldiers looked at each other and shook their heads. Juan frowned. "Some people may have made it out. They weren't all." Anna swayed on her feet, and Jared interrupted him and pulled her in. "We need to rest for a bit before we figure out how we're going to get out of here." He led them over to a large couch, and she sat and rested her head against the soft back. Her eyes closed, and she felt Jared sit next to her. He leaned against her, and she was comforted and glad they were still alive. She hadn't expected it. "Battery's going," a low voice said. She startled awake in the gloom. She rushed up and looked around, ready to fight. The survivors stared at her warily. It took effort, but she relaxed her body and searched for Jared, only to find that he was on the couch where he had been all along. She wasn't even sure he had moved once. He was still clutching his rifle. "How long have we been asleep?" she asked. One of the soldiers, the spokesman as she thought of him, responded. "About 3 hours now. We were just about to wake you both. We need to get out of here. The batteries are going out on the lamps, and we don't have much water left." She nodded and looked around. The VIP lounge overlooked the arena and was far enough over the stands that bystanders, or biters in this case, couldn't climb up and reach the space. Glass enclosed the front, giving them a sense of protection. The walls were solid. There was a door set into one wall, a bathroom by the smell of it. There were televisions, sofas, and a table along the back wall. An empty bar was in one corner. The water shut off last night. We'd been rationing it, but we didn't have many containers. We only have a couple of MREs left, just what was in Stewart's ruck when the shit hit. The other soldier silently chewed on a piece of gum. She assumed that he was Stewart. "I'm Anna," she said, and offered the man her hand. "John Bradley. You guys sure had one hell of a fight in that stairwell." She nodded. "We've had several fights in the last couple of days." She didn't elaborate. She found it ironic that these guys were trained for combat, but she and Jared had been doing more fighting. "You guys have a vehicle out there?" he asked. "Yeah." "Ammo?" She frowned at his interest. "Why?" "Wake your man. We need to talk." She hated to wake Jared up when he needed to sleep, but John was right. They needed to leave before they ran out of food and water. They would be too weak to leave if they waited. She sat on the couch next to Jared and placed her hand on his arm gently. She didn't want to startle him. "Jared," she said, gently shaking him. His eyes flew open immediately, and he sat up. He started to raise his rifle, and she held her hands up. He recognized her and lowered it immediately. "Sorry." He rubbed his face and took a deep breath. "I was hoping it was a dream." "We slept for a few hours. They said we need to work on getting out of here now. They're running out of food and water. John wants to talk to you about something." "John?" he said, and narrowed his eyes. "The soldier over there." She nodded. He stood, and she followed him, eager to hear what he had to say. "Sergeant," Jared said, nodding for him to speak. She was a little surprised that he knew the man's rank. He didn't seem like he was very familiar with military things. "Anna tells me that you guys have a vehicle nearby," he said, getting right to the point. Jared glanced at her. "Yes. She also said you don't have much ammo," he said, nodding at the rifle Jared held as it hung loosely from his sling. Jared glanced at her, and she cringed inside. She didn't think she said anything wrong, but maybe her evasion of the question said it all. She didn't know what else she should have said, though. "What is this about?" Jared asked. "A deal," he said, motioning Stewart over. "What kind of deal?" she asked. "You give us a ride to the armory, and we give you a few thousand rounds of 5.56 for that rifle," Sergeant Bradley offered. "You have the keys to the lockers?" Jared asked. Bradley and Stewart's gazes snapped to Jared at this question. "Yes," Bradley finally answered. "All right, we'll give you a ride. In exchange for 4 M4A1s, 5,000 rounds of 5.56 ammunition, 50 extra magazines, and 2 pair of nods," Jared rattled off. Anna looked at him, surprised. Sergeant Stewart frowned at him. She saw the suspicion cross his face. Bradley squinted and bit his lip for a moment before replying, "Deal." "And just how are we going to get out of here?" Juan asked them. He looked nervously at his family. "We go out the top," Jared said. The soldiers nodded in agreement, and Anna looked up. "Up where?" "There's nothing up there. Nothing but the ceiling," Juan said. "I already lifted the tiles. It goes up into a catwalk for the lights. That's it." "I know. There's a way out," Jared said. "I hope you all aren't afraid of heights." "How do you know?" she asked him. "I'm an architect, remember?" He smiled. "You mean a real architect?" Juan said, confused. "I thought you were a file clerk." "Sales team support specialist too, actually," Jared corrected. "He builds model things from garbage," she answered. "You remember when all the paper towel rolls went missing at work?" Juan nodded, confused. "That was Jared." "Thanks for that, babe," Jared answered dryly. "Anyway, the point is that I know there is a way out of here from the roof." The soldiers grinned suddenly and looked at each other in silent communication. The rest of the people looked nervous. She was nervous too. Some of these people were older. They wouldn't be able to climb well. And the kids? Gather up anything you need and follow me. The makeshift furniture tower helped the older folks and kids get up into the ceiling more easily than they otherwise would have. She wouldn't have been able to pull herself up there either. Jared had gone first, with Anna behind. Juan and his family followed her, with the soldiers helping the older people in the back. At the very end, Sergeant Bradley had the oldest survivor on his back. She wouldn't make it on her own. Once out on the top, she saw that the ceiling was just a framework of drop-in tiles. There was only a narrow strip of catwalk to stand on, as Juan had said. Facing the front, she looked out over the arena. It was dark. The rest of the battery-powered floodlights had died. She knew they were still out there. Chills raced up her arms, and she tried not to shake. Jared led the way, one foot carefully in front of the other. He didn't hesitate, and he didn't lose his balance. The man was a freaking ninja. The goal was apparently that little ladder-looking object that followed the steel beam up to the ceiling. Unfortunately, to get to the ladder, they would have to shuffle their way along a thin bar of steel suspended over the upper rows of seats, where they were waiting. "Jared, what about the kids?" she whispered. Jared looked at Juan's kids. The older one, a young teen, would likely be able to reach the top bar they would use as a handrail. The younger one, at only 7, would not. "Juan," he called back, "you will have to carry Alejandro." She saw Juan glance at his son nervously, but he nodded. She hoped he was strong enough. She looked back and saw Bradley, the last man in line, give the signal. "They're ready," she told him. Jared stepped out onto the rail, gripping the one above tightly. He sidestepped across the dark space. She took a steadying breath and followed. She heard them down there, growling and pacing. The expanse stretched out under her, and it seemed almost impossible that she could make it. The thought that the fall might be far enough to kill her was a little comforting, better than being chow for the demons. Her arms ached, already sore and worn out from earlier in the day. Her hands were sweaty and starting to go numb as she held them over her head. She edged along, carefully sliding her foot along the rail. She paused a moment to wipe her sweaty hand on her soiled jeans and let some blood flow back into it. She repeated the process with the other one. The bat swung on its makeshift sling with each shift of her weight. She had to move so the others could come. The distance seemed interminable. Occasionally she had to pause to rest and regain feeling in her hands and arms. Her shoulders were beyond sore, and her legs trembled with fatigue. She wasn't sure if she was better off or worse off than some of the others. This would be difficult for all of them, except perhaps Jared and the soldiers. She had a feeling that it was cake for them, even Bradley with the old woman on his back. "Paul!" she heard screamed several yards behind her. She heard a slight swish in the air before the louder ring of a body slammed into the bar. She felt the vibrations through her feet. "Hold on," she shouted to the man. But he was already gone. "What happened?" Jared yelled. They all heard the thump of his body hitting below, skittering in the dark, snarling. He started yelling. His screams brought tears to Anna's eyes. Those monsters were mutilating him, and there was absolutely nothing she could do to help. A middle-aged woman near the back of the line sobbed. "He grabbed his chest and leaned over. His foot slipped." "Stuart," Bradley said. She heard a loud bang echo around them, and the man's screams stopped. The shot was so close it caused her ears to ring sharply. She clenched her hands tighter around the railing. She would not fall. They couldn't stay here. They had to keep moving. "Keep moving. Go!" Bradley shouted, echoing her thoughts. They shuffled along, a grim line of survivors only 30 feet from death. Her arms screamed at her to stop and put them down, to rest. She gritted her teeth and kept moving. She promised herself that she would start doing some push-ups and pull-ups when she got out of here. Her physical misery even eclipsed her fear of the feral, roving things down below. After an eternity, she made it to the ladder. An equally difficult but different challenge. "Are you all right?" Jared asked. "Yes," she answered. "Almost done," he reassured. If only that were true. She reached from the rungs of the ladder. She would not look up again. She knew what it would look like. A ladder leading up into the darkness, seemingly endless. She slowly and steadily put one foot above the other after making sure she had a secure hold. Her hands were slippery with sweat, and she had to keep wiping them off. Alejandro held on below her, with his father helping him to climb. Below her, Juan groaned. "I've got a cramp in my leg. It hurts. Dios mío." Anna stopped and looked below her. She saw Alejandro's frightened face and Juan's agony. He had one arm wrapped around the ladder, while the other violently squeezed the spasming muscle. She couldn't imagine the agony of having a leg cramp on the ladder and not being able to work it out. He could fall easily, and he would take out everyone below him. "Alejandro, climb up to me," she heard Jared say above her. "Sigue, ya casi llegamos. Alejandro, agárrate fuerte," she heard Maria plead. Alejandro climbed up to her slowly. As he reached her waist, she moved over, precariously perching on the edge so that he could pass her more easily. She placed herself beneath him in case he fell. She would catch him. She clutched the rung and watched as he made it up to Jared, who pulled him in front of him the way Juan had. Alejandro was safe now. "Juan, is it better?" she called down. "See, it's going away now." His sweaty, pale face looked up at her, and he nodded her to go on. She resumed her climb. A moment later she heard a squeal and a clunk and looked up. She saw the stars. "We're almost there," she called down to the others. The menace below was forgotten as the promise of freedom emerged overhead. She climbed faster and reached the hatch at the top. Jared's hands gripped her arms and pulled her the rest of the way out. She stood, breathing in the cooler, fresh night air. Alejandro sat nearby, looking afraid to move. "I love you too," he said, and pulled her to his chest. He grasped her chin gently with his hand and pressed a warm kiss on her lips, and time seemed to stand still for a moment. She forgot the others. She forgot where they were. She even forgot the threat below. Too soon he pulled away. Their first kiss. She would never, ever forget it. "I'm still going to yell at you later," he said, and reached down to pull up Juan. The others made it up to the roof without incident. Juan sat, immediately stretching his aching leg out as much as he could. Maria and the boys were close by, watching him anxiously. When they all were safe, she lay on the flat shingled surface and looked up at the sky. She felt better than she had in hours. She was still exhausted, but she was alive, and she was determined to stay that way. "Paul," the woman sobbed. "I think he had a heart attack. He didn't have his medication. He ran out." Violet, the old woman, clutched her and shushed her. The older gentleman patted her on the back. Anna wished there was something they could do for her, but she knew there wasn't. Nothing was going to make her feel better, except time. "So here we are," she said as Jared came back to sit next to her. What are we going to do next?" He smiled at her a little. "You learn fast." He scooted closer and put his arm around her waist. "We're going to climb down to the next roof, then the next, then the next." "What about when we run out of roofs? The lowest level is still about 20 feet up." "Don't worry, we can use the banner to climb down. How are your rope climbing skills?" he asked. "Rusty. Okay, non-existent, actually." I've got a plan." He sat back on his hands and closed his eyes. He tilted his head up to the sky. "It feels weird being totally safe, knowing those things can't get at us up here." "Jared, about your mom, I'll keep looking. If she and my sister made it out, then I'll find them. If not, I'll deal with that. Right now, I don't want to think about it. We need to get back home. They could even be there waiting." She didn't want to contradict him, but the truth was that she didn't think they made it out. There was always a chance, though. She leaned her head on his shoulder, and he leaned on hers. She was going to rest as much as she could before they had to move again. "You know what's weird?" she asked. "We were supposed to have our cheap date later tonight. I was going to go all out, too. Filet mignon, a nice Cabernet Sauvignon, opera tickets," she ticked off. "Ah, darn. That's too bad. Sounds like you had it all planned out perfectly," he said. "Yes. You can make it up to me sometime. I think I have some beef jerky back home, and maybe some Welch's grape juice. You can play me a tune on the harmonica. It'll almost be the same." "Sounds a little highbrow for me. I'm just a simple country girl," she said, fluttering her lashes. Her grimy, stinky skin and exhaustion kind of ruined the Southern belle effect. He chuckled and locked their fingers together. "We need to go gather everyone up. Bradley has some things to say." "Do I want to hear them?" she asked and yawned. "Probably not, but you need to." Chapter 17. Speed Bumps. "Gather everyone around. There are some things we need to discuss if we are going to do this correctly, and with the least amount of risk." Sergeant Bradley waited until everyone was paying attention. They'd navigated the stair-stepped roofs, with each drop only being about 6 feet from one to the next. They were now at the end of the building, near the fence, and the road was beyond. Jared's truck was within running distance. "Sergeant Stewart and I are going to rip up 2 lengths of rope using the banner hanging from the edge over there. That is good, strong material. We'll have plenty. One rope will be to climb up or down the side of the building. The other will be to raise or lower whoever is in the harness at the time. We'll tie the harness for each individual and you rig up." He stopped and looked around to make sure everyone was following. "Isn't that dangerous?" the elderly woman said. "No more dangerous than riding on my back 40 feet above a crowd of cannibalistic maniacs," he teased. She smiled. "I suppose that's true. Sergeant Stewart will climb down and provide security on the ground for those we lower down in the harness. I want a volunteer or 2 to go down with him." He looked around expectantly. "I'll go," Jared said. Bradley nodded. "Anyone else?" An older gentleman also volunteered. Anna worried about his ability to fight if things went sour. "I'll go," Juan said, and raised his hand after a moment of silence. "I worry about that leg," Bradley said. "I'd prefer you to rest here. We can't have you cramping up if we need to run." Juan nodded, and Anna noticed that he looked relieved, as did Maria. Anna volunteered to go after the older man. "Okay, we have our volunteers. Now Jared has a vehicle parked in the front of the building. I suggest that you all ride with us to the armory out on the highway. It's more remote, and you can find vehicles near there if you prefer to leave. I can fit 6 in the cab. The rest of you will have to ride in the bed. It could get hairy," Jared warned. "The men will ride in the back," Bradley ruled. If there was a man among them who was too scared to ride in the bed of the truck, they didn't speak up. "Now we need to speak about what happens if there's an accident." Everyone perked up at this and looked worried. Anna pulled her ponytail loose while Bradley spoke and rebraided her messy hair. It would keep it out of her face and hopefully be less of a temptation for any biters. "I've been rigging up harnesses, rappelling, and climbing in general for 20 years. The chances are very slim that anything will happen. If someone happens to fall, we need to all stay calm. Sergeant Stewart and I both have basic medical certifications from military courses. The important thing is that you do your damnedest to land on your feet and roll. We can deal with those injuries. What we cannot deal with is a head injury, okay?" "What if only half of us are down and those things start to swarm around?" the old lady wanted to know. "Well, Violet, we'll just have to kill the damn things and get the rest of these folks down as quickly as possible." Anna nodded. That would leave them in a bad spot, though. "Okay, so the most capable fighters need to go down first?" "Yes. However, I will need to stay up last to rig up the harness for the last person. Then I'll climb down," Bradley answered. "Okay," she said. "So when are we going to do this?" "That's the question, isn't it?" He smiled. "We don't know if those things can see in the dark any better than we can, or hear for that matter. So wouldn't darkness give us a better shot at making it out without drawing them in?" Jared asked. "Yes, doing this in the dark would be better, but it would make the climb down a bit more dangerous, and we wouldn't be able to see the threats as clearly. So we would be trading one set of problems for another," Juan commented. "That's the Army way," Stewart said without a hint of irony. "Well, let's do it. I'm not getting any less tired or hungry just sitting here," Anna said. "Roger that," Bradley replied. It took Stewart and Bradley 20 minutes to make a decent rope from the material, and another 15 to salvage some climbing carabiners from Stewart's ruck. The guy had some of the most random and useful stuff in there. It must weigh 50 pounds, but he slung it on and off his back like nothing. She wondered if he would climb with it. Her question was answered a moment later when he lowered it down first with the second rope. He climbed down next, and she was almost amazed at how easy he made it look. Jared went next. He squeezed her hand and lowered himself to his stomach. He gripped the rope and slid off the edge. She watched, peering over the side carefully. His descent wasn't as graceful as Stewart's, but he was still obviously accomplishing it easily. She scanned the parking lot anxiously, wishing they had thought to put up a kind of temporary gate up where the other one had collapsed. That would have kept stragglers out. Too late now. Bradley quickly tied a complicated-looking seat harness for the older gentleman. He had a kind of double-loop knot wrapped around a pipe on the roof that he used to lower the man down. The man looked scared. Even in the cooler night breeze, he was sweating and pale. His hands trembled as he held onto the rope. "Ready?" Bradley asked. "As I'll ever be." The man scooted to the edge and slipped off. She heard the scraping of his clothing against the brick wall. She needed to remember to try and use her feet. "Let me go next," she said. "You got it." Bradley lifted the harness after Stewart sent it back up, and he retied it around her legs and hips. She made sure her bat was secure on its sling. It would really suck to drop it and take out someone below. She scooted to the edge, much like the others had done. The rough edges of the brick scraped against her bandaged stomach, another thing they still needed to take care of. She hoped infection hadn't begun to set in. There wasn't anything she could do about it now, so she put her mind on the task at hand. Getting down without dying, or killing anyone else. Her feet dangled over the edge, and it took a massive amount of willpower to push herself further and trust Bradley. She took a deep breath and pushed herself away from the wall with her knees. Bradley lowered her slowly, and she had time to get her feet onto the wall. It helped keep her from getting any more banged up than she already was. After the first few moments, her heart rate slowed, and she was able to focus on other things. She took advantage of her height and looked out over the town. She couldn't see far because the moon was hidden behind a cover of clouds, but she did see that the parking lot looked empty. They might actually get out of this thing alive. She looked down at those waiting below. The men all faced different directions. Stuart was keeping an eye on her. As soon as she reached the ground, he untied her and sent the harness back up for the others. Violet, Bradley, and the middle-aged woman were still up there. Maria, Juan, and the kids would be coming down next. She wished they would hurry. She unslung her bat and took a spot not too far from Jared. The more people keeping watch, the better. It took 15 minutes for the rest of them to descend. It was a nerve-wracking 15 minutes. They were vulnerable. She felt ambivalent about being on the ground again. They were free, yes, but they were also prey again. Stuart and Bradley didn't say anything. They just scanned the area intently. "Can we go again?" Violet asked from her place in the middle of the group. Bradley chuckled and patted her gently on the shoulder. "Tell you what, as soon as this mess is cleared up, I'll get you enlisted, and you can do all kinds of cool stuff." "Sounds like a plan," she said, voice wavering with age. "We'll get the truck," Jared said, motioning for her. "Make it fast. The noise will draw them in," Bradley warned. "Yep." Jared trotted off through the grass toward the parking lot, and she followed. The dew coated her ankles, and she felt every inch of her sore body. She had never had such a physically or mentally strenuous day, even counting the day her mother died. They reached the pavement and stopped. She looked around, trying to see through the thick darkness for anything stalking them. They decided to leave the headlamps off, preferring to stay hidden. There were shrubs and trees planted at strategic sections of the lot. Beautification in better days, but now they were just useless obstructions, places things could hide. She kept a steady pace behind Jared, not wanting to leave him exposed to anything creeping. She also didn't want to be alone in the dark. Negative thoughts raced through her mind. So many things could stop them from leaving still. What if the truck didn't start? What if it was almost out of gas? What if Jared had lost the keys? She saw the headlights flash twice. Jared had unlocked the doors. They got in and looked at each other for a second before he turned the key. The engine turned over immediately. She sighed in relief, feeling silly for expecting the worst. They drove over to the group. Jared completely disregarded the sidewalk and drove right over it and the higher concrete barrier. She was glad they hadn't brought her car. Not only would it not have made it over the barrier, but they wouldn't have had room for everyone. Bradley started loading folks up in the back. He sent Maria, the kids, the old lady, and the younger woman to the cab. She looked at Jared. "Anna, you drive. We'll put the old lady in the middle, and I'll ride shotgun. That way I can shoot if I need to." "'Kay." She wasn't thrilled about driving, but scooted over anyway. "Maria, the kids, and the other woman can ride in the back." She looked at the broken window as they got in. The woman didn't look concerned about the window. In fact, she didn't look concerned about anything. She looked far away. She felt bad for her. "Are we all ready?" she heard Bradley call up. "Yep," Jared said. Anna accelerated slowly, mindful of the men in the back. She didn't think they would appreciate being tossed around like ping-pong balls. "You know, this reminds me of a trip I once took in my daddy's truck," Violet said. "Really?" Anna glanced at her. "Oh, yes. We went over to the state lines to the fair there. Us girls rode in the front with Mama and Daddy, and the boys rode in the back with the pigs," she said brightly. "That was 1948, I believe." "Well, I hope this trip is as good as that one," Anna said. "Oh, no, you don't. Daddy got kicked by a mule at the fair and died a few days later. He just never woke up," Violet added. Jared made a comically horrified face over Violet's head, widening his eyes like a demented owl, and Anna didn't know what to say. "I'm sorry." "Don't be. Daddy was a no-good scalawag. We were much better off. I'm feeling tired now. Being a soldier is exhausting. I think I might rest my eyes a little." Anna kept her eyes on the road. Everyone else was silent. Jared rattled around in the glove compartment and took out a tin of cinnamon Altoids. She caught a glimpse of the inside of the compartment and noted the cans all stacked up in there. Seriously? Who needs 12 tins of Altoids? And you were teasing me about my kidney beans. You're nagging me already? He said, shoving a small handful in his mouth. This is making me rethink our relationship. She smiled as she watched the road. This side of town was mostly residential. Jimmy Don Booth had effectively limited their route options by destroying the main street. She drove slowly through the old neighborhood. She remembered coming here as a child to stay with a babysitter. The woman passed away several years ago, and Anna had gone to the funeral. She passed her old house, and Anna noted that it looked mostly the same. She looked in the rearview mirror and saw Alejandro resting against his mother's side. Carlos looked apprehensive. She was sad that Juan's children wouldn't have a carefree childhood. "Contact!" she heard yelled from the back. She whirled around and saw a cluster of pale-faced crazies pouring from a nearby yard. Their movements became frenzied as they saw the truckload of people nearby. She felt like a food truck driver. Their bodies were scratched and bleeding. Some of them had chunks missing from their thighs and arms. She accelerated, the momentum of the truck making the men in the back sway violently. She forced herself to calm down. Panicking wouldn't make her drive any better, and as long as they were in the truck, those things wouldn't be able to catch up to them. "Nice and easy, Anna," Bradley called up to her. She took a deep breath. He didn't sound scared. She slowed. "They all looked like they'd been attacked by dogs or something," Jared said. "I haven't seen any dogs." "Yeah, that's kind of weird. I hope they make it. I'm not much of a cat person. They always look like they're plotting mass destruction," he confided. She slowed more, staying ahead of the runners by several car lengths. The speed limit through the neighborhood was 10 miles per hour for good reason. Speed bumps dotted the road at intervals. Families once praised these obstacles. They had kept their kids a little safer. Now they had become comical impediments for the enraged sick. Anna hit another bump. She glanced back as Jared snorted. The first row of biters stumbled and fell. They caused their comrades in pursuit to fall as well. They went down in a cluster of limbs and snapping teeth. Then they got back up. The third time this happened, the guys in the back busted out laughing, and even Maria and Carlos giggled. We could just keep circling the neighborhood. Eventually they would die from repetitive head trauma, Jared suggested. "We're going to have to pull back to the main road. We're coming up on rolling hills," she reminded him. "Let's hope the road is clear," he said. "Let's hope Jimmy Don hasn't been hard at work on this side of town," she added. "I wonder if he's an ally to the Civil Defense League, or more like an auxiliary? Oh, what if they're rivals?" Jared's forehead wrinkled, and he seemed to be seriously considering that. "Which one would you join? Jimmy Don's one-man guerrilla force, or Rolling Hills Civil Defense?" "Definitely Jimmy Don," he replied. "What? Why?" "I bet he does some pretty cool stuff that we know nothing about. The CDL probably sits around rotating watch all day. Boring." "Well, it's only been 2 days. I'm sure they'll branch out. They have to come out for supplies sometime," she said. "I'll reevaluate, if and when that happens." They were getting close to the edge of town. The homes on either side of the street were larger and had a bit more acreage. In better days, this was the ideal neighborhood. She'd often driven through and fantasized about having a home here, maybe a couple of kids and a husband. "What should we do with our groupies?" she asked. "We led them right to Rolling Hills." "Let me think. Hold on. Better make it fast, young man. Those ailing folks back there don't look like they want to wait," Violet said, waking suddenly and joining the conversation. Anna had always admired elderly people's skill at sleeping and waking in an instant as if nothing had happened in the meantime. She intended to cultivate that one day, if she lived long enough. Jared leaned down and rummaged around under the seat. She heard a lot of trash under there. Maybe that's where he got his building supplies. "Civil Defense League, this is Achilles. Can you hear me? Over." She smirked at Jared. "What?" he asked, and keyed the radio again. "Rolling Hills Civil Defense League, this is Achilles. Come in. Over." "This is Captain Anderson. Is this Jared? Over." Harry sounded put out. "This is Achilles." Anna bit her lip and listened to it play out. She was torn between wanting him to hurry and wanting to laugh her butt off. Maybe she had been awake too long. "That's not how these things work, Jared. You can't pick your own. Now, what's going on? Over. We're rolling back by with some survivors from the stadium. It didn't go well for them. We've got trouble on our ass. Over. How many? Over. Maybe 30, Jared responded. Wait one. Over. Anna sighed and spoke up. We're running out of time. They need to hurry. Maybe we should just shoot them and go? Not enough ammo. The seconds ticked by, and they weren't getting anything back from the CDL. They would have to make their own decision. The end of the neighborhood was only a couple of blocks away. From there, they could turn left onto the main highway back into town, or they could turn right back to Rolling Hills and Jared's. The armory was another 10 minutes and 2 highways away. She couldn't bring herself to just speed up and leave these creeps behind. She would be responsible if they got into Rolling Hills and killed people. They still following you? Over, Harry finally asked. That's affirmative. Over. Why couldn't he just say yes? Take them back to town as far as First Street. Try not to ever do this again. Over. Okay, Jared answered. Say out. Yep, I forgot. Out. Jared stowed the radio again as she made the left turn back to town. Hopefully there weren't any left lurking out there from earlier in the day. It seemed a lifetime ago since they had left Jared's house. The beam of the headlights swept over the carnage down the road. More bodies lay in the road around the blocked entrance to Rolling Hills. It looked like a killing field. It was a killing field. Sometime they would have to clean that mess up. Diseases spread easily among the dead. What's going to happen at First Street? No idea. Should we trust them? What if they were just trying to get rid of us? They didn't seem like the type, he said. You know, that Harry Anderson used to come over to my house every afternoon to play with Robbie. He used to be a fat little thing, always wanting to eat. Of course, his mama was fat too, Violet interjected. He's a good boy. He wouldn't hurt anyone. Well, Jared said, anyway, if Harry was just trying to get rid of us, then we could always collect more Twitchers and go lay siege to his neighborhood. We wouldn't do that, she said. Nah, I forgot they had machine guns. She saw First Street up ahead, about a half a mile away. In the headlights of the truck, it looked black and desolate. And dangerous. Smoke still rose from the burned section of town. Thank God it hadn't spread. She looked back. They were still there. Chapter 18. First Street Harvest. Anna switched on the brights. Fog settled sluggishly in the low places on the highway. The air in the truck was damp and smelled strongly of body odor, even with the broken back window. Her eyes drooped with fatigue. She couldn't sleep yet. They had to finish this. She had a good view of the intersection where First Street crossed the highway. She saw nothing. She bit her lip as they approached. They had no backup plan and no time to make one. Maybe she should just accelerate and leave the bastards in town and hope they didn't turn around. They seemed somewhat intelligent, but she didn't know if they could think or if it was all instinct. She would be interested in finding out someday. Just not tonight. Jared, keep going. If we hit the Main Street intersection, just flip a bit and get us to the armory. Roger that, she said. He grinned. Look at you, being all G.I. Jane. There it was. They passed First Street. She watched the rearview mirror. Nothing. That's it. Let's get the siege weapons ready, Jared commented. They passed the Second Street intersection. The crazed runners behind them were approaching First Street, still tailing them. One-track mines for sure. What the hell is that? Jared exclaimed, turning completely around in his seat. She glanced back and saw the men in the back pointing toward the First Street intersection. She stopped for a moment as she noticed what the others had already seen. A large, dark-colored mass was moving at a moderate rate of speed. At first, she didn't know what she was looking at. It did not belong in town at all. That's a fucking combine, Carlos suddenly said from the back. Carlos, language, Maria scolded, but there wasn't much heat behind her words. They were all too busy watching the carnage behind them. The flashing lights and headlights illuminated a gruesome scene. A large green beast-like machine, equipped with a large header, sped through the intersection. Metal spikes lined the front, catching the seething mass of biters off guard. Torsos and legs were impaled. Flashes of blood dripped in the light. The sick ones who weren't impaled on the spikes were run down, crushed like chaff under the huge tires. That's for corn, That head on the front there," Violet imparted. "That's for crazy people now," Jared said. The Combine made the first pass, taking out a significant number of the runners. Anna quickly checked the front and sides of the road. She had been so distracted by the awful mess behind her that she had forgotten they were still in danger. It was a stupid mistake. She turned the truck around again and watched as the Combine spun around. It was going back for more. "That is completely badass," Carlos breathed. "You've got that right," Jared said. "Boys." The Combine drove back in the opposite direction, but this time it shifted trajectory. It was coming toward them. One of the crazies avoided the fatal crush of the tires and sprinted to the side of the vehicle. It lunged for the platform. The thing held on to the bar and gained the step. "It's going to make it up," she said. It was then that she noticed their deadly position. The operator of the Combine was driving toward them, but he was also struggling with the door. She wasn't sure if the thing had managed to open it, and it didn't matter anyway. What mattered was that it didn't look like the driver was going to slow down. "Go, go!" Jared yelled. She mashed the accelerator and yanked the wheel to the right just before the first spike would have punctured the side of the truck. Under the loud rumble of the diesel engine and the scream of the truck tires, she heard a faint pop. "He shot it," Carlos said. Anna looked over her shoulder and saw that the man had regained control of the Combine. It slowed and turned back toward them again. She prepared to smash the accelerator again, just in case. Bradley gestured for her to stop. She put the truck in park as the Combine came up beside them. It was a little intimidating being parked so close to something so large, especially with the body parts hanging from the front. She grimaced distastefully and avoided glancing that way again. Bradley jumped out and Jared did the same. She rolled down the window as the men converged on her side of the truck. "I see you all got yourselves into some more trouble," the amused man drawled. "Well, if it isn't Jimmy Don Booth. How are you? I'm glad to see you're alive," Violet said, leaning across Anna. "Miss Violet, you're looking fit as a fiddle as always. How'd you end up with these folks?" "It's a long story. They got us out of a little jam," she said. Anna raised an eyebrow as Bradley and Jared smirked. "A little jam? Is that Elliot Richardson's Combine?" Violet asked. "Yes'm. He won't be needing it anymore. I was up to his place when Harry called. Figured this oughta do the trick." He slapped the bloody tire of the machine with affection. He didn't seem to care about the gore on his hand. Anna felt bile rise in her throat and forced herself to turn her attention elsewhere. "Thanks for helping us out," Anna told him. "Any time, young lady. I hate these damn things, pardon my French. I was all set to retire next year, and wouldn't you know it, this happened. I always told my wife, rest her soul, that I'd be setting myself on a porch somewhere when I was through working. Now it looks like I won't be doing that. Reckon my 401k is shot all to hell too, pardon my French." He took off his hat and scratched his head before putting it back on. "Well, I'll be going now. I was fixing this corn header when I got the call. I aim to get Richardson's corn in come harvest time." Bradley and Jared nodded and the rest of them sat in silence. She was still somewhat stunned by the whole thing. Jimmy Don looked at the front of the Combine. "Reckon I ought to spray her off a little bit." Anna cringed. "We'll be seeing you, Jimmy Don Booth. These folks were headed somewhere, and I for one am about to nod off right here." "Y'all have a good night. Keep your eyes peeled," he said, nodding toward the smashed-up bodies down the road. "Them femurs may pop your tires," he warned helpfully. "Will do," Jared said, shaking his hand. "See you around." He looked at her with an extremely funny expression of incredulity on his face. "What the fuck was that?" he mouthed silently. She hoped Jimmy Don Booth didn't catch it. Anna waited for the men to load up before she started the truck. She checked the gauges. "We're kind of getting low on gas. We'll stop and siphon some," he said. "Let's get out of town first. Watch the femurs." She nodded and stepped on the accelerator and swerved around the tire-popping femurs. She could go faster now, and that made her more comfortable. The snail's pace she had been driving was nerve-wracking. She just didn't realize it until now. She cracked her window, needing the fresh air to stay awake. She didn't remember ever being so tired in her life as she was right now. Her ears cracked with a wide yawn, and her eyes watered. "Stop at the dollar store," Jared said, about 2 seconds before she passed it. She stepped on the brakes, hoping the men in the back were holding on. She reversed into the parking lot carefully. She hated driving in reverse, but it was probably better to be facing the road in case things went bad. "Why are we here?" she mumbled, yawning again. Gas. She got out with her bat. If she sat there any longer, she was going to fall asleep. The man got out of the back. "Why'd you stop?" Bradley questioned. "We need to siphon some gas," she told him. The older gentleman stretched and winced. She still didn't know his name. She watched him murmur something to Stuart, and they walked off toward the side of the building. Jared was looking at several cars in the lot. They were all unlocked. One of them had the keys left in the ignition, and the door cracked. She watched him lean in. "Battery's dead," he said. He grabbed a couple of gas cans from a display outside. Swimming pools and lawn chairs were stacked alongside. She wished the world were sane again and that people still needed those things. "Stuart," Bradley said, and nodded at the car. "On it," he said. He trotted back to the truck and pulled his ruck over the side. She watched him dig around and come up with a piece of tubing with a bulb on it. A hand siphon. The man carries a hand siphon around in his backpack. "I think we should be friends," she said. Stuart looked up and cracked the first smile she had seen from him yet. He gave her a nod. "Only if you call it a rucksack. I'm no schoolboy." "Deal." Jared opened the cap and fed the tube into the car's gas tank. Stuart worked the other end. She wandered around the parking lot, not straying too far. Bradley was doing the same, she noticed. The night air had definitely helped wake her a bit. Pop! A searing heat grazed her arm, and she looked around, confused. "We're taking fire!" Bradley yelled. Pop! Not again. Another round punctured the car that Jared and Stuart had just been siphoning before they moved on to the next one. "Anna!" she heard Jared yell. She glanced back and saw him running toward her. Bradley and Stuart began returning fire. Jared pulled her along and they crouched behind the truck. "Stay down," he ordered. She nodded and glanced at her arm. Blood oozed from her bicep and was dripping from her elbow to the concrete. She was hit. It didn't look too bad, so she didn't want to say anything yet. Jared took a knee and fired his rifle over the bed of the truck. "Roof, right side," he yelled. The older man crouched behind a car that had a door wide open. She watched around the edge of the truck as he ran to the gas cans and picked them up. He walked quickly and put them in the bed of the truck. "Everybody in," Bradley shouted. She got in the passenger side as Stuart laid down covering fire for them. Jared took the wheel and Bradley helped the older man jump in. She looked back. Maria crouched over her children. The other woman cowered against the corner of the cab with her eyes closed. Extraordinarily enough, Violet was still sleeping. "Go, go, go!" Stuart yelled. He tossed himself in while Bradley covered him. Jared sped out of the lot, tires shrieking against the new asphalt. "Is everyone okay?" he shouted. Anna clasped her arm and turned around. She gave Alejandro and Carlos a slight smile. "See, we are okay," Maria said, still clutching her sons. "I do not think she is okay." She pointed toward the woman cowering in the corner and drew her sons further away. She was crying. Anna turned carefully and got on her knees. She clumsily reached back with her injured arm while still clasping it to stem the blood flow. She grimaced at the pain. It was almost as bad as the pain of the gouges on her stomach. She shook the woman, but there was no response. She took the headlamp from around her neck and pointed the feeble beam of light at the woman's face. "Oh, God." She turned around quickly and sat down, dizzy. "She's gone. She was hit in the head." Jared looked back quickly. "Damn it," he breathed. "I got hit in the arm. I think it's just a flesh wound." "What? You were shot?" He stared at her in shock. "And you waited this fucking long to tell me?" "It's no big deal. It's just a graze. You should have told me right away." He was pissed. Maybe rightfully so. She would have been too. "Well, we were kind of being shot at," she said dryly. He huffed and seemed to come to a decision. "We're going to my house. I wanted to avoid that, but the way this night is going, we need to rest and deal with shit before we go to the armory." She was relieved. "What about Bradley and Stuart?" she asked. "They can wait. It can all wait." Chapter 19. R&R. "Where are we?" Bradley said, jumping down as soon as they pulled into Jared's garage. "Maria, take the boys out that side and go in." She pointed to the doorway to the house. Maria glanced over at the dead woman and nodded quickly. She kept Alejandro's face against her chest as she got out. She couldn't stop Carlos from gazing curiously at the body. He was pale, but he didn't freak out. She sighed and leaned her head back. There were a couple of times, 5 times, that she thought she might not see this place again. She gathered up her bat and her bag with her good arm. Jared yanked open her door. "She's been shot," Jared bit out, "and the woman in the back seat is dead. Headshot, maybe a ricochet." Bradley and Stewart rushed over to Anna, but Jared elbowed them out of the way and picked her up. She could have walked. He carried her into the house and laid her on the couch. It felt like heaven. He knelt on the floor next to her and looked at her arm. She had been right. It was a flesh wound, but it was still fairly deep. "It needs cleaning," Stewart said, and rifled through his bag. His ruck. He pulled out a pouch and sifted through. He found some antiseptic and a bandage. Jared moved aside, barely, so Stewart could do his job. Apparently, this wasn't new to him. She winced as he cleaned the wound. "You don't have any antibiotics in there, do you?" she half joked. "Actually, yeah. You should probably take a course. Are you allergic to penicillin?" "Nope, we were supposed to go get some from a pharmacy today. Guess things got a bit crazy." "Massive understatement," Jared said tiredly. "Why do you need antibiotics?" Stewart asked, looking her over. She pulled her shirt up to her ribs and winced. It looked hideous. The bandages were blood and sweat-stained, and they reeked. "I got clawed by a couple of crazies this morning. Well, yesterday morning now." "Damn, may I?" he asked. She nodded, and he peeled back the filthy gauze. His face gave nothing away, but she knew it was nasty. Hopefully not infected, though. Jared brushed her hair back from her forehead. "You want to go shower before we get these cleaned? We may still have hot water." "She should," Stewart agreed. Jared grabbed her bags and things from the spare bedroom and took them into his own bathroom. She hadn't been in here before, and she was surprised at how luxurious it was. There was a jacuzzi tub and a glassed-in shower. A hot bath would have been amazing, but she couldn't be selfish. They all needed the hot water. "I'll let you get cleaned up. Tell me when you're finished. I'm going to go tell those yahoos out there where they can sleep and maybe scrounge up some food." Like he'd have to scrounge up anything with the pantry he has. She smiled and nodded. She was going to crash soon. He came and carefully pulled her into his arms. She wrapped her good arm around his waist and laid her head on his chest. He smelled better than he had a right to, and she relaxed instantly. He pulled away too soon again. "See you in a few," he said, and left. The shower had been wonderful. She wanted to linger, but Jared and the others probably wanted to get cleaned up as well. She washed her hair quickly, twice, to get everything out. She carefully washed her wounds, gritting her teeth at the sting. The gashes didn't look inflamed at all, just irritated. She dressed in some comfortable lounge clothes and brushed her teeth. She finally felt human again. In the bedroom, she noticed that Jared had given his bed to Violet. There was a neat pile of sleeping bags, pillows, and quilts on the floor nearby. She set her bags and belongings just inside his closet and closed the door. "I thought we could share the bedroom with Violet. I gave her the bed because she's old," he said with a grin at the old woman in question. "I am. I'm an old woman, and there's no use tiptoeing about it. If I were 50 years younger, I'd give your young lady there a run for her money, though. You're a handsome young man." Bradley snorted as he spread a sleeping bag in a far corner of the living room. Stewart was nowhere to be found. "Hey, I can't help that I was born with this face," Jared replied. He looked at Anna. "There's food on the stove, just some beef stew I had frozen. The gas here is still working, miraculously. I figured Jimmy Don's fireworks might have changed that." She nodded her thanks and went to grab a bowl. Her stomach was gnawing on itself with hunger. She dipped up a generous portion and grabbed a spoon. "I gave Juan, Marie, and the boys the spare bedroom. Hank will take the couch," he said. She supposed Hank was the older gentleman. "That was some quick thinking back at the store," she told Hank. "I kind of froze, but you grabbed those cans and got back to the truck, toot to sweet." "It wasn't my first time being shot at," he confided. "Vietnam?" Bradley asked from the table. Hank nodded. "I drove trucks. Sometimes we made it where we needed to be, and sometimes we didn't." He didn't elaborate. "People underestimate the dangers of working on a supply line in any war," Bradley said knowingly. "You think it was the same guy that was shooting at us that first night?" Anna asked Jared. Bradley scrutinized them both. "You were shot at before?" Jared nodded. "Yep. Sniper took shots at us when we went to our apartment. Fired off several rounds, large caliber. Pretty sure last night's shooter was firing a pistol. They were firing from the roof. I saw the movement, but I couldn't see much beyond a shadow," Stewart said. "We're damn lucky they didn't use a rifle," Bradley said, nodding at Anna's arm. "Well, we didn't all get so lucky," Hank reminded them. They were silent for a moment, remembering. Juan and Maria gathered up their boys and ushered them into the bedroom. "Thanks for letting us stay here, and for helping us get out," Juan said to them. "No problem," Jared told him. "Let me know if you need anything." "Maria, I brought some of my clothes here. I think we're about the same size. I'll grab you some things," Anna said. "Gracias. It would be nice to be clean," she said, tugging at her grimy clothing. Anna agreed and went to grab her some sleeping clothes as well as something to wear tomorrow. Then she went back to her meal. "Stuart will be in shortly, and he'll finish bandaging you up. He's been through several medical courses," Bradley said. She finished her stew and considered getting more, but she was too sleepy to chew right now. "What's his first name?" "James," Bradley answered. "James and John. If we had a Peter and a Matthew, we'd have the New Testament." His lips curved in a small smile. "We had a Paul, too." She immediately felt bad and frowned. "Don't worry, it's okay," he said, and left the table. "I'm going to take my watch now so Stuart can come in and get you fixed up." Jerry came back in from the garage as she put her bowl in the sink. He tested the various locks around the house and checked to make sure all the blinds and curtains were closed. "I had to lock some things up," he said quietly. "Don't say anything about my supplies, okay? I'm sure they're all good people, but we need to keep things like that to ourselves. For now, at least." "Okay, that's probably wise." Stuart came in and had her lay on the couch while he applied more antiseptic and bandaged her various injuries. He gave her some antibiotics and a painkiller. She took them gladly. "Let's go get some sleep," Jared told her before turning back to Stuart. "Wake me when it's my turn to take watch." In the bedroom, Violet was already fast asleep on the bed. Jared spread out the blankets on the floor. She lay down and he covered them up. Her eyes were so heavy, and the dark was relaxing. She yawned so wide that her jaw cracked. Under the light blanket, she felt Jared take her hand. It was warm and comforting. He squeezed it gently. "Good night, Buttercup," he murmured in the dark. "Good night." Flashes of their dead went through her mind before she drifted off. Paul and a woman whose name she didn't even know. Mr. Hubbard. Darla. Gina, who was probably going to die soon from dehydration or her wounds. Jared's mom and sister. The people in town. So many dead or dying. She cracked open an eye and groaned. Sunlight filtered in over the top of the blackout curtains. She had no idea what time it was. She wanted nothing more than to go back to sleep. She felt around with her hand. Jared's place was empty. She sat up and hissed at the pain in her stomach. Her arm ached, and she rested it on her lap. She sat a moment, hanging her head with her eyes closed. The bed was empty as well. She heard voices in the living room and smelled bacon and coffee. Her stomach growled, and her mouth watered at the smell of the bacon. Food was a good enough reason to get up. She stood and stretched carefully. She pulled her hair back into a ponytail and straightened up the blankets on the floor, wincing at the pain in her arm the entire time. She wasn't sure if she should fold them up or not, so she left them. She had slept surprisingly well next to Jared. She wasn't used to sleeping with someone. She hadn't woken up once, though. It would probably be a different thing altogether if they had been alone, well-rested and uninjured. She flushed at the thought and shook her head. She followed the aroma of frying bacon to the kitchen and found a platter full. Maria was frying up Jared's entire stockpile, it looked like. "Good morning. This looks great," she told her. "Thank you. Help yourself. Jared said we should cook everything in his fridge today, so I volunteered." "You're an excellent cook. I always loved it when Juan brought in your food for everyone," she told her. "Gracias. My mama had many children, and we learned to cook a lot of food. Juan makes fun of me for it. He says, 'Why do you cook 2 pounds of frijoles for only 4 people?' That is just how I was taught to make them," she shrugged. "Well, keep on doing it, because Jared and I love it." Maria turned back to the eggs. Anna grabbed 5 pieces of bacon and a cup of coffee and went to the table. She sat and ate the bacon. She tried to act somewhat civilized, which meant she didn't shove it all in her mouth like she wanted to. "Where is everyone?" The house was empty. "John and Hank are burying the woman out near the trees. James is teaching Juan and Carlos how to shoot. Jared is teaching Violet. Alejandro is coloring," she said, pointing with a spatula. "Jared said you were to go outside when you wake up. He wants you to shoot." "I'd rather color," she mumbled. She sipped her coffee and finished off her bacon. She didn't think Jared would let her get away with putting off the shooting much longer. It's not that she didn't want to learn. She just was a little afraid of it. What if she accidentally shot someone? What she really wanted to do was go back to sleep. But judging from the sun's high place in the sky, it was already getting later in the day. She took her dishes to the sink. "I'll wash these in a little while since you cooked." "Don't worry about it. I enjoy it. It makes me feel more normal." "Go shoot," Maria said, waving her away. Anna sighed. She wasn't getting out of it today. She pulled out a pair of cargo pants that she packed. They were for hiking and other outdoor activities. She'd always meant to get around to going out around a lake nearby, but she had been wary about going alone. A t-shirt followed. She laced up her shoes at the door and went outside. She waved at John and Hank far off, near the tree line. They didn't see her wave, and she felt a little embarrassed. Loud bangs reverberated through the woods beyond the gravesite. She guessed that is where they were shooting today. She walked toward the men digging the grave and saw the wrapped body nearby. It was already starting to smell, and she covered her nose quickly. She had smelled a lot of death the last couple of days, but she didn't know if she would ever get used to it. It was an almost palpable stench and lingered in her nose. Hank wiped his head and propped himself on the shovel for a moment. "Good morning. Sleep well?" he asked. She felt guilty for sleeping so long while everybody else was working. "Yes, I didn't mean to sleep so long." He waved off her explanation. "You needed it." Bradley, John, looked up from the hole he was digging. "Follow that trail. There's a clearing about 200 meters long. That's where they're shooting." "And 200 meters would be?" He grinned. "A little over 1/10 of a mile." She walked on, and the bangs became louder. Sometimes they were interspersed with little pops that she knew belonged to a pistol. It sounded different than Jared's bigger pistol, though. She filled her lungs with the fresh air. She closed her eyes for a moment and imagined she was out on a hike, and everything in the world was back to normal. She wished she could hear the birds, but they had gone silent. Flowers, large trees, and thick vegetation lined the heavily traveled trail. She wondered if Jared owned this land. It was beautiful and wild. It felt safe and untouched by the violence. She spotted wild blackberry bushes scattered among the evergreens and other scrub trees. They were heavily laden with berries, and she thought it would be a good idea to get as many as they could later. The shooting paused, and she hurried to catch them before they started up again. At the end of the trail was a large clearing. It looked like an old field. At the end, there was a large built-up mound of dirt where someone had placed targets. "Anna," Jared called and waved her over. Stuart looked over his shoulder and waved, then went back to talking to Juan and Carlos about the rifle. She met Jared halfway, and he pulled a pair of bright orange earplugs from his pocket. She took them. "Good morning, Sleeping Beauty." He cupped her cheek in his hand and gently rubbed a finger under her eyes. "Maybe you should have slept longer. You look exhausted." "Gee, thanks," she retorted. "Well, you can take a nap after we shoot. I want you to be comfortable carrying a pistol. When your arm heals up a little, you can learn the M4. He handed her a pair of shooting glasses and led her to Violet, who had just put her pistol in a pouch on her waist. Anna was surprised that Violet was shooting and said so. "Child, I've been shooting since I was a girl. My stepdaddy taught me how to use the .22 when I was 11, and then the .38 when I was a little older. Of course, it's a bit harder to do now. My hands aren't what they used to be." She flexed her fingers and winced. Jared took her through the basics of loading, unloading, and firing again. This time she got to shoot, and it wasn't as bad as she thought. She shot the .38 revolver he had given her, and then he taught her how to fire the 9mm Sig Sauer. "My dad was partial to the Sig," he said. She sensed depths of emotion there. She found that she preferred the Sig Sauer. It was smoother and more intuitive. Plus she liked having the larger magazine capacity and safety features. Jared told her to save the .38 for emergencies. She told him their life was now one big emergency. They stayed far longer than Violet, who left shortly after Anna started shooting. James took Juan and Carlos back to the house. Jared took care to teach her every aspect of the weapons throughout the afternoon. She got sunburnt on top of all her other injuries. He packed his gear away in his bag and slung it on his shoulder. He gave her a belt with a holster that rested against her thigh and strapped around her leg. She put the pistol in it, and he stood back. "Sexy," he said, and came toward her. She rested her hands on his chest and looked up at him. She still couldn't believe they were here together, that they had gone from co-workers in an office to partners in survival in 2 short days. He leaned down and pressed his lips against hers. They were firm and warm. He smelled like sunshine and sweat, and it was stimulating. Her mouth opened, and he teased her tongue with his. His hands gripped her harder, pulling her against him eagerly. She hissed in pain, and he pulled back quickly. "Shit, I'm sorry." He released her immediately. "It's okay," she said, and reached for him again. He gave her a softer kiss this time, and held only her hands. She patted a bit when he pulled back, and he chuckled. "I'll let you ravish me later when you're all healed up," he promised. She blushed and hoped the sunburn covered it. "Let's go get something to eat. I believe tonight is our date. Too bad it turned into a group date," he scowled. She laughed and elbowed him as they left the clearing. "We're going to try the armory tomorrow," Jared said as the others ate at the large table. "When do we leave?" Anna asked. "Bradley, Stewart, and I will leave at dawn. You all will stay here," he said. "What? No way. I'm not staying here while you go out there. I wouldn't know if something happened." "I agree. I think I should go along as well," Hank said from his end of the table. Bradley raised his eyebrows at Jared. "What did I tell you?" he said with a wry smile. "We'll be fine," he said to Anna. "I know, because I'm going too. You can't stop me," she said. "I'll just find a way to follow you if you don't take me." He sighed. "Men should have never given up their control over women," he murmured to John. She glared at him. "Fine, you can go. Only because I think you actually would try to follow us," he relented. Stewart passed her a couple of pills, and she took them with her water. "Better rest up. I'll give you some clean bandages, too. I don't want you getting anything nasty on those gashes. Oh, and—" he rustled around in his pocket. "Here." He passed her a tube. "Better wear sunscreen tomorrow." He looked at the label. "Aloe gel with lidocaine. Thanks." "Okay, so we're taking Anna, Hank, Jared, myself, and Stewart," Bradley counted. "We can't fit any more in the truck. Juan, I want you and Violet to stay here and keep watch. I think you guys should be okay here, but stay inside just in case." Juan nodded, and Maria looked relieved that he wasn't going along. "There's something else I want to do before we go to the armory," she told the men. They stopped eating and looked at her. "I think we should go take care of Gina." She hoped they got it without having to spell it out in front of the boys. Juan and Jared looked at each other, but the rest were confused. "We probably should. I never felt right about leaving her like that," Jared said. "You guys left her in the closet?" Juan asked, and Maria looked upset. She wasn't surprised he had shared the experience with his wife. Yeah. We were kind of busy after you left," Jared said. "What are you guys talking about?" Bradley asked. He sipped his drink and looked at each of them in turn. "We taped up Gina and stuck her in a closet, and that was at the very beginning. We didn't know what else to do," Juan told him. "In town?" Bradley asked. Juan nodded. "At her office." "If it's still there," Anna said. "It should be, unless Jimmy Don's been busy over there, too," Jared said. "Jimmy Don? That guy from last night?" Stewart asked. "What does he have to do with it?" "He blew up Main Street, set the gas lines to explode with an incendiary device of some sort. Took out a whole crowd of crazies, too, after Anna lured them up there in a badass caddy," Jared explained. "That was about an hour or two before we ended up on your stairwell," Anna told them. He raised an eyebrow at Stewart. "You guys sure do get around. I guess the office should be our first stop tomorrow. We'll have to take precautions, stay vigilant. Remember, there's at least one sniper out there that shoots indiscriminately." The whole group shared his concern. Chapter 20. On the road again. "So, this is where you guys worked?" Bradley asked from the passenger seat. Jared drove. Anna, Hank, and Stewart shared the back. "Yep, pretty exciting, huh?" Jared said. "Never knew what you would be getting into at the old GFI. What is office work like, anyway?" he wanted to know. Jared built trash structures at his desk. When he was at his desk, I'm not even sure he realized that he was supposed to be working here, Anna teased. You should have seen the Taj Mahal replica he did using toilet paper rolls, styrofoam, and sporks. It was a masterpiece of garbage engineering. Stewart stared hard at Jared. His look was inscrutable. Thanks, babe, Jared said wryly. She's always praising my accomplishments. Sometime you should take a look at her scrapbook, he offered. We should go in now, she said quickly. Let's do it as planned. No stragglers. They pulled into the parking lot, as close to the building as they could. She was happy to have made it past the dollar store without any potshots being taken at them. She could happily live her life without any more sniping incidents. Anna didn't even remember her car was parked here until she saw it again. She pulled her keys from her bag. She was taking it when they left. They might need an extra car. She waited until Bradley gave the signal before she got out of the vehicle. Since they only had 5 people, Bradley had explained that it would be best if they didn't have an outside watch. Stewart covered the main door. Bradley and Jared took the front and would deal with Gina. Anna and Hank were to keep watch in the office in case anything lurked. She felt both safer and in more danger now that she carried a pistol. She still had her bat. The habit of keeping it close was hard to break, even if the pistol was better. Bats didn't run out of ammo. Who's the smartass? She heard Bradley murmur from the break room. I thought people deserved a warning, Jared defended. Nobody is going to take that warning seriously, Bradley replied. She remembered now what Jared had scribbled onto the closet door. She was going to have to put up with a lot of crap surviving this thing with him. She sighed an extra long sigh. She glanced back to the open door where Stewart watched the parking lot and the road beyond through the glass foyer. At least the glass was somewhat tinted. She faced her assigned direction again. The cubicle forest that led to the accounting section spread out before her. It was eerie being back here after they had such a traumatic last day at work. The computers were black. Supplies still rested on desks. Darla's sweater still hung on the back of her chair. A few cat hairs clung desperately to the navy blue fabric. She hoped the poor things could get outside. There was no way she could get the guys to go for a cat rescue mission. She yawned and shifted on her feet. She heard a sudden crash from the break room and shot Hank a horrified look before dashing off to check on Jared. The ringing still echoed through the room as she crossed the threshold. She took in the scene quickly. The crashing sound had been a table flipping. She watched, horrified, as Bradley wrestled with the Gina thing on the floor. Jared was grasping at its shoulders, trying to pry it away. But it wasn't the same Gina thing they had locked in the closet. Shock rippled through her, and she froze as she studied it. This was bad. Gina's skin had changed. Her skin had become tougher and more fluid somehow. But that wasn't the worst part. It was taking on the texture and colors of the surface she touched. It pixelated, almost imperceptibly. It was like seeing John wrestle with a break-room-colored person, with very jagged teeth. She was an artificial chameleon. It creeped her the hell out. Gina's lower jaw gaped open, wider than humanly possible. Her teeth had elongated a little and sharpened. The hair that still clung to her scalp had lost its golden luster. It hung, limp and faded, a dull remnant that no longer served a purpose. "What the hell happened to her?" she yelled, finally unfreezing. Its teeth inched closer to John's face, and she watched as Jared strained to lift the feral, snapping thing. "Kill it!" he ground out. She acted before she thought. She brought her booted foot back before releasing the hardest kick she could muster. Her toe caught the thing squarely in the hinge of the jaw, and it shrieked in fury as she distracted it from its kill. Its head whipped toward her, and the look of malevolent rage on its strangely colored face was fascinating and chilling. There was nothing left of Gina. She was gone. It growled low in its throat, and she was sure it was about to lunge. Anna backed up and pulled her bat up. Would a bat even faze the thing? A loud shot rang out, and blood, black and viscous, splattered them. Her ears rang, and she couldn't hear for a moment. She saw the thing collapse, and John scuttled quickly out from under the corpse. As they watched, its body changed rapidly. It lost its strange color-shifting ability and turned black, pitch black, and velvety. It looked like it had been burned. They stood there for several moments in complete silence. She trembled with all the emotions that she felt: disbelief, horror, confusion, fear, fascination. What The hell was that? Jared said. You mean she wasn't always like that? Bradley asked. Anna looked at him incredulously. How could he crack jokes at a time like this? Even more incredible was Jared's lack of retort. No one-liner? It was unlike him. You weren't supposed to make the jokes. I'm supposed to make the jokes, Jared said, still staring at the remains. Her heart raced, and she tasted the sour metallic tang of adrenaline as it flooded her veins. She could have used it a little sooner. Perhaps her body was still tired from the excessive adrenaline dumps on Thursday. Her adrenal glands must be backlogged. She took a deep, purposeful breath and tried to calm herself. They still had work ahead of them. Dangerous work. I'm not sure what the hell's going on, but I think we should leave, she told them. Yeah, well, Gina's been put out of her misery now, so we can go any time, Jared said. John glared at him. She didn't look very miserable, Anna said. What happened in there? Bradley didn't look back as he answered. I opened the door, and she wasn't there. The chair was there, but she wasn't. I turned a little to ask Jared if she could have gotten loose. That's when I heard the breathing. I looked up, and there she was in the corner of the ceiling. She was camouflaged. I've never seen anything like it. She lunged and took John down before we even really realized what happened, Jared said, shaking his head. I couldn't budge her at all. Stuart's not going to believe this, Bradley said. They were back in the truck and on their way out of town a few moments later. Mercifully, they hadn't encountered any crazies, new variety or not. She would rather deal with a sniper than another one of those things. Dang, I forgot my car, she huffed. I don't think it's going anywhere. We can come back sometime. Maybe, Jared said. She didn't reply. She watched the buildings on the side of the road as they gradually spaced out, and they were once again on the cursed highway. It always seemed to lead them to some screwed-up stuff. What do you think happened to her? Anna asked, breaking the tense silence. I don't know, but I hope it was an aberration, Bradley said, voicing exactly what she was thinking. She was a fucking mutant, John. A mutant. Some fucked up government scientist was obviously screwing around with shit that should never have been screwed around with. Oh, they did a damn good job with their freakish fucking experimental virus. It didn't just make the global population sick and insane. It's fucking turning them into monsters now, too, Jared shouted. His tirade silenced any further comments that she, or any of them, might have made. Honestly, she had never heard Jared curse so much, and it kind of scared her. He was usually so mild-mannered and easygoing. This was a completely different side of him. She bit her lip nervously. A moment later, he reached a hand back, and she took it. He squeezed gently and released it. I'm sorry, he told him, and sighed. It's been kind of a weird week, and I just wasn't prepared to go all Van Helsing and shit today. It's all right. Stress gets us all sometimes. You should have seen Stuart over in Afghanistan. Every Taliban offensive sent him directly to the gym afterward to burn off the stress. He almost reached Schwarzenegger proportions before the deployment was over. We all deal differently, and I could think of worse ways than yelling, he said with a smile. Anna glanced at Stuart. Yeah, she could see him bulking up. He was well-muscled already. Maybe silver will work against those new things, Hank joked. Or a wooden stake to the heart, Stuart added. Lead to the face seems to work fine, Bradley said. We should probably stick with that for now. Occam's razor and all that. The atmosphere in the truck lightened a little with the jokes, and it helped calm her nerves. If a simple run to their office could turn deadly so fast, what was it going to be like at the armory? You guys understand that what happened at the office is going to complicate things, right? Everything changes now. We aren't just dealing with simple sick people anymore. If that was more than just a freak mutation, and I hope to hell it isn't, then we'll need to be doubly alert, Bradley said. Thanks, John. You really know how to lighten the mood, Anna said. I'm just trying to be real. Knowing is half the battle, and expecting more of those things could save our lives. I feel like a ticking time bomb, she said. He furrowed his brow. Because I was sick. We don't know how long after having that virus that people can still turn. He glanced at Stuart. She didn't know how to read his look. It was too enigmatic. "You aren't going to turn," Jared said defensively. His voice was hard. Brain matter dried into the upholstery where Hank sat, and that kind of ruined whatever relief the fresh air gave her. Jared had tried to Febreze out the smell of the dried bodily fluids, but it wasn't working very well. It just smelled like a blooming forest in springtime that contained a corpse and rotting bodily fluids. Warm saliva flooded her tongue, and she covered her nose and breathed deeply through her mouth. She finally regained some control over herself. She was definitely riding in the front on the way back. "Are you okay?" Stuart asked quietly. She nodded. "Just carsick. The smell isn't helping. Here, switch seats with me." She braced against the front seat and lifted herself up and over as Stuart scooted. They managed to avoid any awkward lap-sitting in the process, but she was too sick to care, really. She cracked the side window and rested against the seat. "Better?" "Much better, thanks," she said. "No problem. I know how it is," he said. "You get carsick?" "No, chopper sick." Her stomach flipped uncontrollably thinking about riding in a helicopter. "Yeah, no, not in a million years." "Good thing you don't have to ride in them very often," she said with a smile. He nodded. 15 minutes later, Jared stopped the truck in the middle of the highway. They saw the gate to the armory in the distance. It was surrounded by chain-link fencing. After the stadium disaster, she didn't have much faith in chain-link fencing at keeping the biters out. She couldn't tell if there was anyone there or not. "That's the only way in, right through that gate. If you go around the side, it leads to a large garage for our vehicles. We have a small motor pool, but most of our stuff is deployed right now. We don't have anything left worth driving," Stuart said. "That sucks. The Humvee would have been badass," Jared said. "Yeah," Hank agreed. "Or a deuce and a half. I bet I could still operate one of those with my eyes closed." "Maybe we can scavenge up some better vehicles from another armory sometime. Or maybe a police department. Since they have become more militarized, they have been allocated a lot more military-type vehicles and weapons," Bradley said. "That'll be the first place survivors are going to think to go," Jared said. "We'll see what comes up. First, let's get some gear." Chapter 21. Vault. "Well, it looks pretty clear to me," Jared said. The tan-brick building sat, unimposing and silent, within the untended field it occupied. The parking lot and the grass, which needed mowing, were the only signs of cultivation within the perimeter of the fence. The gate was shut and locked. It did indeed look clear. Anna knew as well as they did that looks could be deceiving. There was no evidence of any battles or attacks. No blood splattered the parking lot or the sidewalks. No intestines were draped over the chain-link fence. The glass doors and windows remained intact, though she suspected nothing short of a tank round could bust through the ballistic glass. "Looks like we just left it," Bradley said. "There's my truck," he said, motioning to a large black pickup, much like Jared's. It was parked next to a white Suburban that belonged to Stuart. "We should take both our vehicles when we leave," he told Stuart. Stuart nodded. "Wait, aren't you guys coming back with us?" Anna asked, suddenly a bit panicky at the thought of their leaving. "We need to go find our unit. We lost comms with them during the attack at the stadium. We need to rejoin them and figure out the plan," Bradley said. "Zip it," she said, quickly covering Jared's mouth and cutting off his highly redundant comment about the plan. He grinned and winked from behind her hand. "But you'll come back, right?" she said. "If we can." Her mood soured and she felt uneasy about them leaving. They had become friends, and they provided a lot of expert advice that their group lacked. Yeah, they were leaving some weapons and ammo, but it wouldn't be the same. They wouldn't be as safe. "Wait!" Stuart squinted at the parking lot. "Some cars are missing." Bradley swore. "You're right. I wonder why. Let's go find out." Bradley covered Stuart as he jumped out and unlocked the gate. Jared drove in and Stuart slipped a chain back through the links. She noticed that he didn't lock it. Perhaps he was anticipating needing a quick exit. "There should have been a few people here. We left some guys behind to coordinate." Bradley led them around the back, bypassing the main front door. The heat was stifling today, and sweat already started to dampen her clothing. There wasn't a cloud in sight. She would have to reapply her sunscreen soon. At the back of the building was an unexpectedly large room. It looked like a gymnasium. That's the drill hall, Stewart said. She nodded. Bradley knocked on a solid door and waited. No answer. He tried again. Anna glanced around the area, nervously eyeing the large, steel, half-circle structure they used for a garage. A lot of people could fit in there. A lot of sick people. Stewart? Stewart came forward and unlocked the door. Bradley held his rifle low, but ready, as he entered the room. Stewart went next, then Jared. She followed, and Hank brought up the rear. She felt a little like she was in a cop show when the SWAT team busted into a building. The cavernous space was dim, with only high windows to illuminate the area. It was a little cooler, at least. The floor was empty except for some exercise equipment near a corner. Bradley flipped a switch on the wall. Jenny must have shut down. Wonder why it didn't switch over. They followed the soldiers down a corridor. Institutional concrete blocks lined the walls. Their footsteps thudded on the yellowing tile floors. Papers stuck to bulletin boards rustled as they passed by. This was getting a little spooky. Light filtered in from an exit door down the hall. They turned once more and went into an open office. It was empty. The lights were off, of course, and it was mostly dark. This was an inside room. No daylight came in. Her heart thumped as she looked around. She didn't see anything out of the ordinary. That didn't mean there wasn't anything there. Feral Gina flashed through her thoughts, and she looked up in the corners. Bradley clicked on a flashlight and shined it around the room. What's this? Anna looked where he pointed the light. It was a whiteboard. Someone had left a note. CDR recalled. Sent to AA. Mass Cal. Shit! The vulgar language from Stewart surprised her. What does it mean? She asked. Nothing good. It means the commander called the guys we left here. They went to the armory up in T-ville, the assembly area, he said, pinching his chin and frowning at the message. And Mass Cal? Jared asked. Bradley turned back to them. It means mass casualty. Stewart suddenly started to jog out of the room, and she looked at the rest of them before she followed. He turned left down the hall and went to a door further along. He unlocked it and went in, leaving it wide open. It was another dark room. Jared grabbed her shoulders gently as Bradley brushed past her, rifle raised. He scanned the room quickly while Stewart worked the locks on another set of doors. He finally got them open and motioned them in. They followed Bradley's beam of light as he went to the pitch-black room. Damn it! I knew it! Stewart turned and leaned his arms on a nearby table. Bradley swept the room with his light. Cages stood open, mostly empty. Some boxes were opened and empty. It was obviously cleared out in a hurry. They took it all. They cleared out all the fucking weapons. Everything, Stewart said. The M24s, the saws, the 50s, all of it. Bradley left, taking Stewart's keys. When he came back, he was shaking his head. Took all the ammo, too, he sighed. We'll just have to get ammo somewhere else. We can't make the trip without it. We're running too low. So what's the rest of the stuff? She asked. Some chem lights, spare parts, couple boxes of MREs. Nothing we really need right now. Even the nods are gone. Nods? Night vision. So what will you do now? Hank asked from the doorway. Make a plan. Find some ammo somewhere. We don't have much time. They stood around a moment. We can gather up whatever is here that's useful, I guess. You guys want some chem lights and MREs? Stewart asked, passing everyone several boxes. I'd save the MREs for when you need to travel lighter. Eat your canned goods and perishables first. Jared fidgeted and ran a hand roughly through his hair. He seemed to come to a decision. All right, I can spare 1,000 rounds. I wish it were more, Jared said suddenly. That should get you to where you need to go, right? You don't have to do that. We can go find some, Bradley said. I don't want to put you guys short. You have more people to protect. Don't worry about it, man. I have enough. I know you guys are anxious to rejoin your unit. If you are ever back this way, you can resupply me, he said with a smile. We'll make a point to come back for a visit, see how you're getting along, Bradley promised. We've got to make sure you're taking care of the Hellcat here, Stewart said. Hellcat? She snorted wryly. That's me, all right. I don't know. The way Bradley said you went after that mutant, anyone would have, she said, waving off his praise. It was misplaced. She wasn't a fighter. Not really. She planned to be, though. She was going to start working her butt off training. She was going to pull her own weight and make it through this. She had to. They all had to. Oh, and what about the corn? Jared said smugly. He grinned at Bradley and Stewart. Jared, she warned, but he didn't listen. She was attacked last Sunday at the grocery store by one of the first crazies. Not kidding, a full-on attack. Anna takes it down with a can of creamed corn. Broke its jaw, knocked it out, everything. Cops had to come to subdue it. Anna was so worried about going to prison for beating on an old lady, he said. Geez, he was practically gleeful telling them the story. No shit? Stewart asked. She nodded. It wasn't like I planned it. Bradley regarded her more closely. So, you want to stick with Hellcat? We can go with sweet corn instead, if you want. I'm keeping that, Jared said, pointing at her. That's perfect. I like sweet corn, Hank said from the doorway. Come on, let's go, she grumbled. She puffed out air and shook her head before shifting the boxes of chem lights to a better position. Her arm was aching, and her scratches itched like crazy. The world as they knew it was over, and she ended up with a bunch of jokers. Bradley's truck and Stewart's Suburban were parked near Jared's garage. They loaded up a bit of ammo that Jared could spare. 1,000 rounds of .223 ammo sounded like a lot, but it really wasn't much. They split it 50-50 between the vehicles, loading up the magazines they had and leaving the rest in boxes. Anna knew they'd have to make every shot count. She hoped they found their guys soon so they could resupply. She hoped they made it in time to help. That message was probably a couple of days old by now. It could be too late for their unit. Thanks for this water. We were going to have to stop and find some. This will save us time, Bradley said. No problem. Anna bought tons last week before the shaking plague thing. Hey, you guys want some beans? Jared asked. No? Bradley asked. Anna raised an eyebrow at Jared. She was not amused. You'll be grateful for those one day. Then you can say, I told you so. But until then, it's just weird to collect only kidney beans. I mean, what about all the others? They were on sale, she shouted. Okay, kids, we're going to head out now. We'll come back when we can. Don't know when it will be. If there's an emergency here, you can find us at the T-ville Armory, though I don't know how long we'll be there. Bradley tossed the last bag into the back seat of the truck. Sweet corn, it's been fun. Take care, Bradley said. Stewart handed her 2 bottles of pills. Every 8 hours for another week and you should be good. Be careful with the painkillers. There are only a few in there, but you don't want to get used to taking them. Thanks, she said. She walked up and gave him and Bradley a hug. She'd only known them a couple of days, but they felt like old friends. Jared came up beside her and shook their hands. Be careful up there. Roger that, Bradley said. They told Hank goodbye and loaded up. They'd already said farewell to the others. The boys were particularly sad for the soldiers to leave. Jared put his arm around her waist as they watched the men drive away. It felt strangely lonely now, like a very vital part of their group was missing. I'm going to miss them, she told him. Yeah, they were nice to have around. I'm sure they'll come back sometime. They went in, and the house did feel a little emptier. Maria and Violet were in the kitchen prepping supper. Juan was setting up a game of cards for him and Hank to play. The boys were playing with a couple of chem lights that Stewart had broken for them. Alejandro was pretending his was a lightsaber and cutting Carlos with it. Carlos obliged and kept falling down dead. It was such a normal thing for boys to be doing that it startled her. This wasn't a vacation with friends or dinner with family. This was their group of survivors. These were their people now. This was real. Chapter 22. Visitor. 2 days after Bradley and Stewart left, 4 days since the shit hit the fan, 1 week since she had been attacked in the grocery store, and she was jolted awake. The room was extremely dim. It was still early. Violet lay snoring on the bed still, and Jared laid on his stomach nearby. She felt the heat of his leg against her calf. It was weirdly soothing. She sat up groggily, listening for what woke her. It came again, talking from the living room. She slipped out from under the sheet and crept out of the room. Someone had opened the back curtains, allowing the first blue light of dawn to filter through. Hank held a woman at gunpoint near the front door. "Hank, what's going on?" she said. "That's what I'm trying to figure out," he said. "This woman broke in and woke me up." Anna looked at the woman. She was older, perhaps 60, and wore ill-fitting clothes. She wasn't the cleanest person in the world, but that was nothing to judge anyone for now. None of them were paragons of good hygiene anymore. "I did not break in. I have a key," she bit out and stuck her chin in the air. "Oh, and where did you find it?" he asked. "Under the fake rock where my son keeps it," she said. Her eyes flashed with anger, and Anna felt that she was being completely truthful. "You're Jared's mother," she shouted. "Obviously," the woman answered. "Who are you people? Where's my son?" "Jared! Jared, come here!" Anna called out. "Mrs. Carson." Jared came bursting into the room, a pistol clutched in his hands. Concern and fear were evident on his face. His hair stuck up haphazardly on one side. It was endearing. "What's wrong?" he asked loudly. He looked at the woman near the door. "Mom?" He rushed over to her and pulled her in for a hug. Anna smiled at the relief he felt. She knew he had agonized over his mother's fate. This would go a long way to lifting some of that weight from his shoulders. "How did you get here? Where have you been?" he asked her, pulling back to stare at her. "That's a long story, son. Do you have any coffee?" she asked. Sure. Anna, would you mind starting some?" he asked her. "I'll do it right now," she told him. "I'm glad you're okay, Mrs. Carson. We were worried about you." "Thank you," Mrs. Carson said with a curious glance between her and Jared. Anna made up a pot of coffee on the stove, idly wondering how they would cook and make coffee after the gas went out. Propane, probably, or maybe a wood-burning stove. She didn't even want to think about not having hot showers anymore, though that was probably coming soon as well. It couldn't be much longer before everything ran out or shut down. Jimmy Don would probably know. She should have asked him. "Where's Kate?" Jared said, as soon as they sat with their coffee. Hank sat, still looking suspiciously at Mrs. Carson. "She was alive the last time I saw her," Mrs. Carson answered after a moment. She looked haggard and stressed. "Mrs. Carson, what happened at the stadium? Call me Enid, please." She sipped at her coffee before speaking, gathering her thoughts, Anna assumed. "We left with a couple of neighbors who were home when the outbreak happened. They set up the shelter quickly, and we were some of the first to arrive. They had soldiers and police there, a fence and other safety measures in place. It looked like an ideal place to stay until they cleaned up the mess." She trailed off and wiped her eyes. Jared held her free hand gently. "Anyway, we got there and got through the medical examination. Just a basic exam, you know. They were quarantining people with fevers, but I was better by then, so they let us in. We got cots near the stands. Kate went to one of the soldiers to see if she could check the roster for her friends. They took down everyone's names. When it happened..." She shook her head, and Anna remembered the carnage in the arena. It would have been terrifying to witness. "Some sick person, a crazy person, jumped from a cot and started attacking people nearby. I guess they must have turned crazy right then. It was so fast. I kind of shrieked, and a minute later more came from the hallways. It was chaos. Everyone was panicking and running." "And Kate?" Jared said, trying to speed her up. "Last I saw, she was being taken away by the soldiers, her and a few others. I saw them leave the arena a different way. And that was all. They had weapons. I believe she made it out. I just don't know where. I'd hoped she would be here with you. I hoped you would be here." She sniffed back tears, and Anna felt tears well up in her own eyes. It would be devastating to be parted from your children in something like this. It made her glad, for once, that she hadn't had kids yet. "She didn't even want to go. She told me it was a bad idea." "Enid, can I get you something to eat or drink? Or maybe you want to rest?" Anna said. "No, thank you," she said. "Mom, how did you get out? Where have you been all this time?" "I got out with a neighbor. You remember Charlize, the widow down the street? We ran while those monsters were distracted by the others. We took her car, that old Monte Carlo that she refused to ever sell. Well, it came in handy that day, I'll tell you that. Solid metal, that car. Anyway, we stayed in a house out by the university farm for a few days. You know, there was hardly anyone over there. Charlize wanted to go look for her son. I think I might know where Kate went, Jared interrupted, glancing at Anna. They told her their story. Juan came in halfway through and contributed his version of events. He even remembered seeing the group of soldiers leaving. When they were through, Jared sat back, and his mom got up to get more coffee and a piece of toast. They were silent. Well, the answer is obvious. You'll have to go get her back, Enid finally said. Anna took her antibiotic and stretched her arm carefully. It was already starting to heal well. She thanked God that the shooter was either not aiming for her or couldn't shoot worth a damn. She was healed up enough to go on a rescue mission for sure. When do we leave? She asked Jared. He looked from her to his mom and back again. You aren't going. Yes, I am, she said. No, I forbid it. That's cute. I'm going, and you can't stop me, she informed him pertly. I had to try. Enid was looking back and forth between them and seemed to sense that they had some sort of relationship. Was it going to be weird when she found out they slept together? Not slept together. She would let Jared be the one who told her. These were extenuating circumstances anyway, and they were adults. Well, she was. Jared acted like a big kid sometimes. Mom, get a shower and something to eat. Ann and I will talk about this and figure things out. He guided her to his bedroom. Do you want to borrow some of Anna's things? She heard him ask. No, I have my own out in the car. I borrowed the first one we found with keys in it. We'll need to take it back, she worried. Someone spent a lot of time on it. Don't worry about it, Mom. We'll take it back as soon as we can. After they left, she started breakfast, giving Maria a break for once. Hank helped. He was surprisingly good at making omelets, and so she let him. They smelled delicious. You two know I'll go along, right? He said. I figured you would. I just hope Juan and Maria will be okay here with the kids. Violet may be a good shot, but she's not young anymore. I don't know how much Enid can help as far as shooting and protection and things go. My mom is a better shot than I am, Jared said, having overheard a comment. Really? She wasn't sure if he was teasing her or not. Yep, Dad taught her years ago. They used to go out to the range together. On dates. Wow, romantic. Hey, don't discount a shooting date, Hank said, plating more omelets. I'd like it if you would stay here and help Juan keep an eye on things. I'd feel better knowing there was another man around. Hank nodded. I can do that. I'll worry about you going off with just yourselves, though. We'll be fine. It's only an hour away, Anna said. A lot can happen in an hour, he said. She realized he was talking about his experience in the stadium. When should we leave? She asked Jared over breakfast. Tomorrow, probably. Also, the car my mother borrowed? A freaking electric blue lowrider El Camino. He raised his eyebrows incredulously. She snorted. What part of town did she say she got it from? She didn't, he laughed. The rest of the group came in and dug into their food as they listened to her and Jared discuss their plans. I think you should fly a helicopter. That way you can shoot all the bad guys with it, Alejandro said, pretending his toast was a helicopter. They can't fly a helicopter, dummy, Carlos said. The soldiers could, stupid, Alejandro retorted. Basta, Maria said, and they quieted down. She noticed that Alejandro stuck his tongue out at Carlos before eating his helicopter toast. I think we should take a helicopter. Alejandro, can you fly us there and back? Jared asked him with a serious face. Alejandro giggled. No, I'm too little. Oh, I thought you were 37. My bad, Jared said, spearing another omelet. Maria grinned as her sons laughed at Jared's teasing. It was nice to see that Alejandro was still able to laugh, even after what he had been through. Kids really are resilient. I think we should siphon some gas and fill up the tank and as many cans as we have. I don't want to have to stop on the way there or back. Yeah, that's a good idea. I don't know if it would be better to take the interstate or the state highways, though. Interstate would be faster, but potentially more crowded. She finished chewing her eggs. I don't know. If we take the state highway, we'll have to pass through a few towns and residential areas. We could run into trouble there. They might even have it blocked off or something. We need to take a look at the map when we're finished eating. Are you sure you're feeling up to it? You aren't healed all the way yet."
"What happened to her?"
Enid asked. "She was scratched pretty bad by some of those things, and she was shot a couple of days ago."
"Shot? My lord, are you okay?"
she asked.
"I'm fine.
It was just a graze," she assured. Enid didn't look very convinced, but she didn't say anything else about it.
"When are you leaving?"
she asked Jared. "Tomorrow morning, early. That will give us today to get ready and rest a bit more. I want sweet corn in tip-top shape."
"Hellcat,"
she snapped. Don't think so," he said.
"Then you can't be Achilles. You'll be Jester instead. See how you like it," she said, cocking her brow.
"Why Jester?" he asked. She couldn't believe he had to ask.
"Because you're a clown, and you were always joking."
"That's lame," he complained.
"So is sweet corn."
"Fine, Hellcat, but I reserve the right to change back at any time."
"'Kay."
After they had that all worked out and breakfast was over, he brought the map to the table. They studied the routes. To her, it seemed the interstate was the best option. Even if there were wrecks, they could probably still get around them. "I don't like it. It's too visible. It just isn't us versus the crazies. There are bad people still out there, too. And they won't just want our stuff," he warned, making eye contact.
"Oh. Yeah, I didn't think of that. I mean, there could still be bad people along the state highway, too, though," she said.
"True, there are also more places to hide there. We won't be fighting anyone if we don't have to. We don't have the numbers or experience for that. Our best chance is to take the back roads, hope that we don't run into trouble, and hide or run if we do."
"That's all we can do, I guess."
"Okay, let's take the back roads," she relented. "Good. Pack enough for a couple of days, but no more than one bag. I'll get everything else loaded up in the truck so that we don't have to do it in the morning."
"Sir, yes, sir,"
she said, giving him a sloppy salute. He grinned. "I could get used to that. I should have been a general."
"Yeah, like they would have taken you.
You have no respect for authority," she teased. "Probably because my dad was a captain," he revealed. "He was a real hard-ass mostly. It was too late before I realized he was just trying to prepare me for the world." He walked off and left her there. She realized her mouth was hanging open and shut it. His dad was a captain? In the military? That would explain some things. Why hadn't he told her before? She tossed and turned that night. Nightmares and the anticipation of leaving this relatively safe place kept waking her up. There were visions of chameleon-like crazies descending on her or Jared, tearing them apart. Faceless bad people, kidnapping her. Never seeing Jared again. It was horrible. Around 4, according to an old watch she had found, she got up for good. She made some coffee quietly and sat at the table in the dark. She worried. What if they couldn't find Kate, or Bradley and Stewart? What if she had been involved in that mass casualty thing mentioned in the message? What if the men found their unit, and then died with their unit? She never considered how hard it must have been for information to travel before the invention of phones and the internet. "Got any extra?" Hank asked a moment later from the dark living room.
"Yeah, sorry if I woke you. I tried not to."
"I was awake already. I never sleep well, and I'm usually up now anyway. Part of getting old, I guess," he said matter-of-factly.
"I couldn't sleep. Too amped up," she confided.
"That's common in junkets like this," he said, taking a seat. "You'll have to learn to rest when you can. You'll never know when you'll have to be alert and ready to go."
"Was that how it was for you?"
"Yep, me and everybody else. You learned that quickly, or you had a bad time."
"I think I'll feel better once we get moving."
She realized she was jiggling her leg and stopped. If she didn't cool it with the jitters, they were going to think she was a biter. "You probably will. Waiting for a thing is always worse than doing a thing." They sat in companionable silence for a while. She fried some eggs for them both, but she couldn't eat. Hank went out to do a patrol around the outside of the house, something he had taken to doing several times a day. Bradley had impressed on them the importance of it, and he had apparently done a few during his days in the jungle. She thought it was a good idea to keep doing it, and fully intended to do the same whenever they got back. She checked her watch again. Time to get ready. Jared was in the bathroom, so she quickly pulled on her hiking pants. They would be a little heavy for this heat, but they had a lot of pocket room, and they were more durable and comfortable than any jeans she had. She chose the running shoes over her boots, though. She wanted to be able to run faster and be more agile.
She pulled on a t-shirt and braided her hair. In her bag, she tossed some undies, a couple of high-impact sports bras, socks, and one change of clothing. She also took a toothbrush, toothpaste, her .38 and ammo, and her knife. She slung her bat on her back and left the bedroom. Violet, Maria, and all the others were out in the living room waiting. They looked anxious. Hank was waiting near the door. He had a rifle slung on his back. "Decided to join us?" she asked, grinning. "Nah, I'm too old for any more adventures. Juan, Violet, and I are going to rotate taking patrols. We can't do a full watch and cover 24 hours, but we'll do what we can." "Sounds smart. You guys stay safe, okay? We'll come back as soon as we can." "Where's Enid?" "She's out back on the patio, enjoying the sunrise, I think." Jared came out. His hair was slicked back, and he was dressed similarly to her, except he carried a lot of extra ammo and other mysterious gear. "Ready?" he asked. He came to her and cupped the back of her neck. He didn't lean in for a kiss, which kind of disappointed her, but she wasn't big on public displays of affection either. He caressed her skin and she nodded. "More than ready," she said. He scanned the room. "Where's Mom?" "I'm here," she called from the kitchen. She put her cup down on the table and came to them. "I love you, son. Come back as soon as you can. Stay safe." "You too, Anna," she said. She hugged Jared hard. Surprisingly, she hugged her as well. It was nice. "I love you too. We will. Remember what I said," he told Hank. Hank nodded. "See you later." Then they left. Chapter 23. Oak Grove. They turned left onto the highway, following the same route as Bradley and Stewart had taken several days before. She didn't know if they had decided to take the interstate or the state highway. She felt sure they would have chosen the interstate for its direct route. They didn't speak until they reached the turnoff for the state highway. She was oddly reluctant to take the old roads, but it was too late now. The first inhabited area was a little place known to the locals as Oak Grove. It was nothing more than a cluster of homes around a small store and an old-time gas station. The old-fashioned pumps still worked. Well, they did when there was electricity. The people were poor but hard-working and often kept to themselves. If any place would still have a good-sized population of original inhabitants, it would be there. It was 10 miles away. "Do you think Bradley and Stewart are still at the armory up in Thompsonville?" "I don't know. I hope so. I'm kind of counting on them to help me find Kate, or at least the men who might have seen her." Jared seemed reluctant to talk, and she realized it was because he was nervous. She didn't know what he was nervous about. All of it, she supposed. She faced out the window instead, watching the thick vegetation pass by. She saw birds and even a deer. This area was part of a state nature preserve. People often visited to see the river, but they couldn't live here or hunt here. She wondered how long it would be until the city crazies migrated out to the more rural areas. The thought of hundreds of thousands of insane monsters scampering toward the rural towns chilled her. People wouldn't have much of a chance against those numbers, not without significant defenses, and even then it was unlikely. She wondered if all their days were numbered. "Oak Grove coming up," she said, and Jared nodded. They slowed a little as they approached the outskirts of the little community. At the last curve, they realized that the road was blocked. An old dump truck was parked across both lanes. Jared stopped. "I don't like this," she said, resting her hand on the pistol at her side. "Me either." A moment later, they saw shifting shapes to each side and realized people were appearing out of the woods. They walked. It was scary how close they were able to get before she saw them. Jared?" she whispered nervously. "I see them. Maybe we should back up." "Too late," he said, and flicked his eyes toward the large, bearded man approaching. The man had long hair and was at least as tall as Jared, maybe taller. He was dressed in earth-toned colors. His face was streaked with charcoal or dirt. Intentionally, it looked like. He wasn't smiling. The shotgun in his hands wasn't exactly welcoming either. "Put your hands up a little so he can see them," Jared advised, leaving his hands on the wheel. She raised her hands and looked at the man. He wasn't as old as she had first thought, maybe 40. She had mistaken the white blonde streaks in his hair for grays. He nodded, a movement so small that if she had been capable of blinking, she would have missed it. He motioned for her to lower the window.
"You folks been sick?"
he asked gruffly. "No, we're on our way up to Thompsonville, looking for my sister. We heard she might have made it up there with some of the guard unit from town." The man stared at them hard.
"Road's closed."
"Is there another way around?" she asked. She knew there were some smaller back roads in the area, but she wasn't quite sure if they went around a little community or out further into the woods.
"I can escort you through, but I don't think you folks want to go on down that way," he said, jerking his head toward the direction they needed to travel.
"We thought it would be safer than the interstate, and less crowded."
"Maybe fewer cars, but it ain't going to be any safer or less crowded," he said, raising an eyebrow.
"We don't have a choice," Jared said. She swallowed nervously as she looked past the man. His friends had moved closer, and she could see them more clearly now. Most of the men had long hair and beards. These were rough men, obviously savvy in the woods. There were some women, too, just as well armed as the men. Some older teens were further back in the trees. This community was larger than she had initially thought. He caught her looking.
"They're my kin, some of them. Others are friends,"
he said, leaning toward a little. She caught a flash of silver at his neck. Mjolnir. "My name is Anna Collins," she said, offering her hand.
"Sven Halverson,"
he said, shaking hers gently. He leaned completely in the window and offered his hand to Jared. He took up the entire space. She squeezed herself back against the seat, a little exasperated. He had an honest-to-goodness axe slung on his back. It was not a wood-cutting axe. Okay, that was unexpected. Oddly enough, he didn't stink like she thought he would. He smelled slightly of sweat, but mostly of the woods with a hint of wood smoke. It was actually sort of pleasant. She was certain that it didn't come from a bottle. "Jared Carson," Jared told him. He backed out of the window and waved at the man closest to the dump truck. He jumped in and moved the truck out of their way. Jared looked at Sten expectantly.
"Mind if I ride him back?"
"Go ahead," Jared said. Sten jumped in and carefully shifted their gear over a little. They both had their weapons in the front seat with them. Otherwise, she might have been a little warier. She couldn't say that she was particularly thrilled to have a stranger in the back seat with a shotgun, though. He didn't seem like a bad guy, but she could be wrong.
"Drive straight on through. Watch for the little ones," he said.
"Kids?" she asked.
"Yep, we got a bunch of youngsters running around here."
He wasn't kidding. The road that was revealed was covered in sidewalk chalk. Symbols, names, smiley faces, and hopscotch squares took up every square inch. It was pretty, and slightly disturbing. That would have taken a lot of kids. "I hate driving over their pictures," Jared said.
"Nah, we wash it off every day so they can do it again,"
Sten said, waving away his concern. Wow. They drove straight through the community. The small gas station and market at the corner of the intersection were bustling. They'd set it up as a kind of food storage facility. Fresh produce and meat lined the counters inside. 2 horses were tied up outside. One even had a small cart attached to the traces. These people were prepared. "You guys had any trouble with those biters?" she asked.
"The drog? A bit. The next town down is full of them. I'll warn you now to roll on through without slowing down. They're a bunch of no-good addicts anyway. We always had trouble with them before, and it's no different now. At least we don't have to deal with them messing with our kids anymore."
Huh. What could she say to that? "Did you say drog? Like on the video game?" Jared asked. Leave it to Jared to know something like that.
"I don't know about any video game. Waste of time staring at a television screen. The drog are what we call the sick ones that turned. We had a couple of drogs here, but we took care of them quickly. They're old ones. Most of us didn't get sick."
They passed houses closer to the road, and she saw mothers with babies and weapons. Some younger kids even had smaller weapons. She did not doubt they knew how to use them, too. They had an army here. They saw another dump truck parked across the road on this side of town, and Jared slowed. "This is fine," Sten said, and jumped out. He waved at the trees, and a man appeared to move the obstruction. Sten turned back to them again.
"Remember, drive on through that town up there. Don't stop or you'll never leave. Don't tell anyone about us," he warned.
"We won't. Thanks, Sten. "It was nice to meet you," she said. He gave her a small half-smile, and she was fascinated to see that he was a handsome man behind the threatening and grim demeanor. Interesting. He walked off into the woods, and they drove on. Behind them, the dump truck moved back into place. "That was badass," Jared finished for her. "I was going to say a little weird," she replied. "Badass? Did you hear him? They call those things drogs. That's perfect. That's what we'll call them." "Drogs or drog?" she asked. "Drog is a group or a single one based on article usage, I assume." She raised her head slowly in a single nod. "I had no idea that we had Vikings around here," he said. She gave him a grimacing smile in answer. She wasn't going to say a word. The town full of drogs, was another 20 miles or so down the road. They had some time to prepare, though they didn't plan to stop. They passed the random odd house. Most were only marked by driveways and set far back off the road. She wondered if the people who lived in them were still there, and if so, were they normal or sick? Clouds rolled overhead and provided a nice respite from the heat. It was a blistering 103 degrees in the sun, as reported by Jared's truck. She hoped they would get a cooler spell soon. She leaned back and closed her eyes. The motion of the truck was lulling, and she found that her nerves and anticipation had abated. She could actually sleep. "Damn," she heard from the driver's seat. "Anna." She opened her eyes and sat up. "What?" "We have to stop. The truck is overheating. I need you to keep watch while I see what's going on." She shook off the groggy tiredness and felt dread settle on her shoulders. Was everything they set out to do destined to go wrong? If he couldn't fix it, what would they do? They were at least 10 miles from Oak Grove, and she wasn't even sure Sten would help them. 10 miles ahead also wasn't much of an option, not unless they wanted to die quickly. The little town was full of the sick, according to Sten. She got out and walked around the truck, keeping her eyes on the tree line to either side and the road to the front and back. She didn't hear anything but birds chirping. That was a good sign. She heard a sigh from under the hood. "This truck isn't going anywhere." "What? Why? You can't fix it?" she said. "Smell that?" he asked. She sniffed, taking in a lungful of the hot, humid air. She smelled a familiar odor, like pungent maple syrup. "Antifreeze?" "Yep, the radiator hose is leaking. It's shooting out all over the place under here. We try to drive it and the engine will seize up for sure." "What are we going to do?" "Get your stuff. We'll have to walk to one of those houses and maybe find a vehicle. Hopefully we won't get killed in the process," he said. "I could run back to Oak Grove." "No, I don't want you going that far alone. Anyway, I doubt they'll welcome another intrusion by us." "No, we'll search the houses." She nodded and grabbed her bag, slinging it on her back. She was grateful she had listened when he said not to pack more than one bag. As it was, they were going to be loaded down with as much ammo and water as they could carry. Jared locked the truck, but with nothing but plastic covering the back window, she knew it wouldn't keep anyone out for long. There was nothing they could do about it now. He started walking and she followed, trotting a little to catch up to his long strides. They needed to get this done quickly and get back on the road. The clouds were still rolling in overhead. They gave them some much-needed protection from the sun. The air was hot and still. The slight breeze was too hot to cool them off. Random animals made noises in the woods on either side. Quick darts in the underbrush told her that they had startled something small, perhaps a snake or even a rabbit or squirrel. The leaves on trees were flipped and showed their green light undersides. It was going to storm for sure. The first option they came to was an ill-kept driveway. She looked at the rusted mailbox skeptically, but followed Jared down anyway. The road was badly rutted, with vegetation encroaching on either side. There was no evidence of power lines or telephone lines. "Don't think we're going to find anything here," he said, stopping at the first bend in the road. "Yeah, let's try the next one. It had newer gravel." They went back and walked on. The next driveway was further along, perhaps a half-mile if her distance gauging was correct. And, being a runner, it usually was. Sweat trickled from her hairline and down her face. Her shirt was quickly becoming drenched. This kind of heat and humidity wasn't fit for anyone to be walking in. The pavement held in heat and made for a more miserable walking surface, but the shoulder was virtually non-existent. It was thigh-high with grass and vegetation. That was a good way to get a snake bite. She got a bottle of water out and drank half. Hydration was going to be an issue if they didn't find a vehicle soon. She took mental stock of their supply. They each carried 4 liters, but that wouldn't last long if they were going to have to keep walking. Jared also carried some electrolyte sticks to mix in the water. They would need to use one each when they stopped. "Do you hear that?" he asked, stopping suddenly. She stopped. "Chickens?" "Yep, it's coming from the woods there. I bet these people have chickens," he said. "However did you deduce that, Sherlock?" she asked with a grin. "Can it, sweet corn," he said, and gently bumped her good shoulder. Their light banter ended as the mailbox came into view. "I wonder if anyone is home?" "We're about to find out," he said grimly. That is what she was worried about. She didn't want to get shot again. Her arm still ached, though it was much better than it was. She had a few more days left on her antibiotics. Her stomach grumbled, and she covered it with her hand. She probably should have eaten breakfast. Taking food for granted these days was not smart. They sped up as they reached the light gray gravel. The mailbox was in good repair and freshly painted. The drive was well kept. They heard the chickens squawking more clearly now. She chewed her lip as they started down the short driveway. "Save some lip for later," he said in a low voice. She stopped chewing. The house came into view as soon as they passed the boundary of the manicured shrubbery and trees. It was an old white farmhouse, nicely kept and well maintained, though the grass was getting a little long. The shutters were cheery green, and the porch had an American flag fluttering idly in the breeze, and many cozy-looking chairs. It was an exceptionally beautiful place. It was restful. The wind was starting to pick up, bringing cooler air and a hint of wet asphalt. It was raining somewhere. As if to prove her correct, the low rumble of thunder echoed overhead. It would be a nice relief from the heat, but a new truck would be even better. "The doors and windows are closed. The blinds are shut," she said. "There's an SUV over there," he said, nodding behind the house. So far, nothing moved. The chickens still complained in the back, but there was no other sign of life. She felt as if they should whisper. She was starting to get a bad feeling about this. "Maybe we should try somewhere else," she said. He shook his head. "We've got to check here. I'm going to go knock on the door. You stay here and watch my back." Fear made her heart race. She stood in the shade of a large snowball bush and watched the house nervously. She rested her hand on the holster at her thigh and wished Bradley and Stuart, or even Hank, were here to help watch Jared's back. She felt extremely inadequate. Her scalp itched from the sweat, and she heard mosquitoes buzzing in the air around her. She knew she'd probably be covered in the itchy bites later. She didn't want to take her eyes off Jared for a second. He knocked on the door. "Hello?" he called out, like it was just a normal day. She wanted to tell him to be quiet. "We had car trouble down the road," he said a bit louder. "We don't want any trouble." That's the first thing people intending to cause trouble would say. She spotted movement at the blinds near a large bay window. They smashed against the window and swayed wildly. She could see it from her place in the yard, but he couldn't see it from his place on the recessed porch. "Jared, something's not right," she called out and pointed to the large window. He turned toward her, frowned, and walked down the steps. That was a mistake. At that very second, a large, blurred shape smashed itself through the big window. Glass shattered instantly, and in the glittering shards she saw the biter. Draug leaped toward Jared with a shrill shriek. It wore dark blue overalls, stained with the portentous smudges of the desecration from inside the house. Something very bad had happened in there. Its skin had faded, oddly light, working itself into strange ridges and pale flecks. It was adopting the characteristics of the house behind it. Jared sidestepped the creature's attack, but it whirled so quickly that he failed to evade it a second time. It lunged, its jagged teeth bared in a menacing hiss. Jared grasped it by the straps of its overalls and twisted, throwing the mutated Draug to the side. It scrabbled at Jared's sides as it tried to reach his throat. The scene unfolded in mere seconds, and Anna froze. She dashed closer to the monstrous thing, pulled her pistol, and automatically thumbed off the safety. She gripped it in both hands and fired twice, resisted the insane urge to close her eyes. She saw black fluid splatter out. She had hit it in the shoulder. It staggered back a little and whipped its head toward her. It was crippled, but not dead. Jared's arm shook violently as he held it back with one white-knuckled hand. With his other, he pulled his own pistol. He shoved the barrel forward, firing simultaneously. The drog's head exploded out the back and splattered the ground beyond. The silence rang with a report. Even the chickens stopped their incessant barking. Jared dropped his hold on the corpse's overalls, and they watched it fall with a loud thud to the grass. It turned from a textured white to black, slowly losing its strange chameleon-like qualities. Jared's face was red and sweaty. His eyes were wide and wild. He looked to her and held out his free arm. The other still held a pistol ready, just in case. She ran over to him, and he wrapped his arm around her. She pulled him back to the shade of the now incongruous snowball bush. Horrifying events shouldn't take place in beautiful settings. "Are you okay, Jared?" she demanded. He took his eyes off the dead thing and looked at her. Yeah, I think so." He patted his stomach and raised his shirt a little. Red welts stood out on his skin. "It was trying to claw me to death." "Here," she said, and held out a bottle of water. She unzipped a pouch at his waist and dumped in a packet of electrolytes before shaking it up. She made him drink the whole bottle. "We need to cool off and rest a moment." "I need to clear the house. We need those keys," he returned. He wiped his face with the cleanest part of his shirt and caught his breath. Thunder rippled again, and they felt sprinkles of rain start to tap at their skin. It felt wonderful. She frowned and looked at the body. "Maybe—" "Anna, don't go any closer to the house," he said, reaching out for her. "I'm not." She swallowed thickly and reached down to the body. She patted the drowg's pockets until she felt a bundle. She prodded it gingerly and heard a clink. Bingo. She fished out the key and held it up to Jared with a smile. "Let's go see the chickens." As it turned out, the owners of the place did have a good number of chickens and a couple of roosters. Jared searched the small shed near the coop and found a large can of feed. They fed the hungry birds and topped off their waterers from a blue rain barrel nearby. They had plenty of grass still, and a large pen. "They should be fine here until we get back from Thompsonville, unless something gets to them," she said, looking toward the house. It didn't look so cheery and nice anymore. In fact, it looked like a house of horrors, cunningly innocuous on the outside, full of fiendish, murderous creatures on the inside. "I think they'll be fine. I don't think there is anything else in that house." "How do you know?" she asked. "Did you see that drug's coveralls? All that blood had to come from somewhere." She grimaced and felt pity for the person who lived here with that thing. The drow used to be a man, and the blood probably belonged to his wife. Their last days in that place must have been terrifying. Chapter 24. Aunt Molly's Pecan Pie. They were back on the road, with half a tank of gas in their new ride, when the storm began to get worse. The trees lining both sides of the highway whipped back and forth in the maelstrom, their overturned leaves showing pale in the rapidly dimming light. Wet leaves broke from the branches overhead and stuck to the windshield. Jared fumbled with the unfamiliar controls until the wipers came on. "Looks like a bad one," she said. "Yeah, hopefully it will blow over quickly. We needed the rain, though." They stopped at the truck and jumped out into the tumultuous weather. She stood in the stinging rain and kept watch on all sides as Jared transferred the rest of their gear and all his personal belongings from the pickup. With the fierce winds and crashing thunder and the pouring rain, they wouldn't be able to hear an attacker moving. She made doubly sure not to get distracted or focus on one direction too long. He finished his task and signaled to her. She ran back to the truck. She was thoroughly soaked, and it felt awesome. He ran to the driver's side and got in. He sat back for a moment. "I'm going to miss that truck. I had it paid off and everything." "I'm sorry. Maybe we can come back and fix it?" she suggested. "Not worth it. Not when vehicles are free for the taking." He reached into the console and pulled out an oatmeal cream pie. The wrapper rattled as he opened it and took a bite. "If I had known this was going to happen, I probably would have bought more weapons and ammo instead of making truck payments." She just stared at him. "What, you want one?" he offered. "Yeah, but why do you have all these?" she questioned. He fumbled around in the console, and she heard a suspiciously large number of plastic wrappers. "Emergency supplies." She opened hers and took a bite. The frosting inside was melty, and she didn't want to think about how old they might be exactly. She just enjoyed the sugar while she could. "Did you hear about that family that bought a bunch of stuff on credit back before 2012? She asked after chewing. "Is this a joke?" "No, They spent thousands of dollars on credit on furniture and stuff. They didn't have to make payments for 1 year. They thought the world was going to end in 2012, and they'd get all of it for free. I wonder if they went bankrupt in 2013. Huh, they weren't too far off, he said. They finished their little picnic, and Jared looked at his truck one last time before they drove off. We'll come back and get it sometime, she said. Maybe. He didn't sound like that was going to happen. They were close to the supposedly overrun community now. Much like Oak Grove, it consisted of a cluster of houses, a church, and a gas station. Unlike Oak Grove, this place also had a small country restaurant, a little grocery store, and a small branch of a community bank. It also didn't have any barricades or signs of life. Do you think Sten was telling the truth? About the Draugr here? Jared asked. She nodded. He had no reason to lie about it. I don't think he wants us dead. They looked at the seemingly empty buildings. The windows were dark in the gloomy light of the storm. It had lessened in intensity a little. Some of the windows were broken, leaving jagged shards of glass protruding. The atmosphere was depressing and ominous, and the lingering storm only made it worse. I think it would be extremely dangerous to assume this place is empty. We would probably get a nasty surprise, he said. She tucked her bangs behind her ear and rested her hand on the bat handle by her knee. And I've had enough surprises for one day, thank you very much. So, no stopping for Aunt Molly's famous pecan pie? He asked, pointing to a hand-painted sign promising a fresh slice. She looked at it dubiously. The sign looked as if it had been offering a fresh slice for about 50 years now. I'll make you a pecan pie if you drive a little faster, she offered. No can do. I don't want to come up on something blocking the road and not have time to stop. The roads get congested through here. He glanced at her. Will 5 more miles per hour get me a pie? I guess. At least the windows on this thing aren't broken. In the truck, I always felt like something was going to reach in and grab me. Don't worry. If something breaks in and tried to grab you, I'll deal with it, he promised. By throwing oatmeal pies at it? Yes, that is exactly what I was planning to do. They drove through the intersection and saw the bank on the corner. The building was an old limestone structure. The bank itself occupied the bottom floor. The top floor was a mystery. The small rectangular windows were reminiscent of arrow slits on a castle. A white sheet flapped out of one. Doesn't that mean someone inside needs help? She asked. Yeah? Do you see anyone? She looked hard but saw no movement at the window. Should they try to help? Could she live with herself if someone were trapped in there and she just left? She bit her lip as she thought it through. What if we honk the horn? She asked. If someone is in there, then we'd see them. Yeah, but that would also probably be the very last thing we saw, he said wryly. The top floor of the tiny bank was only 1 floor up. It was likely that someone could jump down without hurting themselves too much, especially if they hung from the window first. Perhaps they couldn't get down through the stairs inside. But why hadn't they gone through the window? Please, Jared? All right, but we don't stay long after. He honked the horn twice. The loud blast of sound in the gloomy silence was startling and went against everything they had learned about survival since the plague started. Noise could get them killed. Immediately, a straggling Draugr lurched around the corner. Its tall, skinny body looked so emaciated that she was surprised that it could move around at all. It wasn't a threat yet. At least it's a normal one. I still don't see anyone, she worried. Anna? I know. Please? One more time. Jared honked again, and she watched desperately for any sign of life as the creature got closer. There was still nothing. They're behind us, Jared shouted and accelerated. She looked back and saw a small group sprinting toward them, their clothing ragged and almost indistinguishable. They were faster than the lone wolf Draugr stalking them from the front. As they passed the corner of the bank, she gasped. Oh, shit! A crowd of the sick seethed madly in a huge cluster. Steam from the rapidly evaporating rain rose on the pavement and ascended through the bodies. They must be the residents. She saw rage and fury flash on their faces as they violently twitched. Their slit pupil eyes gleamed with alien intelligence. Gory wounds marked some of their torsos, and they dripped a tarry substance. The smell was sickening. The stench of decay and gangrenous pus filtered in through the vents. She gagged and covered her mouth. They passed them by just as the first runners reached the intersection. They were so close they could reach out and touch the vehicle. Some did. One of the fastest ones reached her side of the SUV. She scooted away from the window quickly. Horror rolled through her as she saw a deep gash on the feral biter's shoulder. Maggots writhed indolently inside the wound and trickled out onto the pavement with every jolting step. She heard the screeching of sharp nails rake down the side of the truck, and shivers racked her spine. The drow collided with the back end violently. She watched as its leg was brutally mangled by the back tire. "I think we just hit Aunt Molly," Jared said. She gritted her teeth and glanced back at the bank window. She didn't have a good vantage point anymore, but she didn't think anyone was there. Maybe they hadn't been there for a long time. Would there come a time when they stopped trying to help people? She hoped not. "That went well." "That was horrible," she said. "Do I still get a pecan pie? You are the one who wanted to stop, you know." "I wonder if scientists are studying those things somewhere, those and the other ones." "Trust me, there are scientists somewhere that know all about those things," he said. His jaw flexed with anger, and she realized that he thought the crazies were created on purpose. "You think they meant to make everyone sick?" she asked. "Would they really want to do that? Especially when it would destroy the world?" It seemed a little hard to believe, a little fantastical, like a science fiction novel. "I think they were messing with DNA. I think they engineered those things, maybe to study them. I think someone somewhere wanted to release it. Or maybe it really was an accidental explosion. Or a cover-up attempt. Who knows? What they made goes against nature. I wonder if those things know what they are now." "I think they know. Why do you think they are so angry?" he said with a grim set to his face. She hadn't considered that. Chapter 25. Thompsonville. As they drove toward the outskirts of Thompsonville, the first thing they saw was the black smoke rolling in the distance. Something big was burning. Several somethings. The small highway had gone from practically empty to overcrowded in a matter of seconds. Empty vehicles lined the sides of the roads as far as they could see. Some had their doors smashed backward from the impact of a large vehicle. Others had large gashes in the metal, right down the sides. Glass glittered the ground like ice. The center of the road was clear. There were no living things in sight. She looked down the slight hill as they drove on. Jared slowed to a crawl. Thankfully, the abandoned vehicles would provide a barrier against anything attacking them from the tree line beyond. They would have some warning at least, as there were open fields on either side. Wildflowers bloomed in a riot of color, and it would have been beautiful at any other time. Now it was oddly incompatible with the destruction just a short distance away. It was a jarring contrast, the beauty of nature versus the destruction of man. On the fringes of town, the buildings were burned out. Large holes gaped in the facades. The brick crumbled and destroyed. Some buildings had collapsed completely. He slowed as much as he dared. As far as they saw, structures had been decimated. She saw objects glittering, golden in the newly reappearing sun, but she couldn't make them out. "What is that?" she asked, squinting to get a better look. "Brass." "Bullets?" "Looks like they had a major battle here. No wonder. The population is probably triple the size of home," he added. "Do you think this happened after Stewart and Bradley got here?" "I don't know. I hope not." Blackened corpses, barely recognizable as such, littered the sidewalks. There was no way to tell if they had been the bodies of the sick or the healthy. So many deaths. Everywhere she looked, buildings were utterly destroyed. Vehicles had been abandoned, some smashed, some wrecked. Oddly, one place, a liquor store, was practically untouched. Jared looked around at the carnage. Wow, these Yankees really know how to party. Anna gave him a WTF look. "Jared, we're only an hour north of home." "Yeah, but anything north of where we live is Yankee territory," he said nonsensically. "So we have our own little Mason-Dixon line that moves with us?" she asked for clarification. He stared at her and wrinkled his forehead. "Obviously." "Don't think it works that way. And anyway, you shouldn't make jokes. A lot of people died here." "Yeah, you're right. I'm always right." He side-eyed her as they drove, but she pretended that she didn't see it. The town was silent and as still as a grave. Out of the thousands of people that had lived here before, they saw nothing. It scared her. It was what they couldn't see that worried her. "Shouldn't the military be here?" she asked. "Well, they were here. Maybe they moved on. We'll see when we get there." She crossed her fingers and toes that they would find their friends and Kate at the armory. "There's a road to the armory," he said, and pointed to a highway off to the right. The road was partially blocked by concrete barricades topped with rolled concertina wire. Makeshift fencing lined the sides. Someone had gone through a lot of trouble to try to secure that route. As they got closer, she saw that the entrance to the road was barred by a large military vehicle. "What is that?" The machine was massive and looked like it belonged in a desert somewhere. The bottom had suspicious rust-colored stains dried around it. Brass casings littered the ground, sometimes so deep she couldn't see the pavement underneath. "I've seen one before. I don't remember the name. The bottom is armored against IEDs," he told her. Looks like we'll have to walk from here," he said. "Are you sure?" she asked uncertainly. It seemed like a horrible place to get out and walk. "Unless you want to try to move that behemoth," he offered. She sighed. "What do we carry with us?" "As much ammo and water as we can. Pull out whatever clothes you have in that bag and load up. Take one of those MREs from that box." She dumped her clothing and hygiene supplies out, again, and left only the female necessities. She probably wouldn't need them for several more days, but she didn't want to risk being without them. She put in as much water as she could, packing in at least a gallon. She stuffed ammo in until she couldn't possibly fit any more. In the large side pocket, she stuffed in one MRE. Vegetarian tacos? She wrinkled her nose as she considered exactly what would constitute a military meal called vegetarian tacos. They didn't need to spare the time for her to find a more palatable option. They needed to find Kate and get home. Plus, Jared said that it was against the rules to pick and choose the MREs. "Ready?" he asked before locking the door. "Yep, let's get this over with." She carried her pistol in her right hand. Her grip was getting sweaty, and she had to wipe her palms every few minutes. The rain hadn't done much to cool the air. If anything, it was now even more humid. The bat bounced irritatingly against her side as she walked. The backpack was extremely heavy on her shoulders. She hoped the straps held under the weight. She wouldn't be doing any sprinting while carrying it, that was for sure. Jared looked around constantly as they sidled in between the fencing and the monstrous military vehicle. Steel plates lined the bottom, and the hot metal burned her legs as she squeezed through the space. It was twice her height, probably, and just as wide. It made a highly effective barrier. Only a tank would be getting through this thing. Maybe. The things could still squeeze through the sides, though, and that kind of worried her. The other side of the barricade was mercifully empty. She was amped up and alert for the smallest noise, any hint of a scuff of feet against the road or the rumbling growl of a runner. Or, God forbid, more than one. The makeshift barricades continued along the streets to the armory a block away. They could see the gate closed and likely locked in the distance. Wicked-looking loops of wire graced the top. They would have to figure a way in somehow. They walked carefully along, feeling a bit more secure because of the barriers on the sides. It must have taken a massive amount of manpower to construct these while the city was under siege by the sick. As they got closer, the armory gate loomed. It was locked, as she had suspected. "How will we get in without shredding ourselves to pieces?" she asked. "I'm more concerned about getting shot." He never took his eyes off the armory, and he nodded to the roof. She followed his gaze and squinted in the sunlight. Mounds arched up from the roof, and as she watched, she saw minor movements. It wasn't the frenzied twitching of the sick. It was calm and purposeful. She shaded her eyes. Yep, there were soldiers, calmly and purposely pointing machine guns at them. That makes twice today that she had a gun pointed toward her. It was getting old. She raised her arms. Nearby, Jared did the same. Only he was waving a white cloth in his hand. Where the heck did he pull that from? "Jared, we aren't surrendering at Appomattox." It seemed appropriate, he said with a grin. They're going to shoot us because of your shenanigans. Wait and see, she said. Nah, they won't. I hope. As they watched, the front door opened and 4 men came out. They were fully armed and wearing body armor. The only undisguised parts of their bodies were their noses. It was a little disconcerting to be treated as a threat. We don't look threatening, do we? She murmured as the men came closer. Their rifles were pointed at the ground, but she had a feeling that all it would take is one twitch and they would become Swiss cheese. We don't look cute and cuddly, he said, looking doubtfully at their stained, sweaty clothes and her blood-stained bat. The men approached the fence and one unlocked it. Keep your hands up, another advised. They filed through and surrounded them. What is your business here? One of the quadruplets asked. We're looking for my sister. We think she was brought here from Collier Stadium in Kennedy. The soldiers looked at each other, but she couldn't decipher it. Their eyes were hidden behind black glasses. Follow me. You may keep your weapons holstered. She didn't think it sounded like a suggestion. She made sure to keep her hands far away from her weapons, bat and pistol. Jared motioned her to go first, and she saw one of the soldiers looking down at her bat. She probably should have tried to scrape it off. She didn't think of it before now. Jared had kind of wiped it in the dew-damp grass that first evening, after she had bludgeoned his mom's neighbor. She hoped they didn't get the wrong idea. They walked into the building, still following the man in charge of the little quartet. This armory was much like the last one. Governmental chic cinder block walls lined the hallways, and grubby floors echoed under their shoes. Nobody had polished the floors here in quite some time. He led them to an office nearby. They entered and were shown to 2 chairs in front of a desk. They sat and looked around. 2 men remained with them, presumably to guard them. She looked at Jared in the quiet room, but she couldn't talk without the soldiers overhearing. You think she's here? She murmured to him. I hope so. A moment later, they heard rapid footsteps outside the door. It opened with a loud jolt, and a man stepped inside. He grinned at them. Well, 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 if it isn't sweet corn, he said. She smirked and shook her head. The soldiers on either side of the door looked at each other quizzically. When Jennings told me there were 2 civvies outside the gates, and one of them was a cute girl with a bloody Louisville slugger, I had my suspicions. She grinned and stood up. Jared did the same. He shook their hands. What are you guys doing here? Don't you know how dangerous it is? My mother showed up at my house a couple of days after you guys left. She was at the stadium. She said my sister left with some of the guys from your unit. We figured there was a chance she was here. Your sister came here? Bradley asked. He looked back at one of the guys on the wall. Get the rest of the guys from the stadium in here. Anna looked at Jared. He was frowning. This wasn't what they expected to find. Did you guys run into any trouble on the way here? He asked while they waited. Not too much, Jared said. We only broke down, fought one of those mutant creeps, got chased out of a fully infested town, and missed out on the best pecan pie in the state. Nothing we couldn't handle. John narrowed his eyes and looked at her. She shrugged. We decided to take the state highway instead of the interstate. It was still probably safer that way. Stuart and I had a rough time getting here on the interstate. The pileups were bad. If he was saying the interstate was rough, then it must be really bad. He didn't say anything more because Stuart came in. He came up to Anna and uncharacteristically gave her a big grin. Little Hellcat, I didn't think we'd be seeing you guys again so soon. Me either. I'm glad you guys are safe. I was worried about you, she said. He waved that off, and a group of men in uniforms came back. They were looking more than a little unkempt. Bradley waved them in. My friend here is looking for a sister. She was at Collier Stadium, he said significantly. The men looked at each other. They appeared haggard and some looked unwell. What was her name? One asked. Kate Carson, Jared answered. Tallish, long red hair, thin. The man widened his eyes. Buffy? What? You're Buffy's brother. Buffy? Yeah, like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, he said. She's lethal. I think you're talking about the wrong person. No, it's Kate, all right. She's certain death in her pretty package. That's one badass chick, the man said fondly. Another one grinned tiredly and nodded. My sister isn't a killer. She's an art student, Jared shouted. Anna smirked, and Bradley raised his eyebrows. The men looked on with small, exhausted smiles. "Where is she?" Jared yelled. The man looked nervously at Bradley before answering. Bradley and Stewart looked concerned. Concerned about Jared's reaction? "She volunteered. She rolled out with Alpha Company," he said to Bradley. John rubbed his face and shook his head. "What does that mean?" Anna asked, looking at them. She grabbed Jared's hand. She had a feeling he might have an outburst. "Alpha Company was ordered south. What was left of it," Bradley said quietly. "They had a civvy, your sister, and some other units volunteer to go along." "Why?" Jared asked quietly. "Nashville fell." Chapter 26. Nightfall. "I'm going!" Jared shouted. He picked up the rifle he had laid on the desk nearby. "You owe me some ammo, and I'm going to need every bit of it." Bradley held hands up for Jared to slow down. "Please, listen. You can't leave today. Did you notice that we're a little short-staffed here?" "Yeah, so?" "When Alpha Company rolled out, with severely depleted numbers, I might add, they were more like a platoon-sized element. They took most of our ammo with them." "Then I'll go with what I have." "Did you happen to see the .50 calibers on the roof?" "Where are you going with this, Bradley?" He ran a rough hand through his hair. Anna watched as Jared's frustration mounted. She was getting a bad feeling, and she wished he would hurry and get to the point. "Those aren't there for looks, or for straggling civvies that happen to come by. Those are for the biters." The men in the room all looked at each other. Stewart checked his watch and tapped it. Bradley looked at his. "Yes, we're down to about 2 hours now before they come out in force." "What are you talking about?" Anna said. She balled her hands into fists and clenched them nervously. "The day after Alpha Company left, hundreds, thousands of those things congregated out there. Every night they've been coming back. I don't know if they know we're here and that we're the ones who destroyed so many of their numbers, but they come," he said. Stewart spoke up. "We've been shutting down all lights and limiting movement at night, even pulling men off the roof so they don't give away our position. We stay as quiet as we can. We don't know what they're waiting for or why they leave at dawn." "So why haven't you guys left?" Jared asked. She looked at the soldiers. It was a good question. "We were ordered to hold this place at all costs. This is it. This is the base, the designated fallback position for every team, squad, and platoon out there in this region of the country. We destroyed the city so that we could eliminate as many of those things as possible before we rebuild a new, safer place." "Designated by whom?" Jared asked. "Top brass. Some general or another. I'm not entirely sure." "So why can't you contact them and tell them what's going on? Find a safer place until they come back?" Anna asked him. Bradley glanced at Stewart before turning to her. "We lost contact a couple of days ago." "With whom?" she asked. "Everyone," he said helplessly. "We can't leave. We may be the last men standing here. We are the last point of contact for our guys and the others brought into this area of the country. This is where they know to come back to." "They thought it was safe because we essentially destroyed the city. Somehow the biters must have either regrouped or called in more of those things from outlying areas," Stewart proposed. "So why don't you leave them a message and find a safer place?" He looked at her doubtfully. "Where?" She didn't know. She nodded at his point. "So the Draug are preparing to attack?" Jared asked. "Calling in reinforcements?" "Seems like it," Bradley said. "If they were rational humans, then I'd say yes, for sure. But these things are different." To her, that was a very scary thought. They were dangerous enough just being crazy, sick people. But now there were mutated ones, and maybe even some that had the capability of thinking, of planning. It was too much. She leaned down and breathed deeply. She scrubbed her palms over her eyes fiercely. "You can leave tomorrow. In fact, I'm going to require you both to leave tomorrow. I strongly urge you to reconsider going to Nashville. Our last comms from there suggest that they were pulling back and waiting for reinforcements." Jared looked helplessly at Anna. "Nashville has a population of over 1 million people," she told him. "Surely he wasn't still considering going. Had, Stewart said sadly, had a population of over 1 million people. Last we heard, a good 3/4 of those people were probably either dead or had turned. The place was overrun. All cities probably are. 750,000 drogs? She couldn't even comprehend such a large number of those things. How could anyone survive against such a force? And what about the cities with even larger populations? It was devastating. Demoralizing. She swallowed hard as Jared stared at her. She saw the look on his face, and she started to shake her head. No, you can't go. Her pulse pounded in her throat. Can you guys give us a minute? Jared asked them. Bradley clapped him on the shoulder. Sure, we've got to prep for sundown anyway. We don't have much time. The room cleared, and Jared came to where she sat. He crouched down in front of her chair, and she fought to keep the tears from spilling. He took her hands and squeezed them. Anna, look at me. She blinked rapidly and looked up. She breathed in deeply through her nose, feeling it start to run. She hated crying, and she hated crying in front of other people even more. He moved his hands to her biceps. I wanted to wait. This isn't the time to be talking about us or anything like that. Not right now, but I love you. I am in love with you, and I have probably been since the first week I met you, and you caught me borrowing all the sporks from the break room. Stealing, she said. She bit her lip and sniffed. She had a feeling this wasn't going somewhere pleasant. The corner of his mouth tilted up at her reply. I want to be with you, and there are very, very few things that would ever take me away from you right now. One of those is my sister being in danger. I can't leave her out there. I just can't do it. I would crawl through hell to get to you if you were out there. And I have to do the same for her. She looked down again and nodded. She understood. She understood completely. That didn't mean she liked it. I know you have to go. It killed her to say that, when all she wanted to do was lock him in here and keep him from leaving. The tears trailed down her face now, and she couldn't stop them if she tried. Don't cry, please. I'll come back. Everything will turn out fine. She could only nod. He finally gripped the back of her neck in his hand and pulled her into his chest. She wrapped her arms around him and seriously considered just not letting go. He held her tightly while she cried. When she finally got control of herself, she pulled back a little, and he captured her face in his hands. He kissed her with everything that he was. His lips were warm and insistent against hers, and time stopped. She felt his heart and soul in that kiss, and she gave hers in return. It lit her up, inside and out. He finally pulled back, and she sniffed wetly. I'm sorry, she said, wiping her face and nose. No, that's totally fine. I love to kiss crying, blotchy-faced, snotty-nosed women. Regular kisses are just meh. Runny noses just do it for me, you know, he said earnestly. She laughed a little and tried to clean up her face and be a bit more dignified. She didn't want him to think that she was a complete clinging lunatic. Probably too late for that. So, you loved me that first week? She asked, disgusted with her stuffy nose. She sniffed again. Yep, when you caught me loosening the bolt on Robert's office chair and stood watch instead of outing me. I felt my miserable heart grow 3 sizes. He pressed her palm against his heart. Really? No, he said with a smile, but I really liked you, and I thought you were smoking hot. Pfft, she waved off his comment. He grinned. It's true. I'll prove it sometime. She blushed and leaned her forehead on his shoulder to hide her face. She was no good at flirting, or compliments, apparently. I'll take you home tomorrow and leave the day after. You'll be safe with Hank and Juan. She nodded, but said nothing. She sure as hell wasn't going to sit meekly at home while he went out there alone. She had to think carefully and plan something out, but quickly. Sit tight, he patted her knee. I'm going to see if they need any help. Here, drink some water. "I want to go help too," she said, but took the water and drank as much as she could. Being an emotional, crying mess was thirsty work. They found the men in an informal meeting in the hallway. She felt self-conscious about her swollen eyes and blotchy face. She also wasn't entirely sure that she didn't have snot on her face. If they heard or saw evidence of her emotional outburst, they didn't give any indication of it. "We'll get your vehicle moved inside the fence for tonight. Then we go into lockdown. No lights, no noise, and limited movement. Even in here, they generally stay outside the fence, though occasionally a straggler works its way in. Seems random, though, not planned." "They just sit out there?" she asked. "Yep, they just crowd around the fencing. After the first night, we stopped keeping watch on the roof. Too risky. They've always been gone by daylight." He shrugged. She wasn't quite so cavalier about the situation. Night fell quickly after their preparations. There was a buzz of intensity in the men that unnerved her. She didn't have to see the thousands of milling feral drows outside to believe it. The truth showed in the men's demeanor. They were scared, though it wasn't an explicit fear. They tried to conceal it. Their wide eyes, their pale faces, their sweat. The dread oozed out of them and into the room. It permeated every corner. "So, you guys rotate watches? Why not just all lock yourselves in a room for the night? Wouldn't that be safer?" she whispered to Stuart. He shook his head. "We send out two-man teams to check every entry point. If they get in and we lock ourselves into a room with no exits, we're trapped. They don't have to leave every morning. They choose to." "That makes sense. So it's just the 10 of us here?" Jared wanted to know. "Yeah, the commander was ordered to send all units, leaving only a squad for defense. Of course, there weren't that many here before that. Many didn't make it out of the stadium. Some never reported. I'm guessing they either turned or deserted. I argued with him about leaving so few behind, but he couldn't go against his orders. Guess Nashville needs our guys more than we do." "So where's the commander?" she asked. "Good question," was all Stuart said in reply. It was quiet after that, and Jared compelled her to lay down on the sleeping pad he found somewhere. She didn't think there was any way that she could sleep. He sat next to her and absent-mindedly brushed his fingers along her shoulder and arm. She finally relaxed enough to close her eyes. She woke in the dark with a gasp and a hand closed over her mouth. She struggled for a moment. "Shh, it's me. Jared." She sat up, trying to figure out what woke her. She had been having a terrible nightmare about her mother. She rubbed her face and yawned. "Did you hear that?" Jared whispered. She was suddenly alert. "Hear what?" "Shh, listen." A dim red glow lit the space. A headlamp. It moved closer to her and Jared. "Put these on and be ready," Stuart whispered to them. He pulled his rifle up to cover the door. She pulled the light onto her forehead and turned it on before groping for her pistol belt. She raised up on her knees and pulled it on, fastening the strap around her thigh with a muffled click. She flinched at the sound. She found her bat next to the sleeping pad where she left it. It calmed her a little. She heard Jared making similar noises next to her. "Where is everyone?" she asked. "We heard something on the other side of the building, near the drill hall. Bradley took a couple of men and went to check it out. The others are still doing their roving patrols." They knelt a moment longer in the eerie, red-cast room, when loud crashes echoed from the building in multiple directions. She jumped and her pulse raced. Her hands trembled as she pulled her pistol and kept it carefully pointed at the floor. Her finger itched to flip off the safety, but she didn't trust herself not to shoot the first thing that came around the doorway. The sounds of violent shrieking and intense gagging whoops came from somewhere in the building. She couldn't tell from which direction. She took a deep breath to try to calm her rapid heart and shaking hands. A desperate scream ricocheted toward them. "Come on, we need to go now," Stuart said, his eyes fixed on the doorway. He didn't wait for an answer. Jared pushed her in front of him and watched their backs. She followed Stuart out into the hallway, fully expecting to run into a crowd of maniacs. There was nothing. The agonized screams were trailing off, and Stuart turned in that direction. They reached the end of the hall and turned the corner. Stuart stopped sharply and she ran into his back. "Back! Go back!" he hissed urgently. Before she turned to follow him back, she caught a glimpse of a red light from the floor ahead. It shone gruesomely on the body it had formerly belonged to. The head lay several feet away. The crazies had lost interest in the decapitated corpse and slouched further into the building. She followed Stewart back in the other direction. This time they went right toward the drill hall. Her breathing was harsh, and she tried to control it so that she could hear better. It was hard to miss the enraged yells from behind them. They had to hurry. She heard a gasp as they turned again. She darted to look over Stewart's shoulder and saw several figures sprinting toward them. Red lights flashed crazily, and she squinted at the sudden brightness. The man in the lead stumbled and brought his rifle up for a second before recognizing them as friendlies. "Run!" he said, abandoning any pretense at quiet. "Where are the others?" Stewart shouted as they followed Bradley back the way they had come. "Dead," he panted. They ran back toward the other advancing herd of biters, and she desperately hoped they had a different plan. She didn't think they would be able to take them all out before they were torn apart. They shifted to the right, and Stewart stopped near an open doorway, unfortunately lacking a door, and motioned them through. Bradley grasped a metal bar and pulled himself up swiftly. She saw his feet disappear, and she jumped on the ladder. She hoped Jared was right behind her because she couldn't spare the time to look back. She heard them now, and they were coming fast. The crazies had found them. The dark was crushing as they pushed and crawled their way up the ladder. Her breathing was erratic, and she wondered how the hell she was letting herself get stranded on a roof again. The scrabbling mutants below rushed, shrieking and growling, toward the retreating group. She couldn't see. The red lens of her light wasn't strong enough. A man screamed as he was pulled away from the ladder, and she prayed as she saw the violent motion of his red light flash across the walls. "Jared!" she screamed. "Keep going, Anna. Faster!" he shouted from below her. The shifting, roaring sounds of the chaotic mass below were loud, and it spurred her on. Her sweaty hand grasped the next rung, almost to the top, and it slipped. She hung precariously by one arm for a moment before kicking out with her feet. She connected with a solid object, and she scrambled up faster, ahead of whatever thing could grab her in the darkness. A groan sounded from below. At the top, Bradley paused and fumbled with something. She climbed further, not wanting to stop, and the edge of his boot collided with her cheekbone. She cried out at the unexpected violent impact and clutched her cheek. She paused only a second at the sharp pain before moving up. Bradley was out of the way, and she scurried up. Jared urged them on faster. Another man below screamed, and it was dreadfully familiar. "Stewart!" she yelled as she climbed. "Stewart!" Her hysterical cries pierced the shrieking below. "I've got him!" Jared called up. Bradley reached down as she came into sight of the roof. He grasped her hand and hauled her up quickly, almost tossing her to the side as he reached down again. Up came the other soldier, his nose bleeding. Jared finally came into sight, with a white-faced Stewart clutching his shoulders and neck. Bradley yanked them from the hole. Stewart shivered violently as they fell to the side. His entire lower leg was soaked in blood, and she was scared to look. Bradley slammed down the metal hatch and flipped the latch over the handle to keep her from lifting. Thuds on the bottom rang out into the night. God, they could climb. But they couldn't get it open. Not yet. Not until they broke the latch. Bradley fell to his knees on the graveled roof and dug around in his waistpack. He pulled out a green package and tore it open. Jared ripped Stewart's pant leg open and hissed at the wound. It was a terrible thing to look at. It looked like a small shark had attacked him. A soldier off to the side scanned the roof with his eyes. Bradley clicked his white light on and inspected the horrifying damage. He quickly packed it before bandaging it and tying it off. Blood soaked the bandage, but it wasn't gushing. She thought that was a good sign. She crawled over to Stewart and put his head in her lap. She brushed his hair from his forehead. He was shivering and holding back his agony. She shushed him, hoping to calm herself as much as him. Bradley gave him some sort of medication from a kit, and he settled. "It's not good. This isn't good," Bradley said in a low voice so Stewart wouldn't hear. "There are too many of those down there to go back that way. We'll have to go down from here." "I don't know how he'll make it down," Jared said. Anna watched solemnly as they tried to figure out how to save Stewart's life. All their lives. She kept brushing her fingers over his hair, soothing them both. "The front entrance roof is lower than here. We'll jump down from there. We can lower him down as far as possible. It'll be rough, but not as bad as some things we've had to do. Right, buddy?" Bradley said to Stewart with false cheer. His face was calm, but she heard the strain in his voice. They quieted for a moment, resting. Anna's face throbbed, and she hoped her cheekbone wasn't broken. The soldier was clutching a piece of bloody gauze to his nose. The anarchic clamor from the ground was unsettling, and she couldn't seem to get herself to relax. The soldier, whose name she didn't know, tossed aside the gauze and crawled to the machine gun placed at the edge of the roof. She wondered if they had any ammo for it up here. Without warning, a deafening sound warbled through the night and made her jump. She jerked her head up and stared out into the dark. It wailed and increased in pitch and volume before peaking and lowering again. The ominous howl was disturbing. She whipped her head toward the men. "Tornado siren?" she asked. "It doesn't sound right." Jared frowned and shook his head. "That's not a tornado siren. Hear the changing tone?" Bradley said, looking alarmed. He listened for another moment. Concentration warred with shock on his features. "That's a fucking nuclear attack warning." Her heart stopped. It had to be something else. They all looked up. The eerie siren screamed out its warning into the black city. The moon was bright enough to partially see the devastation around them. She reached for Jared and pulled him close. Her grip was tight, but he didn't complain. She tasted blood and realized she was biting her cheek. Overhead, orange, fiery streaks marked the skies. "ICBMs," Stewart whispered faintly. She couldn't tell if it was a question or a statement. "God help us," Jared whispered. They could do nothing but wait. Wait for dawn. Or wait for death. Epilogue. Dawn. Dawn came, and with it came their chance to leave. The nuclear attack siren had faded away after several repetitions. The small city seemed to hold its breath as the missiles arched overhead. They watched as one after another passed over, sometimes simultaneously on different trajectories. She had a terrible feeling that some cities were disappearing forever. They were in danger now from more than the Draugs. The soldier, whose name she learned was Fletcher, gave the all-clear when the biters had scampered off. She thanked God for that. There were likely some still inside. Bradley decided they would climb down as planned. She watched as Jared jogged over to their SUV that was parked in the lot. She was anxious as he approached it, sure that something would dart out from behind it to tear out his throat. He hopped in and started the vehicle. She released a sigh of relief as it started without trouble. Fears of electromagnetic pulse had run through her head earlier, but she didn't know much about it or if it would affect anything here. They would be jumping down to the roof of the SUV. She held her breath and lowered herself off the edge of the entry roof. When she couldn't hold on anymore, she released her grip and fell. The distance seemed further than expected, and her landing was hard. She crouched on her hands and knees as she took inventory of herself. Nothing broken. Jared helped her slide down and gain her footing on the open door. She climbed in gratefully and made room for the others. She watched the shattered entrance to the armory fearfully. Fletch came next, and he and Jared helped catch Stewart. She heard a shout of pain when he landed, but they took the brunt of the force from his leg. They ushered him into the back to lay down. Bradley came last. Jared looked at them all, and the expression on his face must mirror theirs. Shock, horror, exhaustion. "We need to hurry and find shelter," Bradley said. "I don't know what's coming this way, but we need to be ready for it. I'm going home to warn the others," Jared told him definitively. "Either you can all come with me, or you can find another vehicle." He drove off, and they saw the fencing around the roof had been destroyed. It would have taken an exceptionally large force to do that. Thousands of those things, maybe. They were lucky to have made it out of the armory with their lives. "Stay together," Stewart mumbled from the back. His face was white. Black rings circled his eyes, and he was sweating fiercely. She was worried about him, and he was right. "He's right. We need to stay together." Bradley looked at Fletch and nodded. "Okay, let's go. I don't know if those were nukes or what, but I don't want to stick around and find out here. Make it fast, Jared." "Roger that," Jared said. Bradley moved the large military vehicle from in front of the gate, and they sped through the city. They saw nothing alive, but that didn't mean there wasn't. She knew that well. She thought she saw clouds building up in the west before trees obscured the view, though she could have been mistaken. The wind picked up, and it followed them home.